In the main hall, the coiling dragon cloud pillars stood in 4 directions, namely north, south, east, and west. The dragon's eyes were lifelike, as if they would come alive in the next second. The dragon's roar resounded, exuding a threatening aura everywhere. The Lin family's elders and the disciples of the family stood on both sides. They did not dare to speak loudly as they were afraid that they would disturb some sort of existence. They only held their breaths. There was a simple and unadorned stone tablet in the middle of the hall. Under the gazes of everyone present, Lin Mo took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the stone tablet. After a long while, there was no response from the stone tablet. Lin Mo, level 1. An elder spoke with an expressionless face. The words hit Lin Mo's heart like a heavy hammer. The sentence caused quite a commotion in the crowd as well. Why is Lin Mo still at level 1? He has been through so many tests. He's basically trash. The Lin family will never raise a useless person regardless of whether they're a direct descendant or not. This is a rule set by the ancestor. He was a genius in his prime. Now, he isn't even comparable to a newbie who has just joined the clan. If the news spreads, it'll be a disgrace to the Lin family. I heard that quite a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures have been spent to nurture him over the years. What an utter waste. Why don't we spend the effort and time to nurture another person instead? Who knows, the other person might have already reached the foundation establishment stage. The surrounding discussions as well as everyone's gazes landed on Lin Mo. It was as if they pierced through him. In fact, he was basically a fish on a chopping board. Lin Mo subconsciously clenched his fists and his veins popped out. However, he had no choice but to release his grip. It turned out that he was once a genius of the Lin family. He had reached the peak of level 5 of the body refining stage and was about to reach the foundation establishment stage. However, for some unknown reason, he had lost all of his cultivation and regressed back to level 1. All these years, no matter how much he cultivated, he could not break through level 1. Enough. The noisy main hall suddenly fell silent. What's the point of all this commotion? Clan leader Lin Xian's expression was dignified, and he gave off an extraordinary aura. He observed Lin Mo, whose eyes were cold and filled with disappointment. All Lin Mo felt at that moment was bitterness. The second elder said, "Clan leader, Lin Mo has already used up a lot of our clan's resources. Yet, he's still stuck at level 1. According to the clan's rules, he should be stripped of his surname and expelled from the clan." As soon as he finished speaking, someone tried to stop him. Absolutely not. Clan leader, Brother Lin Mo was once a genius. However, he's unable to recover due to some reason. I hope that you can use your discretion in dealing with him. The voice, which sounded like it belonged to an Oriole, was very pleasant to the ear. It was Lin Mo's younger sister, Lin Qingyue. She possessed outstanding talent ever since she was young. If it had not been for her, the Lin family would not have tolerated Lin Mo for so long. The clan was divided into 2 factions. One faction was led by the second elder, whereas the other faction was led by Lin Qingyue. Both factions had been arguing furiously whether they should kick Lin Mo out. In the end, it was Lin Xian who compromised. "Lin Mo, I'll send you to an auction house. If you manage it well, there's still a chance for you to come back." Lin Qingyue frowned and wanted to add something. However, after seeing Lin Xian's expression, she knew that this was his biggest concession. On the day Lin Mo left, no one except Lin Qingyue sent him off. Lin Qingyue hoped that the situation would not make Lin Mo seem so pathetic. Lin Mo did not take it to heart as many people had already been cold toward him over these past few years. As the saying goes, man struggles upwards, water flows downwards. This principle had never changed since ancient times. Who would spend their time to send off a good-for-nothing like him? Do send me a message as soon as you arrive there. If you need something, or if anyone bullies you, let me know. Lin Qingyue's voice brought Lin Mo back to reality from his thoughts. Seeing the concern in her eyes, he felt somewhat relieved. "Don't worry, I'll take care of myself." The setting sun was radiant. Lin Mo brought a few servants and stepped onto the carriage, but he did not notice the black shadow following him. A few miserable cries could be heard from the depths of the forest at night. Following that, a few night birds circled around in fear. The carriage had already been split into pieces and the Lin flag had been broken at the waist. As for the white flag, it was stained with blood. Additionally, the bonfire was snuffed out. It seemed as though a huge battle had just occurred here. A few corpses were sprawled on the ground, including Lin Mo's. Supposedly, the corpses would be discovered by the Lin family in a few days. As their belongings were looted, everyone would think that this was the doing of robbers. It was all for money. However, Lin Mo opened his eyes abruptly. He moved his fingers and swept them around his surroundings. What the F***ck? He let out a curse. Originally, he was sitting at home, but suddenly, he got transmigrated. The only thing that remained the same was his name. After sorting out his memories, Lin Mo felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This was the classic start of a loser's story in the 21st century, right? Although everyone had given up on him, the original host himself did not. After searching day and night, he finally found out that this happened due to his unique constitution, the God-devouring body. This constitution would revert to its original form, the first time one cultivated to the peak of level 5. That was why their original bodies had fallen back to level 1 when they were in the foundation establishment stage. If one wanted to cultivate again, they would need to consume a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures on a regular basis. Otherwise, their life would be in danger. Although a lot of resources had been spent on the original body, it was clearly not enough. Thus, their cultivation could not advance even though their life was in danger. In this case, one could see how special this kind of constitution was. This could be viewed as a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Nevertheless, this constitution possessed endless potential. According to the records, there was even a possibility of breaking through to the peak of level 9, or even reaching a higher realm. Nevertheless, the Lins did not know about the twists and turns of it. They only knew that Lin Mo had used up a lot of resources but was unable to break through. Even his body had been damaged. He was simply trash. Therefore, they sent Lin Mo to a remote place. He would have a chance to return. Even so, who knew how long it would take? Lin Mo could not help but roll his eyes. It was fine for him to abandon such a clan. He could not be bothered. This continent was called the Eastern Continent, which was one of the 5 continents. In the north of the Eastern Continent, Lin City was one of the most prosperous cities other than the capital city. Lin City was also the Lin family's territory. At this moment, Lin Mo was going to Chushin Village, which was located in a small town near the border of the Eastern Continent. Since his physique was placed here and the resources of the clan were not enough to awaken it, he might as well go out and try his luck. Furthermore, Lin Mo was worried that he would be discovered due to his personality being different from the original host. Now that the original soul of this body was dead, he had to take over. Regardless, he should not be exposed as long as he was careful. Furthermore, he could act freely. With this in thought, Lin Mo decided to set off immediately. It would be bad if the robbers returned. Lin Mo found the map to Chushin Village and set off. Fortunately, it was not too far away. Otherwise, without any carriages or horses, who knew how long it would take for him to walk out of this forest with his level 1 strength? The sky looked like the color of a fish's belly. There were small houses scattered all around like mushrooms growing out of flat grounds. As the sun had just risen, countless rays of light shone down on the planet and coated the eaves of the houses with a layer of golden light. These low houses were surrounded by endless fields. A gentle breeze blew, causing countless waves of wheat to roll one after another. This made the place seem even more spacious. Lin Mo finally spotted people in front of him. He could not help but quicken his pace. After walking for an entire night, he could barely feel his feet. Luckily, nothing happened during the journey and he did not encounter any danger. After much difficulty, Lin Mo arrived at the entrance of the village. There was a sign hanging nearby. Due to the wind and sunlight, the original color of the sign had long faded. Some of the words were already mottled and disconnected. Lin Mo could barely make out the original sentences. Everything was so crooked. In fact, it looked like a child's graffiti. There was also a big tree beside Lin Mo. He did not know how long it had been rooted here, but the tree was thick and had a sturdy trunk. Clearly, it was very old. Even if a few people combined their strength, it would be difficult for them to uproot it. The rings on the tree were proof that it had been alive for countless years. The branches of the tree were lush, and the canopy was very tall. When a person walked under it, they could feel a chill. It was simply a good cooling place during the warm summer. Many red silks were tied to the tree, and there seemed to be written words on them. However, Linimo could not see them clearly. "Young man, why are you here?" said an old voice. This almost scared Linimo. An old man wearing a straw hat appeared from behind the tree trunk. He had simple clothing on, and his pants were half rolled up. His shoes were made of cloth, and he looked just like any ordinary person. Linimo and the old man were sizing each other up. Since Linimo was dressed well, it was obvious that he came from a large town. The old man could not help but be filled with doubt and surprise. He sighed, "Other than mercenaries, it's been a long time since anyone has come here. My name is Linimo. I'm here to manage the auction." The old man looked at Linimo from head to toe again. Originally, his eyes were half closed, but now they were completely opened. At the same time, it revealed a sharp glint. "You're from the Lin family?" Linimo nodded and took out the clan leader's documents. He handed them to the old man. After taking a long look, the old man said, "It's the chief's seal." Just like tree barks, his hands were full of wrinkles. He flipped through the documents and touched the seal as if he was touching something rare. If Linimo did not say anything, he might have kept touching it for the whole day. "May I know who exactly you are?" The old man waved his hand, indicating for Linimo to follow him. "I'm the chief of this village. The people here call me Old Lin or Old Man Lin. You can call me whatever you want." Linimo did not expect the old man to be the chief of Chushin village. After all, he was so down to earth. The old man could see the astonishment in Linmo's eyes and explained, "We're in a poor and remote village. We don't have to follow those stupid rules. It doesn't matter what we do. You're so young. Why are you here?" "Well, since it's the clan leader's order, we'll just go with the flow." Old Lin nagged as he brought Linimo into the village. There were only about a dozen households. They were scattered around the village. Obviously, not many people reside in this village. Chushin village was not considered prosperous. It was said to be one of the branches of the Lin family, but most of the people were merely from the countryside. Nonetheless, there were also other factions. Most of the young people who had the ability or talent were aiming for bigger cities. They wanted to go and expand their horizons, achieving something impressive. Those who stayed in the village were mostly old, weak, or sick. You've seen the situation of our village. The population is sparse, and the place's structure is simple. There aren't many young people like you. Soon, the two of them arrived at the village. No one really paid any attention to them. "Uncle Wong, meet someone from my family." An old man was taking a nap at the main entrance. When he heard Old Lin's voice, he immediately opened his eyes. When he saw Linimo, his eyes immediately lit up. He was so excited that tears began filling his eyes. "You're Linimo? I haven't seen you in so many years. You've grown up?" Based on Linmo's memories, this old man was Butler Wong. Everyone called him Uncle Wong. He treated the original host very well during his younger days. For some reason, he was sent to this village. Seeing that Linimo and Uncle Wong knew each other, Old Lin did not say anything more. Once he introduced them, he left so they could catch up. "Where are the rest of the people in Uncle Wong's auction house?" Uncle Wong laughed bitterly. "There aren't any other people. I'm the only one here." For a moment, Linimo did not know what to say. He knew that there was nothing in the auction house right now. Otherwise, they would not have fallen into such a state. Although all of Linmo's valuables had been stolen by the robbers, the interspatial ring had already recognized its owner. Ordinary people would not be able to access it, so he still had it. After all, he was once a genius. Even if he was down and out, he should still have some good items. However, most of them had been used up by the original host. There were not many items left. If only these few items were enough to set up the auction house well. Anyway, that was simply a fantasy. Just as Linimo was at a loss, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. He thought that he was hallucinating. Ding! The auction rebate system has been initiated. A huge screen appeared in front of Linimo. It was similar to those in online games. A few rows of words appeared. Lin Mo finally realized that the so-called auction rebate system could directly provide direct multiplier rebates. Furthermore, it had the basic ability to identify items. However, the rebates were random. For the time being, they could range from a few times to 10,000 times. The higher the multiple, the stronger one's own strength would be. There was also a limit to the quality of the items and rebate. Additionally, one could not auction off items that had rebates. Lin Mo's spirit was instantly roused. This rebate system was tailor-made for him. He could use it to improve the auction house. Who knows, he might even be able to use this opportunity to obtain rebate items to train his divine body. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Despite that, he did not have many things in his hands right now. He only had the most basic body-refining technique, long fist. It had nothing to do with cultivation, and Lin Mo only wanted to strengthen his body. There was also the ordinary iron sword, and some body-refining pills that would delay his illness. Lin Mo made a prompt decision and prepared to hold the first auction. After all, the auction house in Chushin village had not been open for a long time. Firstly, he wanted to let more people know about this auction house. Secondly, he wanted to try out the auction rebate system. Upon hearing Lin Mo's decision, Uncle Wong was a little surprised. He could not help but ask, "Young Master Lin Mo, are you sure? We don't have anything to auction. This auction house has been empty for a long time. In fact, it's essentially an empty house." Lin Mo nodded. "Don't worry, Uncle Wong. I know what I'm doing. I'll handle the items for auction. You just need to help spread the news around. Make sure that there are as many people as possible attending the auction." Even though Uncle Wong still had some doubts, he followed Lin Mo's orders and did as he was told. On the other hand, Lin Mo received another visit from the village chief. The village chief hurriedly went up to him. "Aren't you tired from your journey? Why are you looking for me?" Lin Mo did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Village chief, I wanted to ask you about Chushin village. I thought it was something important. Is that it?" The village chief casually poured 2 cups of tea, and its faint fragrance filled the room. Lin Mo had never smelled this fragrance before. It was very refreshing. "These tea leaves are homegrown. They can't be compared to what you're used to. I hope you don't mind it." Lin Mo took a sip. It tasted a little bitter. Then, a slight sweetness followed and it spread around his mouth, giving off an endless aftertaste. You should have already noticed the situation in Chushin village. There's no need for me to say more. Other than some bandits and robbers, the only forces that visit this place are the famous Dragon Tiger Mercenary Group and Wolf Mercenary Group. Although Chushin village was small, it happened to be located at the intersection of several large cities. There were also some fine resources nearby. The place was quite remote, but sometimes, mercenaries would stay there temporarily. The leaders of these 2 mercenary groups were around level 6. They were definitely not weaker than the village chief. When the village chief heard that Lin Mo was going to hold an auction, he also did not think that it was a wise decision. "You want me to invite them over?" The village chief shook his head. "Their strength is about the same as mine, so they might not be willing to listen to me. Unless there is something good, they won't be interested." Lin Mo said confidently, "There will definitely be something good. Village chief, you just need to spread the word for me. Everything will be fine." The village chief thought to himself, since he came all the way over here to take over the auction house, he should have brought some things with him. I guess it wouldn't be a problem. Thus, he agreed. Shortly after, the news of an auction being held in Chushin village was spread to all nearby factions. This was all thanks to the village chief and the other villagers. The villagers were more or less ordinary people. It was rare for someone like Lin Mo to come to the village and hold an auction. In fact, they had never encountered such a situation before. It almost felt like a hoax. All of a sudden, the deserted village had become much more lively. Everyone was doing their best to promote Lin Mo. "I heard that there's going to be an auction at Chushin village. Are you going?" "There's an auction at Chushin village? Are you kidding me? What can they sell? The villagers aren't very strong. Don't tell me that they're just going to sell some crops. If that happens, they'll be making a fool out of themselves. Who knows? They might use the auction as a way to fool us. I heard that the Lin family sent someone to take over the auction house." "Really? That's not a lie, right?" If it's really held by someone from the Lin family, then there's no harm in going to take a look. Just treat it as a show. Time passed quickly and soon, it was the day of the auction. Thanks to Uncle Wong and Lin Mo's hard work, the originally dilapidated auction house turned out looking decent. After publicizing for the past few days, more people came than Lin and Mo had anticipated. The rumor of the auction being held by a member of the Lin family helped. More than half of the rooms were filled. However, the cultivation levels of these people were generally not high. This was not unexpected. Besides, why would people with high cultivation levels appear here? Under Lin Mo's signal, Uncle Wong started the auction. Lin and Mo cleared his throat. The first item to be auctioned is a body refining pill. For cultivators, they'll be able to quickly recover their strength after eating it. For those at levels 1 and 2, they'll be able to increase their spiritual energy rapidly. The starting price is 100 low-grade spirit stones. 200. 300. There were not many medicinal pills in the border regions. Hence, even though the body refining pill was nothing out of the ordinary, people quickly placed their bids. In the end, it was sold for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones were divided into low, medium, high, and top grade. Low-grade spirit stones were the worst, but they were also the most commonly used currency. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones equal 1 middle-grade spirit stone, 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones equal 1 high-grade stone, and so on. Following the successful auction, a mechanical voice sounded in Lin Mo's mind once again. Ding. Host, you've auctioned the body refining pill. Successfully triggered 10,000 times return. Acquired low-grade tier 9 pill. Heavenly recovery pill. Lin and Mo took a deep breath. Fortunately, he was currently backstage. Thus, no one could see the shock and astonishment on his face. Tier 9 pill. As the name implied, one could tell how powerful it was. A heavenly recovery pill. This was previously what the god-devouring body needed. If one were to go berserk, this thing could save their life. Lin and Mo was unable to calm down for a long time. Even the original host of this body had never heard of a heavenly recovery pill before. The Lin clan was very powerful and the original host was a genius. Since he had never seen this pill, it was enough to show its worth. Having this pill was equivalent to having a life-saving talisman. No matter what went wrong during cultivation, there would be a way to remedy it. It was not an exaggeration to say that this pill was the dream item of almost every cultivator. Yet Lin and Mo was able to obtain it easily. If word got out, it would infuriate people to death. The gap between Lin and Mo and other cultivators had widened in an instant. After Lin and Mo had composed himself, he went to auction off the second item. It was his personal sword. The current situation was different from the past. Other than being slightly sharper and being made using slightly better materials, this sword was rather basic. There was nothing special about it. In the end, it was auctioned off for 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. Ding. The host has auctioned off an iron sword. 1,000-fold return has been successfully triggered. You have obtained a mid-grade tier 7 Ice Soul Silver Light Sword. This did not excite Lin and Mo as much as the pill. There was indeed a difference between 1,000-fold and 10,000-fold return. It seemed like his luck had been pretty good at the start. Of course, this did not mean that the recent item he had obtained was not good. Even the village chief and the 2 mercenary group leaders' weapons were far inferior to this sword. The mid-grade tier 7 Ice Soul Silver Light Sword was able to affect the surrounding elements. An elemental weapon was also very rare. Furthermore, the resources here were scarce. Thus, it was difficult to come across a 7th-rank weapon. Even in the Lin family, this was not a common sight. The third article was a body-tempering cultivation technique. It was quite ordinary. Normal people would not be able to use it while cultivators despise it. In short, it was basically useless. Everyone, don't underestimate this cultivation technique. The younger generation must learn it. This is also a cultivation technique that the Lin family doesn't pass on to outsiders. I've only unwillingly brought it out for the sake of this auction. As Uncle Wong listened to Lin Mo's words, he felt that something was not right. Despite that, he had no way of refuting. The same goes for the people who were present. Lin Mo's persuasive words were learned from the 21st century. Even though he was trying to scam people, he felt that it must be done. As expected, after his extravagant bragging, the article was bought at the price of 1,700 low-grade spirit stones. Ding! The host has auctioned off the body-tempering cultivation technique. Successfully triggered 500 times return. Obtained Tier 5 top-grade martial art, Dragon Elephant Fist technique. The rewards from the auction return system could not be recycled. This was done to prevent people from taking advantage of the loophole. Using unlimited returns to obtain unlimited rewards was impossible. Lin family's authentic items? All of them are just trash. You're only deceiving these country bumpkins who haven't seen the world. In fact, you're nothing but a swindler. Just as everything was going smoothly, an unpleasant voice could suddenly be heard. The person who said this was a middle-aged man. Judging from his appearance, he should be from a mercenary group. However, it was unknown which mercenary group he belonged to. As soon as he finished speaking, several people echoed, "That's right. You're trying to fool us with rubbish. Aren't you ashamed of auctioning these items? I advise everyone to disperse as soon as possible. We, the Hungry Wolf Mercenary Group, have plenty of these things. I can't believe I purposely came here to take a look. What a waste of time and energy." The atmosphere in the auction hall became awkward and silent. These few people caused everyone else's expressions to turn ugly. Moreover, due to their tyrannical might, no one was able to argue back. At this moment, Linimo suddenly spoke out, "Today is just a warm-up. The next auction will be held in 3 days. There will be a Tier 5 top-grade martial art to be auctioned off." These words were like sparks falling into a pot of oil. The gloomy atmosphere was instantly ignited. What? Did I hear wrongly? A Tier 5 top-grade martial art. Is it true? Could it be that he's trying to trick us into coming here again? I don't think so. After all, if he goes back on his words, his future auctions will be doomed. Linimo did not say anything else and only added, "This auction house is also willing to pay a higher commission than other auction houses to collect the items." Before the crowd could digest what he said, Linimo had already thrown out another piece of important news. Then, he turned and left, ignoring everyone's reactions. By the time the crowd had dispersed, it was already midnight. Uncle Wong and Linimo decided to take a short break after tidying up. Uncle Wong wanted to say something, but he seemed hesitant. "Young Master Linimo, you said earlier that you're going to auction off a Tier 5 top-grade martial art." During their earlier chat, Uncle Wong had already found out about the robbery that Linimo had encountered. He was a little worried that Linimo was spouting empty words due to anger. Integrity was the most important thing for an auctioneer. If Linimo was unable to bring out the promised item, then everything would be ruined. Linimo knew that Uncle Wong was just worried about him. So, he comforted the old butler. "When the time comes, you'll see for yourself. I'm going to be cultivating for the next few days. Uncle Wong, try your best to collect some items that are 3rd rank and above. Also, make preparations for the upcoming auction." After giving his instructions, Linimo went to the backyard of the auction house to find a secluded place. The auction house was lacking in every area, but it was big. Linimo was able to find a spot where he would not be disturbed. Since Uncle Wong would take care of things, Linimo could cultivate in peace for the next 3 days. With a thought, the heavenly recovery pill appeared in Linimo's palm. The air was immediately filled with a rich medicinal fragrance, refreshing one's heart and mind. The white pill was very round and 9 circle patterns encircled it, as expected of a top-grade pill. Just by looking at it, Linimo felt that his exhausted spiritual energy was replenished. It was as if some unknown power had entered his body. Without any hesitation, Linimo swallowed the pill and it slid down his throat. Suddenly, he felt as if there was a small sun in his abdomen. His body became warmer and warmer. Linimo tried to use his spiritual energy to release this lump of heat source. He could feel the various elements in the air begin to pulsate. Countless amounts of spiritual energy were drawn into his body. Originally, his spiritual power was so little that it was almost empty. With the sudden influx of so much spiritual power that traveled at lightning speed flowing through his meridians and blood, it felt like they were attacking major acupoints in his body. Each impact would bring waves of intense pain. Linimo felt as if he was going to drown. If this happened to an ordinary person, they would have already started bleeding from their 7 orifices. Their meridians would also have exploded. Fortunately, Linimo had a god-slaying body. Thus, his face only turned slightly pale. Nonetheless, it felt as if all of his bones and tendons were being crushed. Linimo could even faintly hear the sound of his joints cracking. His forehead was completely covered in sweat. He was unsure how long he would last. The pill's heaven-revolving spiritual energy continued to flow throughout Linmo's body. His meridians, which had been stagnant for a long time, had finally expanded. Boom! It felt like something was pouring down. Previously, Linmo's meridians were only the size of a finger. Now, they were comparable to a waterfall. The speed at which the spiritual energy flowed was getting faster and faster. At the same time, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed was also increasing. The spiritual energy around was being guided, and they continuously flowed towards this place. Countless black impurities were expelled out of Linmo's body. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of comfort enveloped his body. He had removed the shackles of his mortal body as if he had been enlightened. Linimo felt like he was soaking in a hot spring. Every pore on his body had opened up. He was breathing spiritual energy in and out. The spiritual energy had been refined to a purer state. If someone were to see this dreamlike scene right now, they would definitely be shocked. Countless specks of spiritual energy crowded around Linimo. The spiritual energy even turned into a white mist. Eventually, they formed into a huge cocoon. Linimo was within it. A divine light flickered. It made him look like a god. The light was soon extinguished, but the spiritual energy was getting more and more abundant. After an unknown amount of time, Linimo slowly opened his eyes. It was as if a clear divine light was surrounding him. In this state, people may not dare look at him directly. Linimo let out a long breath. He could not help but sigh. As expected of the heavenly recovery pill, his entire body had been transformed by the pill. Linimo felt like he had been reborn. There was no way an ordinary person's body could contain so much spiritual energy. Their bodies would have exploded, and they would have died long ago. This was the crucial difference. The auction return system was like a cheat tool. With this system, Linimo would no longer have to worry about cultivation resources. As long as he had good luck, all the top resources in this world would be within his grasp. Additionally, with his god-slaying body, Linmo's absorption speed was much faster than an average person's. After consuming a Tier 9 medicinal pill, those with a low cultivation base would take months to absorb it. On the other hand, he was able to absorb all the medicinal effects in a short period of time. Furthermore, Linimo had also recovered his peak of 5th rank strength. His base cultivation was essentially done. Linimo circulated his spiritual force once more before starting to cultivate the Dragon Elephant Fist technique. By the time he opened his eyes, 2 days had passed. However, he felt as if only a few hours had gone by. If Uncle Wong did not wake him up, Linimo would probably continue to meditate. Seeing Linimo once again, Uncle Wong felt that he was a little different. Despite that, he could not exactly pinpoint the difference other than the aura around him was more extraordinary. Young Master Linimo, I've already spread the news. All the experts in this vicinity have heard that Chushin Village's auction house is about to auction off a Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique. From the looks of it, they're all determined to obtain it. Linimo nodded. He was satisfied with Uncle Wong's efficiency. Thank you, Uncle Wong. You've worked hard these past few days. Uncle Wong was slightly overwhelmed by the praise. This is my job. Young Master Linimo is too courteous. By the way, where are we supposed to get a Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique? Those people were so enthusiastic. If you could not present the article, they would probably tear down the place. Literally. Linimo had the auction return system in his hands, so there was nothing to worry about. There was only one issue on his mind. The resources he obtained were all reserved for his own use to satisfy the god-slaying body. As for the weapons, he would keep the ones that were handy. The rest would be auctioned off. It was the same for martial arts. He would first cultivate them, then auction them off. Although there was a rule that the system's rewards could not be commerced back to it, Linimo could still use them to earn spirit stones or other items. Otherwise, he would not be able to obtain other rewards. In short, no matter what, it was a profitable business. Also, while the young master was cultivating, I've used the Lin family's reputation along with the news of the upcoming auction to purchase quite a few items that were above third rank. There are also a number of people who are willing to send their items over to be auctioned off. Young Master Linimo, I hope that you will not deduct their profits when the time comes. Uncle Wong was meticulous in his calculations. It did not matter if the initial stage of the auction earned them only a little money. The most important thing was to make a name for the young master. Linimo had the same thought. Uncle Wong, don't worry. I will only take 10% of their profits. In an ordinary auction house, if people wanted to auction off their items, they would have to pay at least 30 to 50% of their profits as handling fees. Yet, Linimo only planned to take 10%. This was practically charity. Linmo's goals were not tied to his profits. The most important thing was the auction return system. As long as an item was auctioned, there would be a return. Uncle Wong was slightly moved by Linmo's actions. Young master, are you trying to use this method to build up the reputation for our auction house so we'll receive better items in the future? Unexpectedly, Linimo shook his head and said mysteriously, I have my own agendas. Furthermore, there's really a Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique that'll be auctioned off. Upon hearing those words, Uncle Wong became curious. However, since Linimo did not elaborate, he did not pester further either. Uncle Wong led Linimo to the room where the auction items were stored. The room had many shelves. Some of the paint had peeled off, making them look mottled. However, their surface had been polished well. They were smooth and shiny. It was probably Uncle Wong's handiwork. Only a few of the shelves were filled with items, making the room seem somewhat empty. Linimo was confident that one day, this room would be filled with a dazzling array of items. Linimo followed Uncle Wong to the front row of the shelves. There were a number of items. Young master, these are the 4 best items I've obtained in the past 2 days. First is the worry-free grass, a low-grade Tier 4 herb. It can treat chronic illnesses and also help in cultivation. This grass was picked by a young man in the ancient forest nearby. It's effective for cultivators below Tier 6 foundation establishment and helps them reach the peak of Tier 6. The grass on the counter looked no different from the wild grass by the roadside. It was very ordinary, but it had a few extra leaves. Most of the people here were below Tier 6, and many of them could use it. Linimo believed that it would catch most people's attention. The next item is a 4th-ranked top-grade martial art. If Linimo was unable to bring out the Tier 5 top-grade martial art, Uncle Wong was going to use this piece of article as a replacement. It should be fine. At least, not everyone would be angry. Uncle Wong got lucky. This article was originally someone else's family heirloom, but due to their family's decline, they had no choice but to sell it to clear off their debt. Coincidentally, they heard about the upcoming auction. Thus, they reluctantly sent it over. Linimo casually flipped through the piece of article. It's quite a good sword technique. Moving on. This is a Tier 3 top-grade Chi Essence pill. I've obtained it from the most outstanding local alchemist. It can quickly recover and nurture one's vitality as well as solidify their foundation. There were also alchemists around this place, but their level and strength were not high. A Tier 3 top-grade Chi Essence pill should already be beyond their expectations. Lastly, here's a Tier 3 top-grade Black Fish Egg. It's from the leader of the Dragon Tiger mercenary group residing at Blackwater Lake. Originally, he planned to sell it when he arrived in the next town. However, when he heard that an auction was going to be held here, he immediately sent it here instead. The small fish egg was placed in a transparent glass container. It was as thick as ink and did not have any impurities. In fact, it looked just like a black jade. There were also a few second-rank miscellaneous items. Nonetheless, they still exceeded Lin Mo's expectations. Since this place was remote, Linimo did not expect to come across any good items. However, there were actually decent resources. The key was knowing how to excavate them. It was rare for there to be an auction. To boot, a Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique would be the finale. Almost everyone decided to join in and brought out their best items. Besides, the handling fee was very little. If they could sell off their items for a decent price, then they would make a huge profit. With these items, Linimo began to plan for tomorrow's auction. Other than those 4 items, there was still the Tier 5 Dragon Elephant Fist technique. Linimo had already learned this technique. He could clearly remember it in his mind. Hence, he could auction it off. The auction house's reputation would definitely increase. Tomorrow, we'll auction off the 2nd and 3rd rank items first. The last item will be the Tier 5 cultivation technique. Uncle Wong nodded and said, "That's for sure. If we start with the Tier 5 cultivation technique, there wouldn't be any suspense. Once people were heated up, the auction would truly begin." Suddenly, Uncle Wong thought of something and said, "Oh right, young master, we still lack an auctioneer. Don't you think we should look for someone? After all, neither of us are suitable." Although Uncle Wong and Linimo were the hosts of the previous auction, they were still amateurs. Linmo's modern speech skills were all right, but he was no professional. It could work temporarily. However, in the long run, they needed a better solution. How could an auction not have a professional auctioneer? This only happened because Linimo had just arrived and did not have time to make the full preparations. Anyway, Linimo decided to leave this matter to Uncle Wong. "Uncle Wong, I'll let you handle it. I'm willing to pay a high price to hire an auctioneer, so please keep an eye out for someone suitable. The auctioneer's skill doesn't have to be the best. That can be attained through experience. What's most important is honesty. Of course, the person also needs to be reliable as well." If the auctioneer turned out to be a thief and ended up stealing everything, Linimo would be in a pickle. Uncle Wong nodded. "I understand. Don't worry, young master. I won't let you down." Although the decoration of the venue was simple and limited, it was enough. Everything that needed to be there was present. Many people had already arrived. Sitting at the VIP seat was the village chief. His clothes were very simple, and he looked no different from an ordinary villager. There was also a kind and amiable look on his face. However, he was not to be underestimated. The aura that he inadvertently exuded was proof of it. There were a few middle-aged men in their 30s. They wore robes made of animal skin. Although it was unsure what beasts they were exactly, the material looked very good. The accessories on their bodies were also not something an ordinary person could afford. Their eyes were bright. At the same time, they emitted a murderous aura. At a glance, one could tell they spill blood to earn a living. Uncle Wong introduced, "They are from the Wolf Mercenary Group and Dragon Tiger Mercenary Group." Suddenly, there was a commotion coming from the door. 4 or 5 people walked in. From the looks of it, they belonged to a mercenary group. The leader was wearing a belt made from python skin on his waist. There was a huge snakehead on it. The snake still retained its ferocious and terrifying look from when it was alive. In fact, it looked as if it would come back alive in the next second. Everyone was scared and automatically made way for them. I didn't expect the leader of the Snakehead mercenary group to come. As the leader sat down, it caused a small uproar. The leaders from the mercenaries group had gathered in one spot. Their gazes met, and they seemed determined to win. Before the auction even started, everyone could already detect the smell of gunpowder. They could not help but sigh. The Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique had attracted various people from the surrounding small towns. It's been a long time since Chushin village has been this lively. Yeah, it's also rare to see the leaders of these mercenary groups gather at the same place. I guess it's not unexpected. A Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique is pretty rare. Almost everyone would be interested in it. Indeed, a top-grade Tier 5 cultivation technique was not common. This might not be considered rare in large cities, but in small towns, it was a different story. It could even be seen as extremely precious. There were quite a few forces near Chushin village. They were evenly matched. Everyone wanted to become the overlord of this area, but they could not achieve a decisive victory. When they heard about the top-grade Tier 5 cultivation technique, they all rushed over regardless if it was true or not. Their goal was to obtain the top-grade Tier 5 cultivation technique so that they could strengthen their own forces. I wonder if this auction actually has the Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique. So many mercenary leaders have attended. The news should be true. No one would joke about such a thing unless they were trying to sabotage themselves. Moreover, it's not a good idea to fool these mercenary leaders. If they can't bring out the item, this place will be destroyed. I wonder who will win the Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique. Apparently, the leader of the Dragon Tiger mercenary group had brought along a lot of spirit stones. The Wolf mercenary group is also quite wealthy. Supposedly, they completed a few difficult missions a couple of days ago. Everyone was discussing among themselves. Wu Jin held the auction hammer in his hand and slowly walked onto the stage. He was the auctioneer Uncle Wang had hired. Allegedly, he was a decent person. Lin Imo planned to observe him for a period of time. If things went wrong, he would replace him. This auction has officially started. There are a total of 5 items up for grabs. The first item is a Tier 3 top-grade essence pill. Starting price is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, the village chief said, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Imo looked at the village chief without batting an eyelid. He was an upright person who guarded the village. Moreover, he had never taken anything from the villagers or used his position to make a profit. Thus, he did not have much wealth. The village chief only bid to help Lin Imo and to liven up the atmosphere. As expected, after the village chief's bid, more and more people joined in. There was no longer a need for the village chief to make further bids. The place had a proper atmosphere and the bids were getting higher and higher. 2,500 low-grade spirit stones. The leader of the Snakehead mercenary group, Guowon, made a bid. He rarely used medicinal pills. The ones he had were mostly first or second rank. Guowon did not expect the first item to be auctioned would be a third-rank medicinal pill. This excited him quite a bit. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Another voice followed closely from behind. It was none other than the leader of the Dragon Tiger mercenary group, Li Yunfei. His eyes were basically burning as he looked at the pill on the stage. He needed it to increase his strength. Li Yunfei was the weakest leader among the 3 mercenary groups. He had just entered the 6th rank, so he urgently needed this kind of pill to consolidate his strength. The price tripled in an instant, causing many people to drop out. Only the mercenary group leaders were competing. I knew it. Ordinary people like us won't win. There's no way I could afford to compete with them. Guowon and Li Yunfei clearly wanted this pill. The two of them continued to go up against each other, making the atmosphere more lively. On the other hand, the leader of the Wolf mercenary group, Huang Keegan, stayed silent. He was the first of the 3 mercenary group leaders to reach the 6th rank and was proud of his achievement. Despite that, there was a huge gap between the 6th and 7th stages. In other words, this pill could not help him increase his strength. If one of the other 2 mercenary group leaders bought it, they would reduce the power gap between them. The advantage Huang Keegan previously had would slowly disappear. So, he decided to wait and observe the situation. If there really was a top-grade Tier 5 cultivation technique, he would definitely buy it no matter the cost. In the end, the pill was bought by Guowon at the price of 4,000 spirit stones. It was 4 times the original price. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Mo's mind. Ding! The host has successfully auctioned a Tier 3 top-grade Qi Essence pill. Successfully triggered 500 times return. Obtained a Tier 5 top-grade Profound Qi pill, Chaos pill. Although it was a Tier 5 top-grade pill, it could not be compared to the Heavenly Recovery pill. It would not benefit Lin Imo much at the moment. Lin Imo planned to use the Chaos pill to exchange for Spirit Stones at the next auction. This way, he could also continue to increase the auction house's reputation. Meanwhile, Wu Jin was smiling. The first item for auction had already given him great confidence. It was likely that the subsequent items would be better. The second item is a low-grade Tier 4 herb, Worry-Free Grass. Starting price is 3,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. Wu Jin carefully took out a tray. There were a few tender green leaves on it. They looked no different from ordinary grass, but everyone could smell its faint, refreshing medicinal fragrance. Even the starting price is not something ordinary people like us can afford. The starting price put off many people. On the other hand, Li Yunfei was overjoyed. He was somewhat glad that he did not win the bid for the Qi Essence pill. To him, the worry-free grass was better because its effects and medicinal properties were more gentle. It was more suitable for him to consolidate his 6th stage foundation establishment strength. Moreover, The worry-free grass was useless to Huang Keegan. Thus, he would not place a bid. As for Guo, he had just spent a large portion of his spirit stones, so he should not be buying the herb. Other than those two, Li Yunfei believed that no one would be able to outbid him. Guo felt a little bit regretful in his heart. Forget it, the Qi Essence pill isn't bad. I still have a chance at getting the Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique. I'll save my spirit stones for now. Everything went exactly as Li Yunfei predicted. He ended up buying the worry-free grass for 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ding! The host has successfully auctioned a low-grade Tier 4 worry-free grass. Successfully triggered 1,000 times return. Obtained a low-grade Tier 7 worry-free fruit. The worry-free fruit was a product of the worry-free grass. In fact, it was the essence of the entire herb. It was even rarer and did not have any side effects. Not only could it quickly heal wounds, but it could also help the user attain the next level. The third item is a Tier 4 top-grade martial art, Frost Sword Technique. Starting price is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Uncle Wong took out a wooden box. It was made of high-quality agarwood. One could see that it was quite old. The lines on it were almost indistinguishable, and the surrounding edges were also somewhat off. Traces of time were revealed everywhere. There was also a faint layer of blue ice crystal covering the external layer of the box. The moment Uncle Wong opened the box, a chill instantly struck him. Everyone could vaguely see the frosty chi surrounding the box. Indeed, it was a genuine Tier 4 top-grade martial art. Huang Keegan could not hold himself back any longer. He immediately shouted, 5,500 spirit stones. A Tier 4 top-grade martial art would certainly help in his cultivation. Besides, the Tier 5 top-grade martial art may not even exist. It could be a gimmick that the auction house had deliberately created to hype things up. Even if it really existed, it might not be suitable for him. If his cultivation was unsuccessful, then everything would be pointless. It was better to settle for the second-best option. Most people present had the same thoughts as Huang Keegan. This also included Li Yunfei. He planned to go all out for this cultivation technique and shouted, 5,600 spirit stones. Guo joined the bidding as well. However, he was a little worried because he did not bring a lot of spirit stones. Originally, he only wanted to join in the fun. He did not expect so many good things to be on auction. In other words, he was not well prepared. The gazes of the mercenary leaders met, creating crackling sparks. They were all determined to win. In the end, this cultivation technique was bought by Li Yunfei at the price of 7,000 spirit stones. Guo and Huang Keqian were so angry that they could only hit their chests and stomp their feet. Their only hope was that the subsequent items would be better. Ding! The host has successfully auctioned a Tier 4 top-grade martial art, the Frost Sword Technique. Successfully triggered 1,000 times return. Obtained a high-grade Tier 7 sword art, Frost Sword Manual. When Lin Mo heard the notification sound in his head, he instantly knew the Frost Sword Manual was something extremely powerful. Since he had just learned the Frost Sword technique before auctioning the article off, the two of them came hand in hand. The fourth item is a Tier 3 top-grade black fish egg. Starting price is 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Compared to the previous item, the black fish egg was rather lacking. It did not interest many people. Ironfish were creatures from the Black Water Lake in the ancient forest. Due to their personalities, they were very difficult to tame. Moreover, their habitats were very well hidden. Not many people had spotted an ironfish before. Needless to say, this was their first time seeing a black fish egg. Furthermore, they had no idea how to raise it. For a moment, those who were interested stared at the pitch-black fish egg on the tray until they forgot to bid. The fish egg was like black jade. Some might even think it was a piece decoration. No one has ever raised an ironfish before. Maybe you can tame it while it's still young. The ironfish are known for their bad temper. It wouldn't be easy to tame them even if they were young. I think it's better to just eat the egg. Besides, the egg makes a great tonic. If you have the means, you can add all kinds of herbs and boil them together with the egg. Everyone was discussing lividly. There were not many people who actually bid. After all, the practicality of the fish egg was not great. The group leaders were mostly satisfied with their items, such as the Chi Essence Pill and Worry-Free Grass. They did not need the fish egg to replenish their strength. Hence, to avoid wasting spirit stones, they refrained from bidding this round. In the end, the black fish egg was bought by a merchant at the price of 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ding! The host has successfully auctioned a Tier 3 top-grade black fish egg. Successfully triggered 3,000 times return. Obtained a Tier 6 top-grade lookout fish egg. So far, 4 items have appeared. The auction was coming to an end. Since the Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique had yet to make an appearance, the audience could not sit still. What's going on? Where's the Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique? Do you have it or not? Did you trick us into coming here? You probably only have the Tier 4 cultivation technique. In order to attract more people, you lied and said it's Tier 5. Wu Jin tried his best to calm the crowd down, but it was to no avail. In fact, he was not too confident about the article in question either. Linimo had yet to bring it out. It might not even exist in the first place. At this moment, Linimo walked up to the stage and whispered to Wu Jin, "Everyone, please calm down. We understand how you feel. The next item will be auctioned by the owner of this auction house himself." After Wu Jin said that, Linimo was in charge. The latter slowly took out a venerable-looking box. This box looked even more ancient than the one before. There were mysterious carvings on it. They looked like totems and symbols. There also seemed to be an image of a dragon and an elephant. In an instant, the noisy crowd became silent. They stared at the box attentively. There was indeed something extraordinary about this box. The box was even emitting a powerful aura. Whatever that was stored inside, it must be really incredible. Everyone subconsciously held their breaths. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. As Linimo opened the box, the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. It was so loud that it caused everyone's spirits to shake. Pale-colored gas rose from the box to the top. Then, it began to take the shape of elephants with long tusks. The gas elephants charged toward the crowd menacingly. This caused the people sitting in the front row to involuntarily lean back. They were scared that they would be trampled by the herd of elephants. However, since the elephants were made of gas, they dispersed after a short while. The fifth item up for auction, a Tier 5 top-grade martial art, Dragon Elephant Fist Technique. Starting price is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The audience's expressions were almost in sync. Their mouths were agape as they stared at Linimo. They were unable to recover from the shock. There really was a top-grade Tier 5 cultivation technique. Wu Jin and Uncle Wong were equally surprised. Linimo was telling the truth after all. This was not merely a gimmick. Uncle Wong knew that Linimo was robbed, so he did not expect the latter to have such a good item on him. His respect for Linimo had risen to a whole new level. I must get my hands on that cultivation technique. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. This sudden call for a price grabbed everyone's attention. For a moment, the audience went crazy and began bidding non-stop. The price rose higher and higher. Even though the price was several times higher than the previous items, not many people backed out. The crowd was full of enthusiasm. A top-grade cultivation technique was extremely rare. Some people might not be able to attain one their entire lives. The crowd got even more heated. Many people's eyes were bloodshot. Even the veins on their foreheads were popping out. They were hysterical. It almost looked like they were going to fight. This was basically the climax of the auction. It was insane. Of course, there were rich cultivators in the crowd. However, they could not be compared to the leaders of the mercenary groups. After all, they had an entire gang backing them up. 22,000 spirit stones. Everyone was annoyed at Huang Keegan's bid, but there was nothing they could do. Their eyes got even redder due to the anger. The treasure was within their reach. If only they had the money. Li Yunfei could not help but sigh. In the end, we still lost to the Wolf mercenary group. Meanwhile, Guo Wan was astonished. He did not expect to find so many good items on auction in this small village. Even a top-grade Tier 5 cultivation technique was available. It was a pity that he did not bring enough money today. However, on second thought, he had already gained a lot from this trip. Guowen comforted himself by thinking, perhaps there would be another opportunity next time. Upon seeing that no one else was bidding, Huang Keegan's face lit up. His patience had paid off. If he had bid on the previous items, he would not be able to obtain the Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique so easily. With the Dragon Elephant Fist technique, Huang Keegan's strength would definitely increase exponentially. He might even be able to use it to fight against a level 7 expert. It was not impossible. In the end, Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique was sold to Huang Keegan for 22,000 spirit stones. There was no notification from the system. As the rule stated, item obtained from the system that was auctioned would not be counted. Although he was well aware, Lin Imo still felt a little disappointed. Despite that, Lin Imo had obtained many spirit stones. So, he felt like he did not lose out. Our auction has come to a successful conclusion. Don't feel discouraged if you did not get your desired item. There will be another Tier 5 article in the next auction. As for whether it's martial arts or medicinal herbs, please come and see for yourself. Lin Imo turned around and left after leaving a cliffhanger. Even though the auction had already ended, the enthusiasm of the crowd still did not die down. This trip was not a waste at all. I actually got to see a Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique. As expected, the people from the Lin family are really different. With such a large sum of money and so many good items, their younger generation is indeed formidable. I think the biggest winner today is the Wolf Mercenary Group. With a Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique, they'll soon become the strongest force in Chushin Village. By the time everyone had dispersed, it was already midnight. Uncle Wang recorded the earnings. His face was full of excitement. Young Master Lin Imo, we've successfully auctioned off 5 items and earned a total of 44,000 spirit stones. That's roughly equivalent to the entire foundation of an ordinary mercenary group. Uncle Wang was rather shocked when he saw this number. His hands even trembled. He had never seen so many spirit stones in his entire life. On the other hand, Lin Imo was a little calmer. This was only the beginning. In the future, he would definitely earn more. The more resources he had, the more items he could auction off. Then, the system would hand out more rewards. As things snowballed, he would grow stronger and stronger. At that time, he would be able to obtain top-grade spirit stones effortlessly. Upon seeing Lin Mo's calm expression, Uncle Wang suddenly felt ashamed of himself. Nonetheless, his heart was filled with respect for the former. Uncle Wang, continue to collect items for the upcoming auction. I don't want anything below Tier 3. For items above Tier 4, buy them even if they cost a large sum of money. I'll be cultivating for the next few days. Don't disturb me if there's nothing urgent. Lin Imo had his own goals. He wanted to raise the quality of the auction house bit by bit. Furthermore, he would not reject any visitors. If they could attend, it meant they had money. This way, Lin Imo could earn a lot of spirit stones. After giving his instructions, Lin Imo once again went to the secluded place behind the auction hall and began cultivating. This time, he received 4 items from the system. They were the Worry-Free Fruit, Lookout Fish Egg, Chaos Pill, and Frost Sword Manual. Lin Imo immediately chose to refine the Worry-Free Fruit. The entire fruit floated in midair, and its emerald green color made it look like a high-quality jade. Through the light, one could see the plump and juicy flesh of the fruit. Then, as if it was being pulled by some unknown power, the fruit slowly entered Lin Mo's body. Extremely pure energy flowed through his extraordinary meridians, and Lin Imo was enveloped by an exuberant aura. Every single one of Lin Mo's meridians was being nurtured by the aura of life. He felt like he had been reborn. The spiritual energy within his body was like a surging tide, rising at an extreme speed. In an instant, Lin Imo leveled up to level 6. Lin Imo felt like he had opened the door to a new world, a realm where nobody had reached before. The energy within his body became orderly. As if an invisible large hand had appeared, it guided them towards a certain point. The massive amount of spiritual energy formed a whirlpool. It continuously absorbed and purified all matters. Faint light spots floated in the air. They gathered together before condensing into the shape of a small stone cube. This was the sign of a successful foundation establishment. Although the stone cube was very small, It contained the purest and most powerful energy. An ancient aura appeared from the bottom of the stone cube. Seemingly, a mysterious existence had been awakened. A pure golden color spread out throughout the entire area. It was filled with excellence, nobility, and greatness. An ordinary person's stone cube would be white in color. Linamo was different because he had a god-slaying body. His body allowed him to absorb the purest energy, thus creating the golden cube. This was also an indication of his powerful abilities. Sigh, the progress is still a little slow. Perhaps the resources collected at Chushin village are becoming less and less useful. If anyone heard Lin Mo's words, they would probably be angered to death. Only a few days ago, Linamo was still at level 1. Not only did he jump to the 6th rank in a short period of time, but he had also successfully built his foundation. A normal person would not be able to catch up with him even if they took a rocket. Even the world's most renowned genius would take an entire month. Lin Mo's speed was clearly abnormal. Suddenly, Linamo felt a strange life force fluctuation. It came from none other than the lookout fish egg. He took it out to have a look. There were faint ripples on the surface of the white fish egg. It seemed like there was an actual small fish swimming in there. The system did not provide much information about the fish egg. It was only said that the fish could swim in the wind. Nonetheless, the fish egg was still a Tier 6 top-grade item. It's likely to be strong. With a tap of Lin Mo's fingertip, milky white spiritual energy slowly flowed out. It was mixed with a faint golden glow. The spiritual energy quickly entered the fish egg. Linamo was unsure if he had mistaken, but the ripples on the surface of the fish egg appeared to be even more obvious. He allocated a portion of his life force to the lookout fish egg. Next, he only needed to wait for the fish egg to hatch. After that, Linamo continued to cultivate his frost sword technique. Coincidentally, the frost sword manual came in handy. The two complemented each other, and an amazing power was unleashed. The outcomes were divided into 3 stages: a small success, great success, and perfection. Linamo was very lucky because both the technique and manual's attributes were compatible. His cultivation went even smoother than the dragon elephant fist technique. As Linamo trained, the temperature around him became lower and lower. However, it did not seem to affect him. A few days later, pale blue ice crystals formed around Linamo. The ground was covered with a thin layer of ice. It almost felt like winter. From afar, it looked like he was wrapped in a gigantic ice cocoon. Rumble. There was a loud bang and countless ice crystals were shattered. A vertical light shot up into the sky and countless snowflakes scattered everywhere. At the same time, every single crystal was covered with chi. Linamo slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was cold and an icy aura surrounded him. It almost felt like he was the god of ice and snow. All his senses were sharper than ever, as though he was a sword. The air was also filled with killing intent. In just 5 days, he had already trained to the great success stage. Even if Linamo was to meet a level 7 expert, he could face them without any issues. At the same time, the lookout fish egg had also hatched. Linamo continued to meditate as the frost sword floated in midair. The divine weapon in front of him seemed to have been forged from ice and snow. At the same time, the blade reflected his sharp side profile and kept emitting a cold aura. This icy aura was completely absorbed by Linamo. It flowed through the various meridians in his body while constantly tempering with his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh. It was as if his blood was tainted by an extremely cold aura. At the same time, a white figure swiftly passed by Linamo. It was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with one's naked eyes. Upon closer inspection, the figure seemed to be the shape of a fish. It was very small, yet it did not seem to be restricted by anything. It came and went without a trace. Time went by as Linamo cultivated. It had already been 6 days since the last auction. There was still 1 more day before the next auction. After some calculations, Linamo slowly opened his eyes. The icy blue color in his eyes disappeared in an instant. It seemed like the entire space was enveloped by ice and snow. However, everything returned to normal in an instant. Linamo restrained his aura. All the spiritual energy returned to his body, and no changes could be seen based on his external appearance. In fact, Linimo looked no different from when he first arrived. Only he himself knew about his improvements. He was basically the strongest person in Chushin village. In fact, it would be hard to find someone that was on equal footing with him. Uncle Wang and Wu Jin had been waiting outside for a long time. Wu Jin looked at the sky and said worriedly, "What's the time?" Young master couldn't have forgotten about the auction, right? As far as Uncle Wang knew, Linimo was always punctual. The young master said that he would come out today. He'll definitely keep his word. Wu Jin and Linimo had not spent much time together, so they did not really know each other. Even after hearing what Uncle Wang said, Wu Jin was unable to relax. There's only one more day until the auction, I'm afraid. As the two of them were talking, they suddenly felt their surrounding temperature drop. It felt like a snowstorm was about to occur. Suddenly, Uncle Wang sensed an extremely familiar aura. He blurted happily, "It's the young master." As soon as he said that, Linimo appeared. His figure fluctuated, like an ice pine growing on a cliff. A cold aura swept over Uncle Wang and Wu Jin. They could not help but shiver. Although Uncle Wang and Wu Jin could not exactly gauge Linmo's strength, they knew that he was completely different compared to before. Uncle Wang's respect for Linmo grew even deeper. After all, he knew Linmo's background. His strength was originally far less profound than it was now. In such a short period of time, Linmo had advanced so much. The moment Linmo came out, it felt as if there was a blizzard. "Congratulations, young master. Your cultivation seems to have been successful." Wu Jin was following closely from behind. Linmo nodded indifferently. "How's the situation these few days?" "During the days you've been cultivating, the strength of various mercenary groups in Chushin village has gone through a change." At this point, Uncle Wang could not help but feel a little emotional. Before Linmo's arrival, the strength of the mercenary groups in Chushin village had remained unchanged. The three parties had always maintained a three-way balance, and no one could do anything to the other. Although they wanted to make a name for themselves, they lacked the opportunity. Linmo's arrival had stirred up a storm. The situation was no longer as stable as before. In terms of individual strength, the leader of the Dragon Tiger mercenary group is on par with the leader of the Wolf mercenary group. I wonder if the leader of the Wolf mercenary group has devoted himself to training the Dragon Elephant Fist technique. Of course, this was not the most important piece of news. Uncle Wang could not contain his joy as he said, "In the past few days, many foreign powers have come to Chushin village. They want to participate in the next auction." Uncle Wang had been extremely busy during the past few days. Although he was tired, he was happy. It had been a long time since he experienced such a lively scene. "That's good, but I will be leaving Chushin village soon." Wu Jin turned pale. "What? Young Master Linimo will be leaving soon?" Uncle Wang was not surprised. On the contrary, he had expected it. After all, Linimo was not an ordinary person. Clearly, Chushin village could not tie him down. That's right. After all, the resources in Chushin village are limited. They don't match up to the young master's potential. The young master should be free to venture into the skies. It was already troublesome to collect a Tier 4 item in Chushin village. Getting higher tier items was essentially impossible. Moreover, the Tier 4 items were simply inefficient for Linmo's current status. Staying in this village any longer would just be a waste of time and energy. Linmo had long-term goals. Even after hearing that Linmo would leave soon, Uncle Wang's enthusiasm was not dampened. He wanted to ensure the upcoming auction's success. After all, this was an opportunity to fulfill Linmo's wishes. "As per the young master's request, I've been collecting auction items non-stop these past few days. The locals no longer have any possessions that meet your requirements. Although there are quite a number of people here, most of them are foreigners. Hence, I've only managed to secure 3 items. First, a Tier 4 low-grade martial art ring blade technique. Secondly, a Tier 4 low-grade inner core of demonic beast, fierce tiger. Lastly, a Tier 4 high-grade gold thread big ring blade." Uncle Wang looked at Linmo worriedly. He had only collected a few items and was afraid that he had let his young master down. Although Linmo's expectations were not high, he could not help but feel a little disappointed after hearing Uncle Wang's words. As expected, he would not be able to obtain any good items from Chushin village. Even so, Lin Emo did not show any signs of his disappointment. Besides, these items were enough for the entire auction. So, he consoled Uncle Wang. It's all right. They're pretty good. Wu Jin rubbed his palms together. He was very confident in the upcoming auction. After patting his chest, he reassured Lin Emo, "Young master, don't worry. The atmosphere this time will definitely be more lively than before. I'll try my best to sell the items at a higher price." Cloud Arrival Inn at Chushin Village was the only inn within a radius of 100 miles. As night fell, the small inn welcomed a group of guests. Although they wore ordinary clothes, they emitted a murderous aura. Clearly, their hands were stained with countless amounts of blood. How else would they produce such an aura? The innkeeper hid in a corner. After the waiter served the dishes, he quickly hid as well. He was afraid to catch this group of people's attention. On the other hand, the group's target was not here, so they were not interested in causing trouble. They just drank large amounts of wine and ate big mouthfuls of meat. Even with such normal acts, they still gave off a murderous aura. The leader of the group had a long scar that ran through his entire face. Half of his face was curled up like a centipede. He looked absolutely ferocious and terrifying. The leader laughed coldly. His eyes were overflowing with killing intent. "Tui, that kid is really lucky. I can't believe he didn't die after that incident. Perhaps they didn't know that Lin Emo had some strength, so they just robbed him. They're really stupid to the extreme." These people were the group of bandits who had robbed Lin Emo previously. On the surface, they appeared to be robbing him, but in reality, they were sent to assassinate Lin Emo. "Boss, the leaders of those mercenary groups have auctioned off Lin Mo's items, and they said they're going soft on him. When the time comes, will they stop us?" Scarface spat out, "Huh, even if the leader is willing to help, nobody can protect the person I want to kill." The aura Scarface emitted was at least the peak of level 7. It was no surprise that he was not afraid of the mercenary groups. "I might as well just rob the auction house and kill Lin Emo." As he spoke, the scarred-faced man made a hand gesture of slitting someone's throat. His sinister laughter could clearly be heard, causing others to shudder in fear. At this moment, Lin Emo was still unaware of the impending crisis. The auction venue was packed with people. It was even more lively than before. Those who came late did not even have a seat. It was indeed a grand occasion. "The captain of the Dragon Tiger mercenary group is here." It was unknown who shouted this, but Li Yunfei walked in with large strides. His aura was steady and powerful while his eyes were like lightning, brimming with spirit. The crowd naturally made way for him. Everyone could see the changes in Li Yunfei's body. Leader Li is full of energy. He looks so extraordinary. I reckon his strength has already reached the peak of level 6. He's no longer inferior to the leader of the Wolf mercenary group. The people had guessed correctly. When Li Yunfei overheard their praises, the corners of his mouth unknowingly curved upwards. Shortly after, he came across Lin Emo. As if he had just seen a relative, Li Yunfei passionately greeted him. They actually seemed like good friends who had not seen each other for many years. In reality, this was only the second time they met. "Young Master Lin Emo, it's been a long time since we last met. Thanks to you, I've managed to improve my cultivation a little. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. Anyway, if you have anything good this time, keep it for me. After all, good water does not flow to outsiders' fields, Tien. It means keeping all the benefits to oneself or one's own family." Everyone was a little surprised to see Li Yunfei's excited and attentive expression. After all, he had always been arrogant. Who knew he had such a humble side? "Commander Xue Fu has arrived. The Lord of Qingyang City has arrived." A few unfamiliar faces entered. The auction house was like a moon surrounded by stars. Those people with power and position took the seats that were reserved for them. They are all foreign experts. I've heard of them, but I've never seen them in person. I didn't expect to see them here. Apparently, they all have peak level 6 strength. Some of them even have signs of breaking through. They're not inferior to Li Yunfei in any form. Everyone sighed. They did not expect so many powerful people to attend. However, the leader of the Wolf mercenary group was nowhere to be seen. Nonetheless, it was understandable. He must be cultivating the Tier 5 top-grade cultivation technique and was unable to spare some time. Even if he did not attend this auction, he would not lose out much. As everyone took their seats, Wu Jin walked to the center of the stage. The auction had officially begun. The first item is a Tier 4 low-grade inner core of Demonic Beast, Fierce Tiger. Starting price is 2,500 low-grade spirit stones. The inner core appeared to be milky white. It was floating in midair and was emitting a lustrous jade-like glow. There seemed to be starlight flickering within, nurturing the essence of the demonic beast. Previously, Li Yunfei had bid for a medicinal herb. He had yet to completely absorb the medicinal effects. So, this inner core was not of much use to him. In other words, he did not need it for the time being. After all, he could only chew on so much. It was better to save his spirit stones. Besides, the upcoming items may be more suitable for him. Not many people placed a bid. The first item was priced at 2,500 spirit stones, which many could not afford. The item is good, but unfortunately, it's not something that people like us can afford. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The person who called out that price was Zhao Junyu, the leader of Blood Harvest. Ding. The host has successfully auctioned a Tier 4 low-grade inner core of Demonic Beast, Fierce Tiger. Successful triggering of 100 times return. Obtained a Tier 5 low-grade inner core of Demonic Beast, Bao Hu. The second item is a Tier 4 high-grade gold thread big ring blade. Starting price is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. A golden blade appeared on the stage. The pressure emitted was enough to convince people that it was extraordinary. Li Yunfei's expression instantly changed. He looked like a wolf that had just smelled blood after a long time. A determined glint flashed across his eyes. That blade is basically tailor-made for me. Li Yunfei was known for his blade techniques. Recently, he had been struggling to find a suitable weapon. It caused him a lot of distress. A fitting weapon was needed for good performance. The gold thread big ring blade was a must for Li Yunfei. 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. The moment Li Yunfei opened his mouth, everyone stopped in their tracks. They knew that Li Yunfei specialized in using blades and did not want to compete with him. Besides, the price was soaring sky-high. In the end, Li Yunfei successfully bought the gold thread big ring blade. Ding. The host has successfully auctioned a Tier 4 high-grade gold thread big ring blade. Successfully triggered 100 times return. Obtained a Tier 5 low-grade weapon, crossblade. Although only 2 items had been auctioned, the atmosphere was very lively. It was essentially a mini-climax. After all, the auctioned items were not common. Furthermore, there were a lot of powerful people present. Those who did not manage to buy anything had their horizons broadened. This trip was not a waste. The patrons were discussing so enthusiastically with each other that no one noticed a group of uninvited guests arriving at the entrance. Only Lin Mo's sharp eyes spotted them. These people. He furrowed his brows. There was a lingering feeling that he had seen them somewhere before. Although these people were dressed in ordinary clothes, the aura they emitted could not fool anyone. Their viciousness and malevolence indicated that they had come with ill intentions, especially the scar-faced man in the lead. It's them. Aren't they the robbers who had killed the original soul of this body? They're the reason that I've transmigrated to this world. Uncle Wang noticed Lin Mo's strange behavior and asked, "Young master, what's wrong?" "Those people are the crooks who had robbed me back then." Upon hearing that, Uncle Wang's expression changed drastically. "I'm sure they did not come with good intentions. Should we?" Although the group of robbers had tried to restrain their aura, it still occasionally flowed out of their bodies. This was an indication of their strength. It was not low. Most of the people in the auction house were just ordinary folks. Even if there were quite a number of experts present, this situation had nothing to do with them. There was no need for them to get into any conflict. Don't worry, these people are nothing to be afraid of. Lin Mo had an indifferent look on his face. Based on his current level, this bunch of robbers was nothing but clowns. His words calmed Uncle Wang. The old butler believed in his young master. Lin Mo gazed at the group of robbers as if it was piercing through them. It seemed like new and old grudges would be settled at the same time. The group of robbers did not expect to be recognized so quickly. They casually found a place to sit, not knowing that all their movements were being tracked. Soon, the third item for auction made its appearance. The third auction item is a Tier 4 low-grade martial art ring blade technique. Starting price is 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Yunfei stood up excitedly. Since he had obtained the gold thread big ring blade earlier, this technique would certainly complement it. Without a doubt, his power would increase greatly. However, before he could speak, someone had already made the first bid. 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Yunfei could not help but be taken aback. From 6,000 to 60,000. Was the bidder insane? It was not some top-grade cultivation technique, so it was clearly not worth this price. Either this person had too much money to spend, or there was something wrong with his head. The crowd did not expect to hear such a price either, and the entire place fell silent. Everyone turned their heads to look at the bidder. It was none other than the Scarface man. He looked back at the crowd with a proud expression. Aren't they a group of robbers? Why are they here? Most people immediately recognized their identities. It filled them with fear and despair. The Scarface leader was especially memorable. Obviously, he was hard to forget with such a distinct feature. The Scar-faced robber was infamous in this vicinity. He and his group had robbed plenty of houses and committed all sorts of crimes. As long as they were paid well, they would accept any mission. They had no morals at all. Furthermore, this group of robbers was not afraid of death. They would fearlessly fight against the mercenary groups. Ordinary mercenary groups had suffered a lot under their hands, so even they would try to avoid them. The auction house fell into a deathly silence. Such a high price. Does he actually have that amount of spirit stones? After all, he only knows how to rob others. Someone spoke with dissatisfaction. His companion beside him was completely on edge. Sure, keep your voice down. Don't you want to live? Just as he finished speaking, Scarface's sinister gaze landed on him. The leader of the robbers made a cutting-throat gesture. His threat was self-evident. The two people were so frightened that they quickly lowered their heads, not daring to make another sound. As for the rest of the crowd, they did not utter a single word either. This group of robbers was deliberately looking for trouble. They raised the price to such an extent so no one else could participate. Wu Jin also understood the situation, so he did not continue with the usual procedure. I'm willing to pay the highest price. Hurry up and give me the item. The Scarface man urged Wu Jin. At the same time, he deliberately provoked him. Do you even know how an auction works? Although he said that, the leader of the robbers did not take out any spirit stones. Evidently, he was trying to get something for nothing. Wu Jin was caught in a dilemma and looked at Lin Imo. Give it to him. But Lin Imo gave Wu Jin a comforting look. Give it to him, but I won't let anyone leave without paying. These words were very direct. However, Scarface was indifferent when he received the item. He even pretended to be dumb. This was a very awkward situation. Lin Imo calmly said, Are you trying to go back on your words? The Scarface man snorted coldly and said in a confident tone, Your small auction house should feel honored for having me here. You dare to ask me for spirit stones? Lin Mo's pupils were clear and bright. He was not shaken at all. In fact, Scarface felt a faint chill when their gazes met, and he quickly looked away in an embarrassed manner. He said angrily, This is just a lousy auction house. Are you guys stupid? Why don't you all just directly rob it? Pay with actual spirit stones? Seriously? Lin Imo does not have any strength. He's merely fooling all of you. Everyone in the crowd looked at each other. They did not know how to respond. Scarface spitted disdainfully at the side. You're all a bunch of spineless fools. None of you even dare to make a move against this piece of trash. Upon hearing that, some people's expressions did change. As the Scarface man said, Lin Imo had never really shown his strength. In fact, he looked just like an ordinary person. How did an ordinary person like him manage to collect so many resources? He even got a Tier 5 item. Those thoughts filled some minds. Lin Imo had probably used some special method or magic tool to conceal his power level. At first, they thought Lin Imo was simply keeping a low profile. After hearing Scarface's words, they felt that something was a little strange. When the Blood Harvest leader, Qingyang City's lord, and other powerful patrons saw the tense atmosphere, they got a little excited. They were not local factions, so they did not mind if things fell into chaos. Moreover, they had no plans to participate in the feud between Linimo and the group of robbers. The more chaotic the situation became, the greater the possibility of them profiting. They might even be able to take a share of the spoils. On the other hand, Li Yunfei could not sit still. He shouted angrily, "You're going too far. There's no such thing as a free meal in this world." This caught Linimo off guard. He turned around and looked at Li Yunfei. There was a look of admiration and gratitude in the latter's eyes. Whoever dares to cause trouble here will have to face the Dragon Tiger mercenary group. Li Yunfei greatly admired Linimo because he stood up against the robbers all by himself. Moreover, the low-grade Tier 4 worry-free grass that he obtained from this auction house previously had brought him a lot of benefits. It even helped him reach the peak of level 6. The Scarface man had level 7 strength. Although Li Yunfei knew he was no match for him, he still wanted to help Linimo. It was a way of paying the latter back. He was willing to fight by his side. Scarface revealed a disdainful expression. "The Dragon Tiger mercenary group? You've only reached the peak of level 6. Yet, you dare to challenge me? You're digging your own grave." He continued to say ferociously, "To anyone else who isn't afraid of death, feel free to step forward." The crowd subconsciously lowered their heads. They dared not meet Scarface's gaze. Other than Li Yunfei, no one else stood up for Linimo. This was not unexpected. After all, when it came to life and death, no one was willing to meddle in other people's business. Scarface secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was infamous. Otherwise, if this many people joined forces, he might not be able to win. Linimo remained calm on the surface, but he was quite moved by Li Yunfei's righteous words. At the same time, he knew that after leaving Chushin Villager, he would face more danger as such or worse. So what if your level is higher than mine? We still don't know the outcome. Li Yunfei was the leader of the Dragon Tiger mercenary group. How could he allow others to look down on him? If word got out, not only him, but even the Dragon Tiger mercenary group would be shamed. Just as he was about to make a move, Linimo stopped him. "I appreciate your help, but I'll deal with him." But Li Yunfei was a little worried. However, before he could say another word, a white light appeared on Linimo's hand. A shadow jumped out rapidly, creating gusts of cold wind. The shadow was moving so quickly that almost no one could see it clearly. All of a sudden, they heard a scream coming from Scarface's group. "Ah!" The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. My face! My face!" One of the robbers had blood dripping down his face. A large piece of flesh had been torn off, revealing his white bones. It was a terrifying sight. There was a row of sharp teeth marks. It was likely that he had been gnawed on by some kind of animal. Despite that, nobody had seen such a mark before. Everyone could not help but touch their faces. They could almost feel the pain just based on the robber's cry. They kept looking around, but all they could see was a vague shadow. Even the outline of that creature was not apparent. What creature is that? It's so powerful. What's going on? Scarface did not even see how that thing attacked. Then, another wave of miserable cries could be heard. All his lackeys' faces had become completely unrecognizable. The scene was simply ghastly. Some of the robbers did not even have a single piece of flesh on their faces. Only teeth marks could be seen. The robbers fell to the ground after losing too much blood. "Be on guard. Everyone, don't panic." Scarface shouted hysterically, but it was ineffective. The robbers tried to escape. They were so desperate that they even trampled on their fallen comrades. The white creature kept following them like a ghost. Death was inevitable. Scarface could only watch helplessly as his companions fell one by one. He gathered all of his spiritual power and attempted to grab on the creature. However, the creature was simply too fast. It slipped off his hands every single time. Sometimes, his skills would miss and land on the other robbers instead. This caused them even more agony. The robbers who were still able to fight followed suit. All kinds of martial skills and spiritual power were released. Since they could not escape the creature, they might as well fight back. However, they could not even properly see its shadow, let alone hit it. The situation became more chaotic and the number of casualties increased. This scene made Scarblade exasperated. He had no choice but to ask for help from others. Who's willing to help us? However, the rest of the people avoided him like the plague. Before long, his surroundings were empty. The cries of the robbers rose and fell. Only Scarface was safe and unharmed. He was not attacked by the White Shadow. This was basically mental torture for him. A quick death was nothing, but his companions were dying in a tragic and painful manner. Even robbers who had been living on the edge for years were scared. Scarface had never felt so powerless. Large beads of sweat slid down his forehead. His eyes were bloodshot. He glared fiercely at Linimo. "This is your fault." Linimo looked completely calm. Clearly, he did not seem to care. An unprecedented chill rose in Scarface's heart. He realized that he had offended the wrong person. "What can you do to me?" That sentence was extremely lethal. The blood color on Scarface's eyes suddenly faded, and they turned pale instead. Still, he was an ambitious person. So once again, the Scarface man revealed a ferocious expression. "I want your life." Despite that, upon closer inspection, one could see his eyes were filled with fear. Scarface charged towards Linimo. Uncle Wong's heart was beating rapidly. He could not help but shout, "Young master, be careful." Linimo sneered. He could tell that Scarface was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. With a slight wave of his hand, a huge air current formed in the center. Scarface could not even get close. He instantly flew a few feet away. Everyone was dumbstruck. They thought that they were hallucinating. After all, Scarface was a level 7 powerhouse. Even Li Yunfei was no match for him. Yet, Linimo was able to defeat him with a wave of his hand. He did not even use any martial art or cultivation techniques. If he could deal with Scarface so effortlessly, one could only imagine how powerful he was. That's it. Everyone was in disbelief. They recalled Scarface's earlier claims. "You're telling me that he's an ordinary person? Who are you trying to fool?" The Blood Harvest leader, Qinyang City's lord, and the rest originally only thought of this situation as a show, but now, their expressions had turned serious. Their gazes toward Linimo were filled with curiosity and fear. "You." Surprisingly, Scarface was still able to stand up. After what Linimo had put him through, most people thought he was dead. Supposedly, Linimo was only a level 1 trash. How did he gain so much strength in such a short period of time? With a wail, Scarface spat out a mouthful of blood. It was unknown whether he was angry or shocked. "Look at those robbers." Suddenly, everyone realized that they could no longer hear the screams of the robbers. Only Scarface was left standing in the middle of the venue. Creak, crack. A bone-chilling sound rang out in the air. Scarface's body stiffened. He turned his head back in disbelief. The robbers who had come with him had already been gnawed on until only their bones were left. His eyes were wide open. It was as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. Any hope of him emerging victorious had been completely crushed. He said in a crazed manner, "This is impossible." At the same time, the white shadow in the air finally stopped moving. Its outline began to slowly take shape. The creature turned out to be an extremely large fish. White scales covered its entire body. They were as sharp as blades. When the fish swam, it could split the air in half. Steel-like fins were stuck to both sides of its body. They looked as thin as a cicada's wings, but they were actually indestructible. The most shocking thing was the fish's teeth. Without a doubt, they could crush a person's skull with a single bite. It's actually a fish. People had been trying to guess what type of creature could annihilate Scarface and his group. They never expected it to be a fish, as that did not make any sense. What kind of species is it? It's not restricted by land or water, and it's so ferocious. Even the most ruthless blackwater fish was nothing like it. Ordinary fish could only live in water. Once they got out, their attack power would be greatly reduced. If they stayed out for too long, they might even die. Scarface's eyes were filled with fear as he shouted, "Don't eat me. I'll tell you a secret." Linimo raised his eyebrows and walked over. "What secret?" At this moment, Scarface was heavily injured and did not have the strength to fight back. Thus, Linamo was not afraid of any sneak attacks. Scarface lowered his voice so no one could hear him. After whispering something, he tried to make a run for it. Linmo's expression changed slightly. Scarface knew that he would not be able to escape. His heart was filled with regret. Why did he accept this mission and provoke Linamo? Unfortunately for him, Linamo had no plans of being merciful. His eyes turned cold. You want to escape? It won't be easy. You lied to me. Scarface was filled with fear. The lookout fish began moving again. A white shadow got closer and closer to him. An image of a row of sharp fangs was the last thing Scarface saw before he lost consciousness. Ding-dong. A crisp sound could be heard. Then, a ring fell from Scarface's body. If the owner died, their belongings that were originally bound would be forsaken. Blood flowed on the ground like a small stream. It was rapidly absorbed and automatically entered the fish's body. The fish's white scales flickered with a faint red light. With that, the scene was no longer bloody. In fact, things looked very calm. It was as if nothing had happened. However, everyone who had witnessed the incident would probably remember it for the rest of their lives. Who knew the high and mighty Scarface would end up like this? Even his bones were not left behind. Everyone let out a sigh. This was the first time they had seen such a huge disparity in strength. Scarface was level 7. Yet, he did not stand a chance against Linamo. It was truly shocking. Even the Blood Harvest leader and Qingyang City's lord had dispelled their previous thoughts of wanting more chaos. He's so powerful at such a young age. It makes me feel ashamed. That's right. I believe that the auction house will continue to grow under his administration. In the future, it will dominate this area. The Lin family is really different. Linamo, if you ever need anything, just let us know. We will definitely do whatever we can for you. While everyone was praising him, Linamo calmly went to pick up Scarface's ring. There were also 10,000 low-grade spirit stones that he had previously robbed. In addition to his life savings, it was a total of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Linamo was instantly put in a good mood. He had basically become rich. Since he no longer lacked spirit stones, there was no need for him to auction off the Tier 5 top-grade Chaos Pill. I'm very sorry, everyone. Due to the unexpected incident, this auction has come to an end. His announcement caused an uproar. What's the meaning of this? Some people understood Linmo's decision. Although Scarface had been dealt with, the atmosphere had turned extremely awkward. Ding! Successfully triggered 50 times return. Obtained a Tier 5 top-grade Heaven and Earth Blade technique. Linamo was surprised to hear the system's notification in his mind. After all, he had yet to auction off the Tier 5 top-grade Chaos Pill. According to the system's recognition, even though the auction had failed, Linamo did fulfill his duties as an auctioneer. Hence, he was able to trigger a return. After figuring this out, Linamo took out the Heaven and Earth Blade technique and said, "Originally, I planned to auction this off, but I've changed my mind." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the Ring Blade technique that Scarface had basically mugged earlier. After that, he handed them both to Li Yunfei. "Here, these are for you." Li Yunfei was completely caught off guard. For a moment, he was unable to return to his senses. "Linamo, what are you doing? These are too valuable." "I can't." Linamo reaffirmed. "Li Yunfei, you had just bought the gold thread big ring blade, so you'll need some blade techniques. As I cultivate sword techniques, these two items are of no use to me. Please do not decline. Take them as my thank you gift." Li Yunfei's lips trembled. He was speechless for a long time. After all, he could not stand the injustice and merely said a few words. Linamo dealt with Scarface and the other robbers all by himself. Yet, he was the one receiving such valuable gifts. "I'm ashamed to accept them." "It's fine." The others were so jealous that their eyes turned red. Seeing that Li Yunfei was still declining, they wished that they could accept them on his behalf. At the same time, they felt extremely regretful. If they had stood on Lin Mo's side and spoke up for him, perhaps he would have given them a Tier 5 cultivation technique as well. A fate-changing opportunity was right in front of their eyes, but they did not seize it. A Tier 5 cultivation technique was definitely not common. Furthermore, it would cost a lot to get one. Quite a number of people in the auction house began hitting their chests and stomping their feet. They sighed and felt extremely regretful. In the end, since there was no way to decline, Li Yunfei finally accepted the gifts. Obviously, he was excited. He knew the value of these techniques in his hands and was extremely grateful towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo, if you ever need any help, just let me know. Don't treat me as an outsider. Li Yunfei's trip this time was not a waste at all. In fact, he had made a huge profit. He could not even close his mouth due to the happiness. Before everyone could compose themselves, Lin Mo's dropped another bomb. There is no such thing as an endless feast. Thank you all for your support. I will be leaving Chushin village soon. Although I have not been in the village for long, I won't forget the times I've had here. After all, Lin Mo had grown up a lot in this place. He could not help but feel emotional. Unfortunately, the resources from this place could no longer increase his strength. If he stayed here, it would be a waste of time. Moreover, he had just found out that Scarface and his group were actually sent by the clan to kill him. His existence was a stain of shame to the clan. Hence, there were some people who wished to get rid of him as soon as possible. However, there was nothing he could do with this piece of information. Lin Mo did not have any evidence. Even if he did, it was useless. They definitely had a high status in the clan if they dared to hire assassins to kill him. The family had already given up on Lin Mo, and they would not punish those with high positions for him. In this world, strength was the most important. The weak were destined to be bullied. A sense of danger rose in Lin Mo's heart. The person behind the scenes had failed this time, but they definitely would not give up easily. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible and prepare for the family competition in 3 months' time. At the same time, he had to avoid his pursuers. After all, their levels were unknown. Meanwhile, at the Lin family household, a number of respected elders had gathered together. Their gazes landed on the leader's seat. The second elder sat upright with an imposing manner. "What are you people doing? I heard that Lin Mo is still alive." The other elders looked at each other. They had no idea what was going on either. Those robbers that were sent to kill Lin Mo are at the peak of level 7. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with trash like him. To ensure a favorable outcome, they had dispatched experts to deal with Lin Mo. Things should have gone smoothly. Nobody expected it to turn out this way. Could it be that Lin Mo had already recovered? That's impossible. Even if he recovered, he shouldn't be a match for the robbers. Trash will always be trash. Everyone knew that there was a huge gap between levels 6 and 7. It was obvious who would emerge the victor. Nobody expected Lin Mo's cultivation to grow at such a terrifying speed. It was a pity that Scarface and his group were completely annihilated. They did not know what exactly happened. I heard that he got lucky and obtained a demonic beast. That must be it. Indeed, some people with low strength could subdue powerful demonic beasts through fortuitous encounters. This explanation was much more believable. This kid's luck isn't bad. The second elder had a dark and unfathomable expression on his face. His eyes were cold and cruel. He won't be so lucky next time. I have to get rid of him as soon as possible without anyone's knowledge. In that case, dispatch a level 9 expert. Once we find Lin Mo's location, we can instantly deal with him. Lin Mo had no idea that he was going to face another crisis. He was in a secret room behind the auction house, cultivating the Frost Sword Manual. It was a continuation. The resources obtained from the second auction were no use to him. Instead of wasting, he saved them for the Tier 5 low-grade inner core of a demonic beast, Bao Hu. They could be used for refinement. To an ordinary person, it was much more difficult to absorb the inner core of a demonic beast than medicinal herbs and pills. The latter two were more gentle in nature. On the other hand, demonic beasts tend to have violent temperaments. Their inner cores were contaminated with destructive qi. As a result, it was extremely difficult to absorb. Furthermore, if a person was not careful, their bloodline would expand. Then, it would explode, bringing death to the individual. However, this was not a problem for Lin Mo. After all, he possessed the god-slaying body. Everything could be swallowed and suppressed. Once he cultivated to the perfection stage, he could kill any god, even Buddha. The inner core of a small demonic beast was not difficult to absorb. Furthermore, it was only a low-grade Tier 5 demonic beast's inner core. Once again, the golden inner core became incomparably dazzling. Countless specks of light surged into Lin Mo's body. Shortly after, they gradually dissipated. The inner core became dull. Its originally golden exterior slowly turned gray. The spiritual energy within was swept away, and the essence was completely absorbed by Lin Mo. A layer of gas surged, and it rapidly rotated around him. Lin Mo's entire body was covered. Again, from a distance, he looked like an enormous white cocoon. The spiritual energy within his body was rapidly growing. He had reached level 7 in one go. Bang! An invisible substance poured out from within his body. At the same time, the frost sword cultivation technique was also circulating through his meridians and various major acupoints. Lin Mo breathed in and out. There was some sort of rhythm to it. A frosty aura spread out, causing the ground and walls to be covered in a thick layer of ice. The surrounding temperature was extremely cold. If an ordinary person were to step in without any protection, they would be severely injured. Worst-case scenario, their internal organs would be frozen, causing instant death. The frosty chi continued to assault Lin Mo. At this moment, he had achieved perfection and finished cultivating the frost sword manual. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. It was as if a violent snowstorm had swept over the world. However, in a blink of an eye, the ice and snow disappeared. Even the temperature returned to normal. Everything that had happened earlier almost felt like an illusion. Lin Mo did not refine the remaining resources. He only tidied up his things in preparation for the upcoming auction. After all, what he would encounter after leaving Chushin Village was unknown. If I encounter a level 8 or 9 powerhouse, I should be able to fight them. Lin Mo was not trying to brag. It was just facts. After mastering the Frost Sword technique and Frost Sword manual, his combat strength had increased exponentially. Furthermore, he still had quite a number of resources in his hands, such as the Tier 5 top-grade Chowpill, a Tier 5 low-grade crossblade, and more. In the future, he would be able to get even better items from the system. Additionally, Lin Mo had 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. He was very wealthy. This gave him the confidence to venture further and beyond. Uncle Wang and Wu Jin had been waiting outside for a long time. When Lin Mo appeared, the two of them said in unison, "Congratulations, young master. Your cultivation has improved once again." Lin Mo had been cultivating for a few days. During this period, many people came to visit or inquire about him. However, they were all rejected by Uncle Wang. Once again, Lin Mo was much stronger. This meant the time of separation was coming. As expected, he said, "Prepare to set off tomorrow." Uncle Wang did not utter a single word, but Wu Jin looked surprised. So soon? He wanted to say something else but hesitated. Lin Mo added, "Think about it carefully. Are you willing to come with me?" The two of them were about the same age. Uncle Wang came across Wu Jin by chance in Chushin Village. He was average in terms of strength and had no interest in cultivation. Wu Jin was tactful and had a good sense of humor. Thus, Uncle Wang thought he was suitable for the auctioneer position. Even though they had only spent a short time together, Lin Mo admired this young man very much. He reminded him of his past self. If he did not cultivate, being an ordinary person like Wu Jin was a good option. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, Wu Jin replied without hesitation, "I'm willing." He was afraid that Lin Mo would go back on his words. Although Wu Jin was not powerful, he had a good sense when it came to judging people. Lin Mo was definitely not an ordinary person. He had already seen his potential. Sooner or later, the young master would be on top of the world. Wu Jin wanted to be by his side before it happened. After all, it was a good opportunity. Naturally, he had to seize it. Before long, most of the people had heard about Lin Mo's departure. The village chief, Li Yunfei, Huang Keegan, and many others waited for him at the village entrance. "Lin Mo, please stop. I didn't expect you to leave so soon. Aren't you going to stay for a while longer?" Lin Mo shook his head. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I've made up my mind." The village chief was a little disappointed, but he also understood where Lin Mo was coming from. Chushin Village was too small and had limited resources. With the latter's current strength, he definitely would not stay for long. So, He put a warm smile on his face and took out something. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it. The village chief was confident that Lin Mo's future would definitely be bright. Ideally, he wanted to keep a good relationship with him as there would be many benefits. After all, Li Yunfei gained 2 top-grade articles by just defending the young man. Obviously, Lin Mo could not refuse. Li Yunfei gave Lin Mo a big hug. Brother, don't forget about me. If you need my help, I will instantly rush over. It doesn't matter even if I have to travel thousands of miles. If Lin Mo could auction off his items in a large town, he would surely make a big profit. This was an opportunity the people in Chuxin village did not have due to their limited assets. They could not compete with bigger factions. Anyway, be it Li Yunfei, Huang Keegan, or the others, they had all received Lin Mo's favor. Huang Keegan sighed. Originally, I wanted to have a good chat with you over some wine. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like I have the chance this time. I hope that we can meet again in the future. We will definitely get drunk together. He felt some regret in his heart and wished that he had attended the previous auction. If he had also stood up against Scarface, he could have received glorious rewards like Li Yunfei. In short, it was too late. Everyone had a regretful expression on their faces as they bid Lin Mo farewell. Uncle Wang's eyes were red. He wanted to follow Lin Mo, but he was already old and frail. Moreover, he was not suited for long journeys. There was no way Lin Mo could bring him along. Although he was sad about the separation, he was happy for Lin Mo. In a tearful voice, he said, "Young master, you must take good care of yourself." This old butler had given all his warmth and love to the young man. They were basically family. Without a doubt, he was a very important person in Lin Mo's life. Lin Mo even made up his mind to find medical pills for Uncle Wang to extend his life. Since Uncle Wang did not have a high cultivation level, he would only be able to live for another 10 years at most. "Oh right, what are your plans?" asked the village chief. Lin Mo had nothing to hide. He answered, "I'm heading to Qingyang City." Qingyang City was about the same size as Lin City. However, it was not like Lin City where the Lin family was dominant. Instead, there were 4 great families that kept each other in check. Additionally, it was a place where merchants would gather. This was thanks to its geographical location. Thus, the city was rich in resources. There were many experts there as well. Most of them were crouching tigers or hidden dragons, Tian, people with special hidden talents. The village chief nodded. It's a good place. Actually, there was another reason why Lin Mo picked Qingyang City. He wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible and avoid his family's assault. Hence, he planned to bypass Lin City and go straight to Qingyang City. Everyone was reluctant to part with Lin Mo, but they could only wish him well. Someday, their paths would cross again. Lin Mo and Wu Jin's figures gradually disappeared into the distance and from everyone's sight. The green city gate was somewhat discernible. It was like a towering mountain range. The grayish-white walls looked worn out. Some parts had even fallen off and become mottled. These were all traces of time. Even so, it was difficult to conceal its former grandeur. There was a stone tablet covered in moss not too far away. The word Qingyang was written on it. Since the word was written with dragon and snake-like strokes, it exuded an ancient charm with indescribable pressure. Apparently, it was personally written by the first Qingyang City Lord and had 100 years of history behind it. Qingyang City is just in front of us. Lin Mo and Wu Jin could not help but quicken their steps. They arrived at the city gate, and after paying a certain amount of spirit stones, both of them successfully entered the city. Come and take a look. This fur belonged to a Tier 3 demonic beast. It's impervious to weapons, water, and fire. It's most suitable to be made into a defensive robe. Recovery pills are essential when traveling. Try one, and you'll definitely want another. Sky Splitter, Star-Shattering Hammer, and top-grade weapons are on sale. Don't miss this opportunity. There were hawkers everywhere. They filled up both sides of the street and were lined up in a row. It was a lively sight with people coming and going. Wu Jin rarely went on long journeys. His eyes could barely keep up with everything. He looked around and said excitedly, "There are so many things here." On the other hand, Lin Mo was much calmer. It was a little strenuous to collect Tier 3 items in Chuxin Village. However, they were not particularly precious here. This was enough to show that the city had an abundance of resources. My decision to come to Qingyang City wasn't wrong. Perhaps it was because of the unfamiliar environment, but after his excitement died down a little, Wu Jin became cautious. Young master, what should we do next? Linimo already had plans. Since they were new to the city, they did not know the prices of things. Go and get more information about Qingyang City and its clans. Wu Jin was a little worried. With his level of strength, anyone could easily kill him. Finding more information and returning safely would be an issue. Linimo noticed he was anxious, so he added, "Don't worry, I'll get the lookout fish to protect you." Even if the lookout fish could not beat Wu Jin's opponent, they could still escape because of the fish's speed. Lin Mo's words reassured Wu Jin. Anyway, Lin Mo walked towards the center of Qingyang City. He wanted to see if there were any good shops. The center was the most bustling area. However, there were fewer pedestrians. It was not as lively as earlier. The people walking around this place were all well-dressed. With just a glance, one could tell that they were wealthy. Lin Mo's clothes were ordinary, making him seem a little out of place. His luck was pretty good, and he found a medium-sized auction house that was not doing well. The owner wanted to sell it off. After explaining his purpose, the staff hesitated for a moment before letting Lin Mo in. It was probably because his clothes were ordinary and his body did not emit a strong aura. When the owner looked at Lin Mo, he had a disdainful expression on his face. "What brings you here? Do you want to just look around? This is not a refugee camp." The staff who had let Lin Mo in felt awkward. He said that he wanted to buy the auction house. The owner glanced at Lin Mo and continued to look down on him. Him? He could go bankrupt by just buying the bricks in that corner. Although he was ridiculed, Lin Mo stayed calm. He was used to people looking down on him. How many spirit stones? 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The owner casually announced the price, thinking that it would scare Lin Mo away. He patiently waited for Lin Mo to reveal an embarrassing expression, but when that did not happen, he said in a sarcastic tone, "Is this a wet market to you? The price is not as cheap as cabbages. Why didn't you ask around?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Mo interrupted him. "Count and see if there's enough." He handed the owner his interspatial ring. The owner immediately recognized the item to be at least tier 7. His expression quickly changed. After all, no ordinary person could afford such a ring. Lin Mo took out 100,000 low-grade spirit stones without even batting an eye. The owner did not expect something like this to happen at all. In any case, the location of this auction house was not bad. There were already a few people who had inquired about the price, but they felt that it was too expensive. Thus, nobody bought it. Who knew that Lin Mo would agree to this price? "You really want to buy it?" Lin Mo did not want to further waste his breath. So, he directly asked, "Is it enough?" The owner stammered, "It's enough." Now, he felt embarrassed for mocking Lin Mo. This young man in front of him had just transformed into his biggest customer. He tried to say something to remedy the situation. "Previously, I didn't know." Before he could even finish his words, Lin Mo interrupted indifferently, "All right then, this is my territory now. You can scram." His words were not polite at all. However, it was the owner's own fault for looking down at him earlier. His face turned red. Lin Mo was probably a rich and powerful person with an impressive background. Offending him would be a bad idea. Hence, the owner could only swallow his anger and walk out of the auction house. The commotion earlier had attracted a crowd. People began to wonder about Lin Mo's identity. No wonder the owner had to sell the auction house. He was so tactless and mean. I bet he offended many people. It would be strange if he still had business. I wonder if the new owner can bring this auction house back to life. The people surrounding the auction house were discussing among themselves. They had a rough understanding of the original owner's temper. Based on what they said, it seemed that the auction house declined because of his horrid personality. Besides, the auction house was situated in a good location. There was no way it struggled for no reason. Anyway, after hearing the auction house was under new management, people came to check it out. Lin Mo took this opportunity to build up momentum for his first auction in Qingyang City. "Our auction house will have Tier 5 top-grade resources. We await your patronage. This announcement caused quite a stir. Even in Qingyang City, there were not many resources at this grade. Really? Tier 5 top-grade resources? Is he just bragging? This person took out 100,000 low-grade spirit stones without batting an eye. It should be true. He wouldn't lie unless he had no plans of continuing his business. Exactly. No one would do something so foolish to ruin their reputation, right? There are two large-scale auction houses in this city, and they form a barrier between each other. One of them belongs to the royal family, while the other belongs to the Miao family. Is he actually from one of them? Everyone was speculating about Lin Mo's background. He was basically shrouded in a layer of mystery. They were excited for this auction house to be reopened. Just as Lin Mo was reorganizing the auction house, Wu Jin and the lookout fish returned. At first, Wu Jin thought the lookout fish had brought him to the wrong place. When he saw Lin Mo, he was quite taken aback. Wu Jin could not help but ask, "What is this place?" "The auction house that I just bought." Upon hearing that, Wu Jin's expression turned dreamy. "I think I haven't woken up yet." Pa! A crisp sound could be heard. The lookout fish swung its tail mischievously and hit Wu Jin on his face. A wave of coldness swept over him, waking the wistful man up. Who knew that Lin Mo would take over such a large auction house in such a short period of time? In comparison, the auction house in Chushin village seemed insignificant. It was like heaven and earth. There was no competition. Wu Jin got extremely excited. He looked around the place like a child in a candy store. When he thought about how he could auction items in such a large venue, he became a little eager. "How's the situation on your side?" Lin Mo's voice pulled him back to reality. Wu Jin rubbed his head embarrassedly. He almost forgot about official business. There are a total of 4 great families in Qingyang City. They are the Wang family, the Du family, the Huang family, and the Miao family. The strength of each family's head is peak level 9. There's also the possibility of elders in the family who have already broken through. Most of these elders cultivated behind closed doors and had not made a move for decades. Other than the core members of the family, ordinary people would not be able to get more detailed information about them. Wu Jin's expression became a little mysterious. Additionally, I've heard that these 4 big families are all related to the royal family in the imperial city. They keep sending top-quality resources to them. All the outstanding disciples of the family will also be recommended to the royal family. Among them, the Miao family is the most high-profile and powerful. Apparently, the Miao family has a unique secret manual that allows them to complete the refinement of medicinal pills, herbs, and inner cores of demonic beasts. Even the resources that many of the younger generations of the royal family used for cultivation were provided by the Miao family. Therefore, the resources that the Miao family provide to the auction house does not lose out to those the royal family used. Wu Jin was overwhelmed with emotions. He did not expect Qingyang City to have so many hidden talents. The other 3 families kept a low profile. It's difficult to obtain more detailed information. However, they have connections with the royal family. This means they have their own strengths. Perhaps they could breed demonic beasts or own exclusive martial arts manuals. Maybe they can even tamper with weapons. After listening to Wu Jin's explanation, Lin Mo had a rough understanding of Qingyang City's circumstances. Oh, that's right. Wu Jin seemed to have remembered something. The lookout fish can completely turn invisible in the air, but when I was out and about, it appeared to have been seen by someone. These words immediately piqued Lin Mo's interest. Oh, there's actually someone with such abilities? Even though they had only brushed past each other, Wu Jin could still clearly remember that person's gaze. It was filled with pressure, so he left a particularly deep impression. Wu Jin nodded and said, "Although I don't know that person's identity, I did memorize his appearance." Lin Mo did not take it to heart. There were countless powerful people in Qingyang City. It was not strange that a few of them were able to discover the lookout fish. Oh right, the previous owner's staff are still working in this auction house. Take good care of them and avoid unnecessary trouble. Also, see if they can carry out their tasks properly. They must pass based on your standards. Wu Jin was Lin Mo's only attendant. He did not have enough manpower. So, for the time being, he decided to keep the previous staff. After all, The next auction was imminent. He might as well make do with him for now and slowly work his way up. These people had worked in the auction house for a long time, so they should be familiar with the process. They probably did not need further training and could immediately resume their posts. This would save Lin and Mo quite a bit of time. Despite the heavy responsibility, Wu Jin was clearly thrilled. "Don't worry, young master. Leave it to me." The news about the Tier 5 resources in Lin Mo's auction spread quickly. A few days later, the auction was officially held. Many young disciples from the 4 great clans came to participate. The venue was extremely lively. People were exchanging greetings and boisterous voices could be heard at all times. Although this popularity could not be compared to large-scale auctions, it was not bad. Besides, it was the first time Lin and Mo was holding an auction in Qingyang City. "Looks like there are quite a number of people here." "That's right. Apparently, there are Tier 5 resources. So, I came to join in the fun. I don't know if it's true, but this auction is being held by a new owner. His background is quite mysterious. What connection does he have with the royal family? He might really have some good stuff." "Connection with the royal family? I've not heard of such news. It's not a lie, right?" Regardless of the rumors were true or not, everyone was looking forward to the auction. There were already several people sitting in the first few rows. "Look." Someone with sharp eyes noticed that an old man was sitting in the front row. His aura was stable and did not have any fluctuations. He seemed to be an ordinary person. However, no ordinary person would be sitting in the first row. Most auction houses were very particular about their seatings. Those who were able to sit in the first row were either powerful people or those with high status and background. "Isn't that Butler Zhang from the Royal Auction House? Why is he here? Does this auction house really belong to the royal family?" "I don't think so. Perhaps Butler Zhang is only here to take a look." While everyone was discussing, the old man remained calm and composed. There were also 2 pretty women who stood out. They were wearing dresses with yellow and golden butterfly patterns. Both of them looked lively and cute. Not only were they wearing the same clothes, but they looked identical as well. It was like looking at a mirror reflection. Many people were attracted to their appearances. They kept staring at the 2 women. The twins were the daughters of the Huang family. Their names were Huang Zhiyun and Huang Zhiro. Most people could not tell them apart if just based on their looks. In reality, they had very different personalities. The lively and charming younger sister was Huang Zhiyun, while the mature older sister was Huang Zhiro. Huang Zhiyun looked around with her dark eyes. "Elder sister, why did we come to this place? Is the royal family's auction house not good enough?" "I came to take a look because I heard there are Tier 5 resources here." Sitting not too far away from them was the eldest and only son of the Miao family, Miao Yin. When people saw him, a disdainful expression would appear on their faces. "I didn't think that he would come as well. Doesn't their family have an auction house? Why is he here?" It turned out that Miao Yin had an arrogant personality. He was the strongest among the younger generation. In addition to his extraordinary background, he could basically do whatever he wanted. One person could not help but ridicule him. "Of course he's strong. Other families had multiple children. He's the Miao family's only child and is favored by the royal family. Naturally, they are going to spend everything to nurture him." The person's companion tugged at his sleeve, hinting for the latter to speak less. Miao Yin was a picky person. Obviously, he did not think much of the auction house. "This place is small and shabby. It's not even half as good as my family's auction house." Those who wanted to suck up to him immediately complimented. "That's only natural. How can such a place satisfy young Master Miao? Just treat it as a show." Miao Yin then turned his gaze to the Huang sisters. He said eagerly, "What a coincidence. The 2 sisters are here too." Huang Zhiyun secretly rolled her eyes. She did not say anything. Huang Zhiro nodded at Miao Yin and said, "Young Master Miao is here too." Miao Yin was overjoyed that Huang Zhiro spoke to him. "There's probably nothing good here. Instead, you should come to our clan's auction house. It's much better." Clearly, the 2 sisters did not like Miao Yin either. However, due to the Miao family's reputation and the delicate relationship between the 4 great clans, they had no choice but to tolerate him. Huang Zhiyun said abruptly, "The auction is about to begin. Young Master Miao, you should return to your seat." Miao Yin looked embarrassed and returned to his seat awkwardly. Of course, no one dared to laugh at him. After he left, Huang Zhiro looked at Huang Zhiyun with a disapproving expression. How can you talk to him like that? Miao Yin is very powerful. It's very easy to offend him. Huang Zhiyun snorted coldly. I can't stand him. In fact, I hate him to death. He looks like a starving dog whenever he speaks to us. The person sitting behind them saw the commotion. He could not help but let out a low laugh. That person was none other than Du Wan, the illegitimate son of the Du family. He's not favored by his family and is also the weakest among the younger generation. Du Wan is probably only at the peak of level 6. However, I heard that he controls a very powerful demonic beast. Sitting beside Du Wan was the illegitimate son of the Wang family, Wang Qing. He was in a much better position than Du Wan because the Wang family only had him and his brother. The Wang family treated the two of them equally and did not show any favoritism. Thus, he turned out to be rather honest and loyal. He even made quite a few friends. Du Wan and Wang Qing's gazes met. They both nodded and smiled at each other. The auction had yet to begin, but Linimo had already gathered some useful information. The corners of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. Looks like this auction will be interesting. Most people that attended from the 4 great clans were the younger generation. The only older person was probably Butler Zhang from the royal family. They could not help but be intrigued by this auction. After all, not just anyone could promise Tier 5 resources. Lin Mo's sudden appearance also attracted a portion of people. After discovering that it was only his first day in the city, they became even more curious. It was the main reason why the members of the 4 great clans sent their juniors to check on the situation. The number of people who attended was not small. Even the crowd back in Chixin Village was no competition. It was also the first time Wu Jin had seen such a huge crowd. This made him a little nervous. On the other hand, Linimo was completely composed. After looking at him, Wu Jin managed to calm down. Wu Jin looked around and saw Du Wan. He immediately revealed a surprised expression. He was the one who saw the lookout fish on the street. Linimo also turned his attention to Du Wan. The latter looked rather ordinary. The Du family should be the ones who were good at raising demonic beasts. Otherwise, only strong people or those with special abilities could spot the lookout fish. Du Wan definitely belonged to either category. Upon seeing that most of the guests had arrived, Linimo signaled for the door to be closed. As Wu Jin went up on stage, the crowd settled down. Thank you all for coming. There are a total of 2 items up for auction this time. When they heard Wu Jin's words, the crowd burst into an uproar. What? Only 2 items? That's too little, isn't it? How shabby. The Royal Auction House would have at least 5 items that are Tier 4 and above. Many people looked disappointed. They lost their confidence in Linimo and did not want to waste their time any further. This was a wasted trip. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to other auction houses. The owner claims to have Tier 5 resources, but even that might be a lie. Yeah, I even heard that he had a connection with the Royal Auction House. If that's true, why would things turn out to be so disappointing? We've been fooled. Many people were angry. They turned around and took off. In a blink of an eye, at least half of the seats in the auction house became empty. Those who stayed were in the mood to watch the show. Well, I have nothing to do anyway. I'll see if there are any actual Tier 5 resources. If not, I can just leave later. Wu Jin was anxious, but his expression did not change. This was something that he had learned from Linimo. In fact, Linimo had already predicted such an occurrence. So, he had warned Wu Jin beforehand. The first item up for auction is a Tier 5 low-grade crossblade. Starting price is 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. After Wu Jin announced that, an attendant walked out with a tray and lifted the velvet cloth on it. There was a cold glint as though a crescent moon had appeared before everyone's eyes. One could even see their own reflection on the blade. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's a good blade. The aura emitted by the crossblade confirmed that it was a genuine Tier 5 weapon. There was no way it could be fake. Originally, Miao Yin had an indifferent expression on his face. Once he saw the blade, that completely changed. An undetectable dark light flashed across his eyes. Most items that were auctioned in other auction houses were more or less the same. However, Lin Mo appeared out of thin air and presented something different. Naturally, it attracted a lot of people's attention. I never expected there to be an actual Tier 5 weapon in this auction. If it was sold at the royal family's auction house, the starting price would be at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The remaining audience was ecstatic. Since the price was not too high, and there were not as many people as before, they might actually have a chance to compete. 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. 7,500 low-grade spirit stones. People began bidding. Wang Qing could not help but sigh. That blade is made from the best black iron and it's extremely sharp. It's also indestructible. Unfortunately, the craftsmanship is a little lacking. However, that did not affect the power of the crossblade, and Wang Qing was determined to obtain it. 11,000 low-grade spirit stones. Following his bid, the entire venue fell silent. After all, he was from the Wang family and they had a lot of assets. There was no way an ordinary person could compete. On the other hand, the members from other families were not as keen on the cross-blade. After all, their own equipment was on par if not better. As for the Huang sisters, they did not use such weapons. Wang Qing's bid was the highest. The blade was sold to him for 11,000 low-grade spirit stones. The second item up for auction is a Tier 5 top-grade chaos pill. Starting bid. Before Wu Jin could finish his words, Miao Yin stood up from his seat. He said mockingly, "I thought it was something worthwhile, but it's just a chaos pill. Such an item is so common and ordinary." Due to his words, the previously lively atmosphere turned cold. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Although what he said was a little exaggerated, it's more or less the truth. In the Miao family's auction house, you can see a Tier 5 top-grade medicinal herb or pill every couple of months. Miao Yan's provocation made Wu Jin angry. He clenched his teeth. Even if he knew that Miao Yin was here to cause trouble, there was nothing he could do. Helpless, he could only say, "Starting price is 6,000 low-grade spirit stones." Originally, Lin Mo wanted to use the crossblade to excite the crowd. That way, the price of the chaos pill would rise. However, with Miao Yan's interference, the opposite happened. Worse still, no one even placed a bid. Everyone looked hesitant at the chaos pill and Miao Yan. They did not want to offend either party. Nonetheless, it was only a top-grade Tier 5 pill. Although it was rare, it was not something the audience did not possess. Offending the Miao family because of this would not be worth it. Wu Jin was a little anxious. After all, there were only 2 items to be auctioned. If one of the items was not sold, it would obviously be a loss for the auction house. Suddenly, someone called out, 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was Du Wan. This was completely unexpected. Miao Yan's expression instantly darkened as he fiercely glared at Du Wan. However, Du Wan was not afraid at all. He looked at Lin Mo and said, "I hope that we can become friends. In the future, we could exchange breeding experience." It turned out that he was very interested in Lin Mo's lookout fish, which explained his action. Miao Yin smiled coldly and said, "As expected of an illegitimate son, who is not even worthy of being mentioned in public. All you do is bootlick others." His words were directed to both Lin Mo and Du Wan. Lin Mo's eyes turned deep and dark like a ball of burning flame, but his expression was calm. "In order to thank everyone's support, I have decided to auction something from my personal stash. Tier 6 top-grade martial art, Frost Sword Manual. Starting price is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." Those words dropped like a heavy bomb. Miao Yan's expression rapidly turned ugly while the others were in utter shock. "What? A Tier 6 top-grade martial art? I didn't expect this. It's an extremely rare existence even in the royal family's auction house." As Lin Mo took out the Frost Sword Manual, his fingertip released a spiritual force that landed on the light blue cover. Promptly, an invisible icy current spread out from the center of the stage. Everyone could clearly feel the temperature around them dropping. The light blue crystals covered the entire stage, making the scene look very dreamy and surreal. It was as if they were in a world of ice and snow. When the cold wind blew past, it jolted everyone back to reality. Such a powerful aura. It's definitely a Tier 6 top-grade martial art. Everyone was thrilled. They were like wolves who had seen meat after a very long time. Their gazes were fixated on the Frost Sword Manual. A Tier 6 top-grade martial art was something that could only be found by chance. Even the Huang sisters could not sit still. This sword manual would be of great use to them. They had to bid for it. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. As expected, everyone began bidding hysterically. In just a few seconds, the price had already soared to over 30,000. Other than Miao Yan, everyone else who had some assets participated in the bidding. Duan and Wang Qing also wanted to obtain this cultivation technique, but in the end, the twin sisters won at the price of 41,000 low-grade spirit stones. Wu Jin announced, the Tier 6 top-grade martial art, Frost Sword Manual, has been bought by Huang Zhiyun and Huang Zhiro. The crowd could not calm down for a long time. They did not expect such a turn of events. Lin Amo struck the iron while it was hot. The next auction will be in a week. Thanks to the Frost Sword Manual, Lin Amo became famous in Qingyang City. After the auction ended, everyone started asking about his identity. His auction house actually has a Tier 6 resource. To boot, it's a top-grade martial art with potent lethality. I've never heard of him before. He just suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Apparently, on his first day in the city, he took over the poorly operated auction house. He didn't even bat an eye and took out 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Could he be a descendant of some reclusive family? Who knows, he might have something to do with the royal family. Those who left the auction early immediately felt regret. If they had been a little more patient, the outcome might have been different. Meanwhile, Lin Amo was completely unaware of these discussions. He was happily chatting with Duan. The latter was a straightforward person. After the auction ended, he found Lin Amo, and the both of them instantly got along. They had already become friends. I was trying to find the owner of the lookout fish, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Duan was extremely familiar with demonic beasts. With a glance, he could tell that Wu Jin was not the actual owner, and the lookout fish was only protecting him. After seeing Lin Amo, he felt a similar aura coming from his body. So, he guessed Lin Amo was the actual owner. On the other hand, Wu Jin was a little curious. He could not help but ask, "How did you know that I'm not the real owner of the lookout fish?" Duan revealed a mocking expression and teased, "When you sat on the fish, you looked like you were about to vomit. The lookout fish clearly despised you. Moreover, your cultivation level is not high." Lin Amo laughed out loud. "Looks like you have to cultivate properly. If not, even the fish will loathe you." Wu Jin widened his eyes. "It wouldn't dare. Otherwise, I'll make braised fish tonight." An afterimage flashed through the air. Wu Jin felt a cool sensation on his face. It was a little painful, as if he had been slapped by something. There were clearly fin marks on his face. Obviously, it was the lookout fish's masterpiece. When was the lookout fish released? Wu Jin cried out and fled in a sorry state, avoiding the lookout fish. Lin Amo and Duan could not help but laugh out loud. Of course, the lookout fish was only fooling around with Wu Jin. If it actually wanted to harm him, it would have done so long ago. The lookout fish's speed left Duan in awe. "I've never seen a fish that can move so fast. It can even survive in the air." The atmosphere was filled with joy. However, Lin Amo did not know that he had attracted the attention of several major factions. Once Butler Zhang returned, he immediately sent a message to the royal family. At the same time, the Miao family members were gathered in the meeting hall. Other than Miao Yin, there was also his father, Miao Jian. A few important elders of the family were there as well. "Yin, didn't you just return from that auction house? Why do you have such a hurried expression on your face? You even said that you had something important to report. What is it?" Miao Jian was puzzled. He did not know why Miao Yin had requested for so many people to gather. "Father, didn't you ask me to check out the situation at the auction house? Not only was there a chaos pill that would affect our auction house's business, but there was also a Tier 6 top-grade martial art. This was the reason Miao Yin reacted so strongly when the chaos pill was brought out. Not only did he provoke Lin Amo, but he even mocked him. It turned out that the chaos pill was almost an exclusive resource for the Miao family's auction house. It was very rare for other auction houses to obtain such a thing. The Miao family was tyrannical. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble with them. If someone managed to obtain a chaos pill, they would choose to auction it at the Miao family's auction house over any other. Lin Mo's action was equivalent to slapping the Miao family's face. What? He actually brought out a Tier 6 resource. Won't this affect the business of our Miao family's auction house? The chaos pill was still considered a small matter. After all, the Miao family did not only rely on that sole item to earn money. Instead, the more important thing was the latter. Even their auction house had limited Tier 6 resources. Lin Mo auctioning the Frost Sword Manual attracted everyone's attention. Furthermore, it laid a solid foundation for his popularity. Basically, he had killed two birds with one stone. Regardless of whether he would have such good resources in the future, his reputation had already been established. What should we do? The Miao family had extremely overbearing traits. They would not let others overshadow them. Although they could not directly stop the other smaller auction houses, they would use every method at their disposal to suppress them. Lin Mo's appearance undoubtedly displeased them. The first elder looked at some information that he had just gathered. So, Lin Mo comes from the Lin family. Miao Yin had obviously heard of the Lin family's name. The Lin family from Lin City? If that's the case, then we won't be able to do anything to him. The first elder laughed coldly. Lin Mo isn't favored by the Lin family. He's just trash that's been abandoned. In fact, if we get rid of him, the Lin family might even thank us. The second elder was puzzled. Then how did he obtain the Tier 6 top-grade martial art? The Lin family members aren't fools. Why would they give it to him? The first elder was evidently displeased at the second elder's doubts. This news came directly from the Lin family. If you don't believe me, send someone to investigate. Maybe he had a fortuitous encounter on the way. The Miao family was clearly not fond of Lin Mo. A ruthless look flashed across the first elder's eyes. Lin Mo can only blame himself. Qingyang City is our turf. In the next few days, Lin Mo's auction house was visited by an abundance of people. Most of them wanted to auction off their items. Wu Jin said excitedly, "Since our first auction was a huge success, many people are already aware of our existence." Furthermore, Lin Mo's commission fee was much lower compared to other auction houses. A person would be able to earn more profit. It was not that complicated. However, Lin Mo's actions had broken some unspoken rules. In this city, the auction house's power and position had long been fixed. Since he was a new member, he did not belong to any major power and was supposed to remain at the lower end. Although the major families did not make any movements yet, Lin Mo believed that they would not sit idly. There might be conflicts in Chushin village, but it's still relatively harmonious. However, things are different in Qingtang City. It's easier to cause trouble. Wu Jin understood the meaning behind his words. "Young master, are you worried that someone will come and cause trouble for us?" Lin Mo's eyes had a hint of solemnity in them. Try to recall Miao Yan's actions. He definitely won't let things go so easily. Upon thinking that, the joy on Wu Jin's face gradually faded away and was replaced by concern. Then what should we do next? Lin Mo was extremely optimistic. "We'll deal with it as it comes. If anyone wants to pick a fight, just bring it on. I am not afraid." Lin Mo had never been a timid person. Moreover, he had the system on his side. He could easily adapt to any situation. Additionally, they were not in a lawless city. Those people would not dare to go too far. Unfortunately, Lin Mo had underestimated the sinister nature of the human heart. Lin Mo had been constantly receiving auction items. At the same time, he was also getting along well with other auctioneers. On the other hand, the four great clans stayed quiet. Wu Jin tried to get some information but failed. This made Lin Mo feel very uneasy. Am I overthinking? No. Lin Mo shook his head. Based on Miao Yan's actions, he had a rough idea about his personality. Moreover, the Miao family valued their pride the most. There was no way they would stay indifferent. This was basically a calm period of time before the storm. Lin Mo did not take any action either. All he did was spend his free time cultivating. It was nighttime. The moon could barely be seen and the stars were sparse. As for the skies, They seemed to be covered by a black curtain. There was hardly any light. Most people had already slept. Meanwhile, a black shadow sneaked into the auction house. He was like a ghost traveling in the dark. It was difficult to spot him. This man was actually a bandit from the Level 9 Foundation Establishment faction. The bandit snuck into the auction house's warehouse. There was a dazzling array of items on the shelves. He could not help but click his tongue. He had already collected so many auction items in such a short time. The bandit's hands did not stop moving. In just a short time, all the auction items were transferred into his bag. While he was busy working, the bandit did not notice a layer of faint frost forming on the ground. It was probably because the light was too dim. Huh? Why did it get chilly all of a sudden? The thief almost sneezed. He sensed an impending danger and rolled to the side. Even so, a sharp sword aura had cut through his clothes and the faint smell of blood was in the air. It was as if the air had been sliced into half by a sharp blade. The bandit turned his head around with lingering fear. There was a black shadow standing behind him. If he reacted any slower, his injury would have definitely been worse. Who is it? Linimo held the frost sword in his hand. A small drop of blood slid down the blade. In a blink of an eye, it was frozen into a blood-colored ice crystal. Haha, I thought it was something serious. It turns out to be just a little mouse. Hearing this calm tone, the bandit could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Then, he got a little angry. You're courting death. Since the bandit was exposed, it was unlikely that he would be able to escape unscathed. He might as well kill this person. Perhaps he would even get more rewards. Without wasting any time, the bandit launched an attack. However, the light blue crystals around him spread rapidly. In an instant, the temperature became extremely low. It was as if he was at the North Pole. This affected the bandit's speed. The blue crystals got a hold of the bandit's leg and made their way up, causing him to cry out in alarm. My leg! White spiritual energy emerged from his body. He shook violently and struggled to break free, but failed. The frost sword was right in front of the bandit. Somehow, he narrowly dodged it. Linimo looked at him coldly. His attacks became increasingly fierce. From time to time, ice shards would fall, obstructing the bandit's movements even further. The power of the frost sword coupled with the frost sword manual could change the surrounding environment. It did not matter even if the bandit was very agile. If this continued, the bandit would probably die from exhaustion. He decided to retreat and began to think of ways to flee. However, Linimo saw through his thoughts. Ice crash! He shouted loudly, and the frost sword swept up the surrounding air currents. As it spun rapidly, countless icicles appeared in the air. They flashed with sharp cold lights and charged toward the bandit. There was simply no way for the bandit to escape. As he was about to be pierced by the icicles, the bandit's body suddenly split into many copies. Several shadows appeared, and they all ran in different directions. Despite that, his actual body had suffered quite a bit of damage. Linimo was distracted by the clones and lost the real body. Upon seeing that the exit was just a short distance away, the bandit leaped up. He felt as if he had just escaped a calamity. Followed by that, he heard a cold voice. Did I give you permission to leave? The bandit's body stiffened. A chill rushed towards him from behind. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Linimo brandished his frost sword, and a huge icicle fell from the sky, piercing the bandit's body. He was pinned to the ground. Linimo had deliberately held back and did not aim for the bandit's heart. The bandit spat out blood, but he was still breathing. Spare me. Linimo looked down at him. Who sent you here? It's the Meow family. The Meow family had sent someone to steal the auction items in hopes of telling everyone that Linimo had failed to protect them. This way, Linimo would lose his source of goods. Furthermore, the compensation alone would be enough to bankrupt him. What an excellent plan. The Meow family was indeed vicious. Linimo did not take the bandit's life, but the icy cold air had already circulated through his meridians. After a short while, the bandit could no longer breathe and his face was covered in a thick layer of frost. At this moment, if someone were to look at his body, they would definitely be severely shocked because the bandit's internal organs were all covered with frostbite. What happened? Wu Jin ran out in a hurry. He was panicking so much that he did not even notice his shoes were put on backward. When he saw the bandit's corpse on the ground, he immediately understood the situation. He quickly asked, "Who sent him?" "The Miao family. They're really horrible." Wu Jin was filled with rage. He wished that he could kill the bandit again. Linimo was not surprised that the Miao family would make the first move. Knowing that they had ill intentions, he became even more vigilant. "Anyway, we just need to be careful from now on. Adapt and overcome whatever that is thrown at us. Why do we have to endure this?" Since the bandit was dead, Linimo did not have any evidence against the Miao family. Even if he did, the Miao family would not admit to anything. Moreover, they were a huge force and Linimo was just a newcomer. He could not deal with them yet. Linimo patted Wu Jin on the shoulder and comforted him. "You have to bear it, or the big plan will be messed up. We have plenty of opportunities to get back at them in the future." After such an incident, Linimo and Wu Jin were no longer sleepy. Wu Jin got dressed up and went out for a stroll. He wanted to investigate the Miao family again. However, he gained a different intel instead. Apparently, the royal family's auction house will be holding an auction tonight. The time for the royal family's auction was usually fixed. There were supposed to be a few more days before the next auction. Obviously, this was done so they would not lose out to Linimo. Hence, the auction was held at an earlier time. Linimo had held several auctions, but he had never seen what other auctions looked like. It was a great opportunity for him. Let's go and join in the fun. This was the first time Linimo would be participating in an auction. He was curious if he could get his hands on any good items. Wu Jin suggested, "We could send some people over. Why would you bother to attend personally?" Linimo shook his head. "We have already offended the Miao family. If we offend the royal family, we will be attacked from both sides. It will be immensely disadvantageous for us." He did not want to start a feud. Moreover, Linimo did not feel reassured if he were to send someone else over. After all, if the person ran away with the money, he would not be able to do anything but cry. There was also the option to send Wu Jin over, but his strength was not enough. He would easily be targeted by others. For various reasons, Linimo decided to make a personal trip. After deducting the cost, he still had a huge surplus of spirit stones. Even if they were not enough, he could use one or two items of his possession and regard them as collateral. The royal family's auction house was extremely resplendent and luxurious. Linmo's auction house could not be compared to it. Of course, this was not surprising at all. A few floors had private rooms. Naturally, only those with high statuses or those who came from powerful factions were able to enter. The stage was located at the very center. It was meticulously designed. No matter which position an individual sat in, they could clearly see everything that was happening on the stage. Wu Jin's face was filled with admiration. He whispered to Linimo, "Eventually, our auction house will be like this, or even better." Linimo was indifferent. With the system, he would achieve all of his goals. So, he was not particularly envious of the royal family's auction house. Wu Jin looked around and said in a puzzled expression, "Strange, I feel like there are not many people here. Even our previous auction had more people." When the people around him heard his words, they kindly explained, "That's because everyone in this city is already used to the usual auctions. After all, the royal family and the Miao family's auctions are the same things over and over again." Lin Mo's previous auction had a lot of visitors because it was taken over by a new owner. Thus, everyone was curious and attracted to it. A 40-year-old man walked up to the stage. From his attire, one could tell that he was the auctioneer. "Everyone, welcome to the royal family's auction house. This time, we have a total of 5 items to be auctioned. All of them are at least Tier 4. As expected, the royal family was very formidable. They could easily obtain Tier 4 items. The first item up for auction is a Tier 4 top-grade medicinal pill, Profound Origin Pill. Starting price is 6,000 low-grade spirit stones." Once he heard the price, Wu Jin could not help but click his tongue. The starting price is so high. When Wu Jin auctioned off the Tier 5 low-grade crossblade, the starting price was 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. In comparison to the royal family's auction house, they had the same starting price but for a Tier 4 top-grade medicinal pill. Linimo was already mentally prepared. This is a large-scale auction house. Naturally, the prices will be higher. It was clear that the audience did not have any objections to their pricing either. They all scrambled to place their bids. 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the bids, Wu Jin revealed an envious expression. When will our auction house be able to do the same? The day will arrive sooner or later. Lin Emo only cared about the system's return function. Spirit stones were secondary. Once his auction house's popularity rose, the prices would also rise accordingly. In the end, the medicinal pill was bought by someone for 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. The second item is a Tier 4 top-grade defensive spiritual jade pendant. Starting price is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The demand for defensive spiritual artifacts was not high. If one was powerful, they would not need these external items. Thus, the price was lower in comparison to other items. Even so, the final price was still a little over 10,000. Wu Jian could not help but exclaim, "There sure are crouching tigers and hidden dragons, Tian, people with special hidden talents, in Qingyang City." There were a number of people who were quite wealthy. Otherwise, such an item would not be selling for over 10,000 spirit stones. Wu Jian wanted to join in after seeing the people around him bid so fervently. However, Lin Emo looked disinterested. "Young master, isn't there anything to your liking?" Lin Emo shook his head. "I don't need any of these things. It's better not to waste my spirit stones." The next item up for auction is a Tier 4 top-grade movement technique, Dust Rising Steps. Starting price is 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. This Tier 4 top-grade technique is extremely special. In the right hands, it has the potential to reach Tier 5. If one is able to master this technique to perfection, they can appear and disappear without a trace. No one can catch up to them unless it's someone from the spirit-gathering realm. Upon hearing that, Lin Mo's interest was piqued. After all, he did not have a cultivation technique like this. It would be of great use to escape or chase after enemies. 9,000 low-grade spirit stones. Clearly, there were quite a number of people who were interested in this cultivation technique. They quickly placed their bids. Lin Emo shouted, 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. The entire venue fell silent. Nobody expected Lin Emo to shout out such a high price. Some even recognized him because they were his previous patrons. Isn't he the new owner of that medium-sized auction hall? I didn't expect him to be here as well. Apparently, he auctioned off a Tier 6 cultivation technique. It's a pity that I wasn't there. I really wanted to see the item. The crowd discussed fervently. Lin Emo was extremely wealthy, and he was determined to obtain the cultivation technique. Since the technique had the potential to reach Tier 5, the others did not want to give up either. Very quickly, another person placed a bid. Lin Mo's expression was calm as he said, 23,000 low-grade spirit stones. The moment this price was placed, the entire auction hall burst into an uproar. Even the auctioneer on the stage gave Lin Emo a sidelong glance. The auctioneer is indeed not lacking in money. Although this cultivation technique has the potential to reach Tier 5, it's still not there yet. Who knew it would fetch such a high price? To me, it's not worth it. However, it's a different story for the wealthy. Lin Mo's expression remained calm. It was as if he had only bid a few hundred spirit stones. In the end, the Dust Rising Steps movement technique was sold to Lin Emo. He planned to use it before reselling it at his own auction house. Spirit stones were secondary. As long as he had the system, he would never lose profit. The auction gradually came to an end. Lin Emo was not interested in the remaining items. Just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by someone. "Owner Lin, please wait a moment." Lin Emo and Wu Jin turned their heads around. It was Du Wan. There was a middle-aged man standing beside him. Their facial features looked somewhat similar. They probably used some method to conceal their cultivation. However, the aura that they emitted had a little bit of pressure. What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to come. When I heard your bidding price earlier, I could not believe my ears. By the way, this is my father. No wonder the two of them looked somewhat similar. The middle-aged man was Du Wan's father, Du Nanfeng. This is Lin Emo, the owner of the middle-sized auction house. I've mentioned him to you before. Duan introduced the two of them. Du Nanfeng nodded at Lin Mo. What a capable young man. He's definitely not to be underestimated. Lin Mo did not expect Du Nanfeng to be so approachable. After all, he was the patriarch of the Du family. So, he was a little surprised. Originally, I wanted to visit Brother Lin again because I have a request. Lin Mo did not mind hearing him out. He had a good impression of Duan. Moreover, having more friends meant more opportunities. Since he had already offended the Miao family, it would be great to be on good terms with the Du family. This way, it would also be easier for him to establish a foothold in Qingyang City. What is it? If I can help, I definitely will. Those words made Duan very happy. Brother Lin, my father has been looking for more demonic beasts. They're important for our family's black blood tiger as food. Lin Mo was a bit puzzled. For your family, ordinary demonic beasts should be very easy to find. Brother Lin, I'll be honest with you. Ordinary low-level demonic beasts are simply not enough. It turned out that the black blood tiger had already reached the peak of level 9 a few years ago. Recently, it appeared to be breaking through. Its appetite was huge, and it needed to consume more high-level demonic beasts. However, high-level demonic beasts were not easy to find. Everyone in the Du family who knew about this was worried. Naturally, it would affect the Du family's future. Thus, they could not afford to make any mistakes. The black blood tiger was Du Nanfeng's natal beast pet. If it could advance successfully, Du Nanfeng would make a lot of profits and other benefits. In fact, the Du family would become the most powerful force in Qingyang City. The other three families could no longer be compared. The structure of the city would change because of this. My father and I came here today because we wanted to see if there were any high-level demonic beasts. Unfortunately, there was none. Duan shook his head. So, how can I be of help? Since Brother Lin was able to take out a rare Tier 6 resource, I guess that you must have some connections. Maybe you can get high-level demonic beasts as well. Furthermore, you own a very powerful demonic beast. After hearing this, Du Nanfeng became a little curious. The Du family had always focused on raising demonic beasts. Duan had seen many of them, but he had never praised someone else's demonic beast so highly. Are you free to visit the Du family's estate for a short chat? There are too many people here. It'll be easier to talk in private. How could I refuse Master Du's great hospitality? Lin Mo was not worried that the Du family would kill him or steal his treasures. They would not be able to do such a thing in broad daylight. So many pairs of eyes were watching them. Besides, Duan did not seem to be that type of person. At the same time, Lin Mo was also very curious about the lookout fish. The system gave too little information. Lin Mo was very straightforward. Du Nanfeng could not help but laugh out loud. Then, he made a hand gesture. Please. The group walked out of the royal auction house and soon, they arrived at the Du residence's main entrance. There were 2 stone lions at the entrance that seemed to be guarding this place. Their bodies were glowing with lifelike light. It was as if they would come to life at any moment. Those stone lions were actually made from 100-year-old spirit marrow jades. Lin Mo entered and took a look. Apparently, there was another world inside. Ancient buildings stood on both sides. In the middle, there were mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers were full of spirit energy. White fog filled the air. When Lin Mo got closer, he realized that it was a spirit-gathering array. The array created the fake appearance of the mountains and rivers. It was both artistic and ingenious. Whoever saw it would definitely be filled with admiration. Wu Jin's eyes were wide open. This place was filled with an ancient charm. It was like fairyland on earth. There was no way a small place like Chuxin village could compete. In fact, it made him feel like he had been staying in a pig's nest, as expected of a large aristocratic family. Even Lin Mo looked amazed. Please take a seat. After Wu Jin and Lin Mo took their seats, a servant brought over some tea. Lin Mo lifted the lid and tea's fragrance burst out. Upon smelling it, their spirits were roused. The pale green tea leaves faded away. Their spiritual energy immediately welled up. Can I see the black blood tiger? Lin Mo was a little curious. Other than his own lookout fish, he had not seen any other demonic beasts. After all, Not everyone could form a contract with them. All right, Du Nanfeng readily agreed. A black magic formation appeared in the air along with a tiger's roar. Roar! The light from the magic formation dissipated, and a tiger appeared in front of Lin and Mo. Its body was covered with black patterns, and it looked extremely orderly. The fangs in its mouth flickered a sharp, cold light. An oppressive aura assaulted Lin Mo's face, and he felt like it could bite his throat at any moment. It made Lin Mo and Wu Jin feel threatened. Their faces turned pale and were covered in sweat. The black blood tiger's eyes had a bloodthirsty and cold look in them. It only became slightly gentler after looking at Du Nanfeng. Then, Du Nanfeng recalled the black blood tiger back to its pet beast space. Even so, the pressure was still present. It's indeed a peak level 9 demonic beast. After hearing Lin Mo's praise, Du Nanfeng smiled modestly and said, "Owner Lin, summon your demonic beast and let me take a look." Lin and Mo agreed. There was a flicker of white light and an afterimage flashed through the air. Normal people would have a hard time seeing what it was, but not for Du Wan and Du Nanfeng. It was thanks to their special cultivation technique. Du Nanfeng revealed a surprised expression. Is it really a fish? If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. A strange fish that could survive in the air and move so quickly. It was certainly bizarre. I've never seen anything like it. I'm sure the lookout fish is not an ordinary demonic beast. If you refine its bloodline in the Shinming Cauldron to be purer, you will surely develop more of its abilities. Simultaneously, your strength will also increase. Lin and Mo asked in a puzzled tone, Shinming Cauldron? Duan explained, Brother Lin. You have no idea because you're not a beast tamer. Shinming Cauldron is a method that can help demonic beasts refine or evolve their bloodline. It's the reason why the black blood tiger can level up so fast. However, it requires a lot of materials. Ordinary people can't afford it. At the same time, a high-level beast tamer is needed to control the Shinming Cauldron. This piqued Lin Mo's interest. Obviously, Du Nanfeng was a high-level beast tamer. With the system in his hands, he did not lack materials either. As long as Du Nanfeng was willing, he could give the Shinming Cauldron a try. Du Nanfeng could see through Lin Mo's thoughts. He was also very interested in the lookout fish. Furthermore, Lin and Mo had extraordinary strength. It would be a good idea to befriend him. If Owner Lin can provide the materials, I'm willing to help you raise the strength of the lookout fish. Du Nanfeng had good intentions, and Lin and Mo was not a stingy person. So, he immediately returned the favor. You're so straightforward. We'll definitely get along. Within a month, I'll get a level 5 demonic beast for you. It should be enough to keep the black blood tiger filled for 3 months. I think there's a high chance that it'll have a breakthrough as well. Du Nanfeng was overjoyed. This is great. I don't know what method you'll use, but isn't a month too short? Du Nanfeng did not think that Lin and Mo was lying. Since the words came out from his mouth, he must have a certain degree of confidence. So, he did not mind waiting a little longer. Don't worry. Upon hearing that, Du Nanfeng did not probe further. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Nonetheless, he was a little curious about Lin and Mo. Lin and Mo had a very simple plan. He would just auction off low-level demonic beasts in the auction house, and the system would reward him with high-level demonic beasts. The entire process would not cost him much. Not only would he be able to earn spirit stones, but he would also do Du Nanfeng a favor. After returning from the Du family's estate, Lin and Mo felt like he had gained some valuable information. He immediately entered a secret room within the auction house. Originally, it was used to store items that were to be auctioned off. However, it was transformed into a place for cultivation. Unless it's an important matter, don't disturb me. The auction house will be under your care. After saying that, Lin and Mo went into seclusion to cultivate the dust-rising steps. It was just the right time to test its power. A misty scene appeared before his eyes after he flipped open the light blue cover. There was a lithe figure shuttling between heaven and earth, chasing the wind and the moon. It was difficult to see her face clearly. Lin and Mo could only see numerous afterimages circling the place. This truly was a cultivation technique that had the potential to become Tier 5. Lin and Mo had entered a profound realm. The figure had used countless moves. Each move was extremely light. It moved in all directions, making it difficult to be caught. Additionally, it seemed to be able to transform into all living things, become some form of water, wind, electricity, and much more. It combined everything together to form the fastest movement technique. Lin Mo felt that his body had become much lighter. His eyes were slightly closed, and he took long breaths. It felt like his entire body had soared into the air, chasing after the lithe figure. At first, the lithe figure was moving extremely quickly, leaving Lin Mo far behind. He could only vaguely see a small black dot. However, as time passed, he slowly caught up. Anyone else would be taken aback by the lithe figure's speed. Yet, Lin Mo somehow managed to be on par with it after a short time. The lithe figure sped up even more. Even thunder and lightning could not catch up with it. Fortunately, Lin Mo had the god-slaying body. Once he broke through a critical point, no matter what cultivation technique he was cultivating, it would be twice the result with half the effort. With Lin Mo's current talent and ability, it was not difficult for him to grasp the movement technique. It was just a matter of time. This was enough for Lin Mo to become one of the youngest prodigies in Qingyang City. Half a month ago, he was treated as a trash level 1. However, in a short period of time, he had become so much stronger. In the entire continent, no one could catch up with him. Even geniuses would admire him. Lin Mo's cultivation had stabilized. Suddenly, Wu Jin's shout could be heard coming from the communication talisman. "Young master, there's an enemy attack." The communication talisman was given to Wu Jin by Lin Mo before he went into seclusion. If there was something urgent that he could not handle, he could contact the latter. An afterimage floated through the air. In a blink of an eye, Lin Mo appeared in front of Wu Jin. At that moment, Wu Jin was still holding the communication talisman in his hand. Seeing Lin Mo shocked him. He could not help but rub his eyes. Was he hallucinating? What happened? Wu Jin's face was extremely pale. He said with lingering fear, "I was just about to check the inventory when I realized that something was wrong. It was as if someone had broken in. Before I could investigate any further, a palm wind attacked and almost killed me." Fortunately, Lin Mo was prepared. He had a hunch that his aggressors would not give up so easily. Wu Jin's cultivation level was low, so he did not have the ability to protect himself. Since Lin Mo did not want Wu Jin to get caught in the crossfire, the former gave him a few defensive magic items. Thus, the worst-case scenario was successfully avoided. Just in time, Lin Mo smiled coldly. He wanted to try the combination of the rising dust step and the frost sword technique. Perhaps it could unleash an unexpected power. Before that, Lin Mo summoned the lookout fish and gestured for it to protect Wu Jia. "Go back to your room and recuperate. Leave it to me." Wu Jin believed in Lin Mo's ability. He knew that it would only hinder the latter if he stayed. Before Wu Jin could return to his room, Lin Mo had already disappeared like a gust of wind. Wu Jin could not help but sigh. "Looks like your cultivation has gone up another level." Lin Mo arrived at the auction hall. The lights were not turned on, so the place was extremely dim. In the northeast corner, there was a pair of black eyes that were filled with a bloodthirsty glow. There did not seem to be anyone here, so Lin Mo was about to leave. The instant he turned around, the corners of the assassin's lips curled into a strange arc. A sharp palm wind was suddenly launched. It was so strong that even the air became distorted. Anyone that was hit by this attack would definitely be crippled or worse, die. The assassin then instantly disappeared from his original spot and reappeared at the stone door. He struck the heavy door with his palm, and it turned into dust. Obviously, his palm carried immense power. Strange, where could he have gone? Just as the assassin was looking around, a ghostly voice sounded from behind. "Are you looking for me?" The assassin was surprised. There was someone or something dangerous behind him. He could tell by his instincts. Subconsciously, he tilted his body slightly and narrowly avoided the frost sword that was thrusting in his direction. If his reaction had been slower by half a beat, the sword would have already pierced through his heart. "Oh, you actually managed to dodge it. You're more powerful than the previous guy." The assassin felt like he was being targeted by a ferocious beast. It was as though their roles had completely switched. Lin Mo was the hunter, and he was the hunted. The intruder was a well-trained assassin. He was not frightened by Lin Mo and quickly regained his composure. Don't act mysterious. Based on the information he had received, Lin Mo was supposedly good for nothing. He only had some lucky encounters. An assassin like him should be more than enough to deal with such a loser. He gathered all the spiritual energy in his body and pounced fiercely in Lin Mo's direction. However, the latter disappeared in a blink of an eye. His attack missed again. Lin Mo's movement technique was truly a rare sight. Even as an assassin, he was quite shocked. What kind of movement technique is this? The assassin stopped his aggression. A strange feeling surfaced in his heart. Even if Lin Mo could defeat him, he would not be able to prevent his escape. There was no reason to engage in further battle. Afterimages streaked across the surroundings. At the same time, Lin Mo let out a low laugh. The assassin looked around vigilantly, but he could not find Lin Mo at all. In an angry tone, he said, "So, you only know how to hide?" As if his provocation had worked, the assassin caught a glimpse of a black shadow from the corner of his eyes. The assassin converted his spiritual power into a punch. Like a ferocious tiger, he roared as he charged forward. Boom! There was a huge hole in the wall. Still, Lin Mo was nowhere to be seen. The assassin continued to throw out punches. Unfortunately, he could not even touch Lin Mo's shadow. Eventually, he was exhausted. The dust-rising steps was indeed a powerful technique. Even Lin Mo was amazed. Clearly, the assassin was not weak. Yet, he could play him like a fiddle. Another one of the assassin's punches missed. Then, a mocking voice could be heard coming from behind. "This game is over." It was like the whispers of a grim reaper. The assassin immediately understood the situation. Lin Mo was simply toying with him. It was like a cat chasing a mouse. He knew he was in danger. A cold, winter-like wind assaulted his back. There was no way he could put up any resistance. All he could do was surrender. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to run. The assassin dared not turn his head around. He just ran forward. Despite that, he was no match for Lin Mo's speed. In just a few seconds, Lin Mo had caught up to the assassin. A chill ran down the latter's spine. The assassin regretted taking this mission, but it was too late. He circulated all the spiritual power in his body and dashed to the door. At the same time, the ice and snow followed him closely from behind. No matter how hard he tried, he could not shake them off. Ah! There was a burst of scream. The commotion attracted many people's attention. A huge frozen sword appeared from the void, and it pierced through the assassin's chest at lightning speed. The assassin did not even have time to react. His hopes of escaping had shattered. He was filled with doubt and disbelief. Then, he closed his eyes forever. The icy chi spread rapidly in all directions. Even the floor was covered in a layer of thin ice. This scene shocked the crowd. By the time they had regained their senses, the cold air had dispersed. If it was not for the puddle of water and the assassin's corpse, one would not even believe what had happened earlier was real. He killed someone. No one knew who shouted, but the crowd was finally able to speak. This is the first time I've seen him make a move. He has a few tricks up his sleeves. I knew he was not an ordinary person. Yeah, this was enough to show his power. Another expert has appeared in Qingyang City. Looks like the factions are about to undergo change again. Just as everyone was busy discussing, Lin Mo made another important announcement. In a few days, this auction house will hold another auction. There will be Tier 5 resources. Everyone is welcome. After saying that, Lin Mo turned around and left. He did not really care about the crowd's reaction. Another auction? Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Mo had only held an auction a few days ago. Not only were there Tier 5 resources, but there was also a Tier 6 cultivation technique. Where did he get so many resources? It was too soon for the next auction. After all, resources were hard to come by and high-level items were even rarer. Even in large auction houses, there was quite a bit of time between auctions. Moreover, a lot of preparation time was needed. Only those auction houses in the capital would be able to hold an auction so frequently. Additionally, Lin Mo was only a newcomer. A man rubbed his hands together. I wonder what treasures will appear in this auction. I'm looking forward to it. Another person said disdainfully, Is he just afraid of being irrelevant? That's probably why he's holding another auction so quickly. I don't think he even has many good resources left. Everyone had different views on this matter, but most of them were still looking forward to the auction. After all, a Tier 6 resource had appeared last time. Those who had missed it were determined to not make the same mistake. Lin Mo's announcement had stirred up quite a storm. A few people turned their heads and left. They were spies from other factions that had been keeping an eye on Lin Mo. In Qingyang City, there was more than one family who was in a hurry to deal with Lin Mo. No one knew what to expect from the second auction. There were not as many patrons as before in the auction house. Lin Mo had spread the news. Logically speaking, there should not be so few people. I thought that it would be more lively this time, but why is it the opposite? The person's companion made a silent gesture and looked around. Then, he said in a low voice, "Isn't the atmosphere a little strange?" Although there were fewer people, the most important folks still came, such as Du Nanfeng. I've gotten some insider information. Apparently, there's bad blood between the Miao family and Lin Mo. Huh? Lin Mo just arrived at Qingyang City. How did he offend them already? You're out of the loop because you didn't attend the first auction. The clash started back then. See for yourself. Miao Yin definitely came with ill intentions. Quite a few people had witnessed Miao Yin and Lin Mo's conflict. Miao Yin had already provoked Lin Mo before. Nobody knew what he would do this time. However, judging by his expression, one could easily tell he was not here to make friends. At this moment, Miao Yin had a dark expression on his face. He did not utter a single word and just sat on his seat. Everyone around him behaved very carefully. They were afraid to offend him. Naturally, it was unwise to antagonize the Miao family. Their family had monopolized all of the medicinal pills in Qingyang City. These pills were important for one's cultivation, and it was difficult for ordinary people to get their hands on them. So, even though they were tempted, most people dared not participate in Lin Mo's auction this time around. Of course, there were others who were not afraid, such as the Huang family's twin sisters, Wang Qing, and more. Why is the Du family's patriarch here, though? Upon seeing Du Nanfeng, many people revealed an astonished expression. Based on his status, there was no reason for him to be here. I heard that his demonic beast is about to have a breakthrough, so he's here to look for high-level demonic beasts as fodder. The Du family had been searching everywhere. They won't miss any opportunity. It's probably why he's here. I see. It's possible that Miao Yin wants to kill Lin Mo. Moreover, Lin Mo has no support from his family. Miao Yin is definitely going to make a move. The Miao family is so overbearing. Does Lin Mo know about this? They had always been like this. The chaos pill that Lin Mo auctioned off earlier was already a slap to their faces. Lin Mo's arrival has disrupted the order of the other factions that had long been established. No doubt, they will try to get rid of him. Lin Mo should be aware. After all, someone tried to assassinate him earlier. It seems like he's quite powerful. So what if he's strong? He can't possibly take on the entire Miao family by himself. Just as everyone was discussing, Wu Jin walked up to the center of the stage. Welcome. There are 3 items up for auction this time. The crowd became quiet. All that mattered was the auction. As for the grudge between Lin Mo and the Miao family, it was none of their business. The first item up for auction is a Tier 4 top-grade movement technique. Starting price is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. A portion of the crowd revealed a surprised expression. Isn't that the item that Lin Mo had spent over 20,000 spirit stones to acquire from the royal family's auction house? I was there. It's no mistake. Everyone was confused. They had no idea what was happening. In fact, Lin Mo's starting price was much lower than the original. The technique must have been too difficult for him to cultivate. After all, it's a Tier 4 item that has the potential to become Tier 5. That must be why he decided to resell it. Most of the people felt the same way. No one expected Lin Mo to successfully cultivate the dust-rising steps already. Not to mention Qingyang City, even in the entire continent, barely anyone could learn and comprehend this cultivation technique in such a short period of time. Miao Yan's expression was somewhat disdainful. He sneered and said, I thought there would be something good, but it's just a recycled item. This guy must be at the end of his wits. He doesn't have anything valuable. That's why he's reselling things. Linimo was probably lacking in resources and could only come up with this plan. That was what most people thought. One of Miao Yan's lackeys tried to flatter him. Who cares? It's fine as long as he's not a threat to us. Miao Yan revealed a hint of killing intent. Even if he is a threat, so what? The Miao family can easily get rid of him. Huang Zhiyun and Huang Zhiro looked at each other. They were pleasantly surprised. Obviously, they were very interested in this cultivation technique. The Huang family did not have a very good relationship with the royal family. As such, they did not attend their previous auction. They were aware that Linimo had obtained the dust-rising steps, but they never expected him to resell it. This was a great opportunity for them. 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. A number of people wanted this cultivation technique. The two sisters were determined to obtain it as well. In the end, they managed to get it for 18,000 low-grade spirit stones. Isn't Linimo a little foolish? He's reselling this cultivation technique so quickly. Of course, in terms of price, Linimo could not compete with the royal family. It could be said that Linimo had suffered a great loss. Even his family would not be able to keep his business afloat if this went on. Maybe he is just a fool with a lot of money. He could have already mastered the technique. If so, he'll only lose a few thousand low-grade spirit stones. That's nothing. Meanwhile, the Huang sisters were overjoyed. They knew how much Linimo had originally paid for the cultivation technique. In a way, they had made a huge profit. Everyone felt that Linimo was losing out. Of course, only Linimo himself knew the truth. He may have had a deficit in terms of spirit stones, but he had benefited from other aspects. Ding! The host has successfully auctioned Dust Rising Steps. Successfully triggered 3,000 times return. Obtained a Tier 7 top-grade movement technique, Dragon Swimming Steps. Linimo had already mastered the Dust Rising Steps and now, he received an even better rebate from the system. The spirit stones lost were nothing in comparison. Even the royal family would covet such a cultivation technique. Moreover, it was exactly what Linimo wanted. Since he was being threatened by the Miao and Lin families, he needed a better movement technique. The Dust Rising Steps was good, but it was still a Tier 4 cultivation technique, even if it had the potential to become Tier 5. Thus, it was still slightly lacking. With the Dragon Swimming Steps, it would make him difficult to be pursued once he mastered it. Linimo did not like to underestimate his opponent. If he was not completely confident, he would not simply take any action. This was also the reason why he had yet to make a move on the Lin and Miao family. Besides, these two families were huge and their foundations were deep. He needed to take things slow. The second item up for auction is a Tier 4 top-grade demonic beast, Winged Python. Starting price is 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. A huge iron cage was lifted up. There was a pair of cold and cruel vertical pupils. The bucket-sized python coiled inside the cage, looking rather restless. Hiss! Its tongue flickered around restlessly. Upon seeing the mass amount of people, the python quickly entered an attacking state. Its upper body stood up straight and the tip of its tail slapped the ground. Fortunately, this cage had a special seal on it. No ordinary cage could contain this demonic beast. Even so, everyone still felt a chill when they saw the snake. That's a genuine Tier 4 top-grade demonic beast. Look, there are a pair of small wings on its back. There were two small bulges on the python's back. It was close to its abdomen, and there was a pair of wings. However, the wings were quite small. Realistically, the snake would not be able to fly. Furthermore, the snake's body was huge. Someone guessed, I think it mutated. The wings may look unremarkable now, but in the future, they will definitely grow bigger. By then, it would be even more of a threat. Snakes were reptiles, so they could only fight on the ground. If they had functional wings, they could expand their fighting capabilities. Their speed would also increase. It took a lot of effort for Wu Jin to obtain the snake. He did his best to fulfill Lin Mo's request. The lowest grade of a demonic beast that the system had rewarded was Tier 5. Linimo was rather worried about this. If he auctioned off this low-tier demonic beast, the return might not be what he expected. Father, that's a Tier 4 top-grade demonic beast. Should we buy it? Du Nanfeng and Du Wan were quite shocked. They did not expect Linimo to produce results so quickly. Their faith in him was bolstered. No doubt, the young man would keep his words. They believed he would provide them with a top-grade Tier 5 beast soon. Although a Tier 4 top-grade demonic beast would prove the Black Blood Tiger with some growth, its effects would undoubtedly not be as good as a Tier 5 demonic beast. Therefore, this python was not a must-buy for Du Nanfeng. Hence, he decided to take things slow. Miao Yin overheard Du Wan's words. In recent times, wherever there were demonic beasts, the Du family would also be present. Normally, the Du family would instantly place their bids. The corners of Miao Yan's mouth immediately revealed a malicious smile. 10,000 spirit stones. After placing his bid, Miao Yin threw a provocative gaze over. A Tier 4 top-grade demonic beast was not weak. If the Du family obtained it, their power would increase even further. After all, beast taming was their specialty. It would certainly threaten the stable position of the Miao family. Additionally, the relationship between the Miao and Du families was not that good. Miao Yin would not allow them to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately for him, he did not know about the deal between the Du family and Linimo. Otherwise, he would absolutely regret his decision. Duan lowered his voice and said with dissatisfaction, Miao Yin doesn't need the python at all. A higher-tier demonic beast had already been prepared for him. He's deliberately bickering with us. Du Nanfeng was a shrewd old man. Obviously, he had seen through Miao Yan's plan. He said meaningfully, then, we shall return the favor. Linimo and the Miao family did not have a good relationship either. If the Miao family found out they were helping Linimo, coupled with the existing conflicts, their fragile connection would falter even further. It was only a matter of time before they came for each other's throats. Thus, it would be better to do Linimo a favor. The father and son looked at each other. Duan immediately understood Du Nanfeng's intentions and shouted, 12,000 spirit stones. Then, he glared back fiercely at Miao Yin. On the other hand, Miao Yin thought that he had successfully provoked the Du family. He was very pleased with himself. 15,000 spirit stones. 20,000 spirit stones. In the beginning, people were still competing. However, the price soared at a ridiculous rate and they could no longer afford it. Eventually, only Du Wan and Miao Yan's voices were left. Wang Qing and the Huang sisters simply watched. Who do you think will win? I can't tell. Both families are not lacking when it comes to spirit stones. Even if the Du family won the bid, they would suffer a huge loss. The price is 10 times higher than normal rates. Miao Yin is really ruthless. Currently, the price for the demonic beast was 40,000 spirit stones. From the looks of it, neither side was willing to give up. The price would just continue to go up. Duan looked a little anxious. Miao Yin, don't go too far. Our family is determined to obtain this Tier 4 demonic beast. Why are you making things hard for us? On the other hand, Miao Yin had a confident look on his face. He was certain victory was within his grasp and replied pretentiously, What are you saying? Are others not allowed to bid on the demonic beast? I need it as well. Let's go all out. Everyone knew he was just trying to provoke the Du family. If Duan actually needed this demonic beast, he would be enraged by him. A smile flashed across his face. Despite that, he hid it and pretended to be angry instead. Are you trying to challenge the Du family? In Qingyang City, we? Enough. Du Nanfeng finally spoke. He looked calm on the surface, but everyone could tell that he was actually displeased. Since young Master Miao wants to compete with us, we will be more than willing to play along. Basically, he meant that they were going to fight to the end. Miao Yin did not want to be overshadowed. So, he said, all right, let's see who's better. Things were seemingly going according to Miao Yan's plan. There was no way he would let the Du family have the demonic beast at a normal price. He did not hesitate and continued his bids. Du Nanfeng and Duan looked at each other. Then, they followed suit. The fish had already taken the bait, and the net was about to be reeled in. Linimo saw everything that was happening. He could barely hold back his laughter. What the Du family did was an absolute power move. If he had not personally made the agreement with them, he would have also been fooled by their act. Of course, Miao Yin was not aware of anything. He thought that he could strike a blow to the Du family. The price was getting higher and higher, which meant the Du family would need to expend a lot of spirit stones. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. When Miao Yin shouted out this sky-high price, everyone gasped. Did I hear wrongly? A mere Tier 4 demonic beast is actually going to be sold for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. This price is unheard of even in large auction houses. In fact, this price could buy several Tier 4 demonic beasts. Sigh, I really don't understand what goes through rich people's minds. Miao Yin also realized this price was too high. Even for him, it would be difficult to fork out such an amount. What if the father and son got frightened and stopped bidding? His heart skipped a beat. He tried to comfort himself by thinking about their previous purchase history. They should keep bidding. The servant beside Miao Yin also looked troubled. Young master, we didn't bring that many spirit stones. I'm afraid, Miao Yin said fiercely. Stop blabbering. The Du family will definitely continue to bid. We won't be the one paying. Although he said that, Miao Yin could not help but feel a little flustered. He subconsciously looked at Du Wan, hoping that the latter would place another bid. Then, he would stop. 50,000 low-grade spirit stones were a lot. There was a deathly silence in the air. Nobody spoke for a long time. Miao Yin tried to provoke the Du family again. What happened? Is the Du family afraid? If so, why did you act like you were determined to win? As if his provocations had worked, Du Nanfeng opened his mouth. Miao Yin thought that he was going to call out a higher price, so he felt relieved and revealed a smug smile. Unfortunately for him, that was not the case. Du Nanfeng revealed a magnanimous expression. He did not look even a little bit displeased. Since young Master Miao is so determined, I won't compete with you. Was the bidding session over? Why didn't you call out a bid? Du Nanfeng and Du Wan's acting were really superb. It was not surprising that Miao Yin got tricked. Not only him, but everyone else also thought the Du family would continue to bid. Nobody expected them to stop. Du Nanfeng smiled as if he had won the auction. Thank you for letting us win. Young Master Miao is really too kind. Du Wan also had a mocking expression on his face. He looked at the dumbfounded Miao Yin and urged, Young Master Miao, why are you still standing there? Quickly take out 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Tier 4 demonic beast is yours. He even emphasized the words, Tier 4. Du Wan then pretended to sigh and said, the Miao family is indeed rich. They can afford to buy a mere Tier 4 demonic beast for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. We are no match for them. What he said was simply rubbing salt to the wound. Miao Yan's eyes went black, and he almost fainted. After hearing Du Nanfeng and Du Wan's words, Miao Yin would be a fool if he still did not understand what was going on. With a livid expression, he stood up from his chair and pointed at Lin and Mo. It's you. The sight of Lin and Mo made him even more furious. Perhaps they had worked together to set up this trap. I didn't expect you guys to be so despicable. You set me up? Du Wan put on an innocent expression on his face. Young Master Miao, you raised the price. Nobody forced you. The transaction was consensual. How could you say that we set you up? We even have to regretfully give up the demonic beast. What Du Wan said almost caused Miao Yin to vomit up blood. He was unable to speak for a long time. A Tier 4 demonic beast for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Miao Yin would probably be scolded once he returned home. This thought caused him to feel even more depressed. Lin and Mo gave his order and Wu Jin announced, Young Master Miao, please pay up. Miao Yin clenched his fists tightly. He really wanted to just leave. His expression looked as if he was going to eat someone. It was quite scary. This did not affect Du Wan at all. He pretended to be surprised and said, Young Master Miao, are you thinking of going back on your words? Your family owns such a big auction house. Don't tell me you actually can't afford it? Miao Yin was helpless. No matter what, he had to fork out the spirit stones. Otherwise, it would severely damage the Miao family's reputation. He forcefully suppressed his anger and said to his servant, Go back and get the spirit stones for me. Wu Jin deliberately added, All right, I'll wait here until young Master Miao is ready to pay. Then, he sat down beside Miao Yin and acted as if he was worried the latter would run off. Miao Yin had never suffered such humiliation before. All he could do was grit his teeth. His plan to harm the Du family had backfired. In fact, his own family would suffer the loss. The people around him subconsciously moved away. Everyone could see that Miao Yin was about to blow up at any moment. Soon, the spirit stones were brought over in an interspatial ring. Miao Yin viciously threw it at Wu Jin. His rage level had reached its peak. There, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Duan clapped his hands. Young Master Miao is indeed magnanimous. His compliment was nothing but sarcasm. Some people could not help but laugh out loud. At this moment, Miao Yin truly looked like a fool. Simultaneously, the system notification sounded in Lin Mo's mind. Ding! The host has successfully auctioned a Tier 4 top-grade wing python. Successfully triggered 1,000 times return. Obtained a Tier 5 top-grade demonic beast, giant wing python. Lin Mo felt a heavy burden lifted off his back. He had managed to fulfill his promise to others. Once he sent the giant wing python to the Du family, their transaction would be completed. Lin Mo's gaze shifted to Miao Yin. He had no plans to let the latter off easily. Besides, their relationship was already strained, so it did not matter if he offended him a little more. How would I know if there are 50,000 low-grade spirit stones in this ring? Miao Yin was so angry that his facial features became distorted. He asked in a low voice, "You dare to suspect me?" His eyes were filled with killing intent. If there was no one around, he would have already launched an attack by now. However, Lin Mo was not afraid at all. He shook his head and said, "I dare not, but 50,000 low-grade spirit stones is a lot. I have to be meticulous." Lin Mo intentionally emphasized the words 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, just to provoke Miao Yin even further. Miao Yin's gaze was dark. He was like a venomous snake. His facial expression was enough to instill fear in normal people. Enough. Don't go too far. I will remember everything that has happened today. In the future, I will definitely repay you 100 times over. Lin Mo did not take Miao Yin's threat to heart. He merely smiled faintly and turned around to leave. Miao Yin felt as if he was punched in the gut. Whenever he thought about the 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, he could feel his heart bleed. Worse still, the people around were looking at him with either pitiful or mocking eyes. He shouted viciously, "What are all of you looking at?" Everyone hurriedly withdrew their gazes. Of course, their inner thoughts were out of Miao Yan's control. The third item up for auction is a giant black scythe. It's a Tier 4 middle-grade weapon. Starting price is 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. A giant black scythe appeared in the middle of the stage. It emanated an ominous black aura. The audience could also feel a chill down their spines. Clearly, the quality of this scythe was not bad. Yet, most people had disappointed expressions on their faces. After all, the third item looked rather ordinary. It can't be compared to the first two items, but it's still good. This auction has already surpassed the other two auctions. That's right. Which auction house's Tier 4 demonic beast can? The person who said that immediately realized he had misspoken. He quickly stopped talking. However, Miao Yin was already staring at him with his death-like gaze. The man was scared out of his wits. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Wang Qing was delighted when he saw the black scythe. He liked its unique design. So, he opened his mouth and shouted, 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the end, the black scythe was bought by Wang Qing for 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Those who lost the bid could not help but sigh. I thought I'll have a chance in this new auction house, but all the good items were still bought by the four great clans. It's as if I'm just their escort. The rest of the people agreed. However, there was nothing they could do. The final price was extremely high, and they did not possess so many spirit stones. Obviously, the four great clans had powerful foundations. A normal person stood no chance against them. Forget it. Let's just treat this as an experience. Ding. The host has successfully auctioned a giant black scythe. Successfully triggered 3,000 times return. Obtained Tier 6 top-grade weapon, wind-cleaving scythe. Lin Mo was slightly startled. His reward filled him with ecstasy. It seemed like the rewards from the system were increasing in terms of quality. He did not know what triggered it, but that did not matter as long as he profited. Things were going great for him. The auction was nearing its end. To the patrons, their trip today had not been in vain. This was because they got to witness the clash between the Du and Miao family. A Tier 4 demonic beast was sold at a price that was equal to a Tier 6 demonic beast. Originally, Miao Yin wanted to cause trouble. However, it backfired and he had to suffer the backlash. This topic would be discussed by many people for a long time. At the same time, it seemed like the Du family had formed an alliance with Lin and Mo. How else would the event play out to such an extent? I didn't expect Lin and Mo and the Du family to get along in such a short period of time. Looks like he's quite capable. He has offended the Miao family, but with the Du family's support, who knows how the future will play out. After this incident, the relationship between the Miao and Du family will become even tenser. At this point, they're walking on thin ice. The Miao family has dominated Qingyang City for years. They had also been fighting with the Du family over resources and benefits. This time, Du Nanfeng has managed to deal a heavy blow to them. I wonder what the Miao family will do next. Looks like there is going to be a lot of trouble in Qingyang City again. Miao Yin returned home with a livid expression. Miao Jian and the others had been waiting for his return. Upon seeing Miao Yin, they hurriedly asked, "Yin'er, what happened? I heard that you used 50,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy a Tier 4 demonic beast. Is that true?" The Miao family was rich, but this was just a waste. Miao Jian could not believe what Miao Yin had done. Miao Yan's eyes turned red with anger. "Father, they set me up. The Du family has already joined forces with Lin and Mo. They tricked me into wasting so many spirit stones." Miao Yin recalled what had happened. Du Nanfeng and Du Wan should have lost, not him. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound could be heard. It was Miao Jian. He had struck his palm on the table. This is too much. The table was made of a 100-year-old piece of heavy wood. It was said to be indestructible. Yet, Miao Jian could destroy it easily. One could only imagine his cultivation level. Miao Jian furrowed his brows. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "This is not your fault. They are simply too cunning." After that, a look of contemplation flashed across his eyes. "I'm just wondering, when did they start to work together?" "Father, the Du family was so devious. We have been on bad terms for a long time. They must have planned this attack from the start." Miao Jian's expression was cold. "We can't underestimate the Du family's strength. Nonetheless, they will be dealt with sooner or later. The real problem is Lin and Mo. He'll definitely pay a painful price. Don't worry, I have already contacted the second elder of the Lin family. He has promised to help us," said Miao Jian sinisterly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If the two great families joined forces, they would definitely be able to deal with Lin and Mo. Miao Yin finally revealed a relieved smile. "When the time comes, I will personally cut that brat into 1,000 pieces. Only then will my anger be appeased." Once the auction was over, Lin and Mo brought the Tier 5 demonic beast over to the Du family's estate. Naturally, Du Nanfeng and Du Wan welcomed him warmly. "Did you like my gift?" Lin and Mo understood that Du Nanfeng was referring to the 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Of course. Thank you for helping me. The Tier 4 demonic beast should have only cost 10,000 spirit stones at most." Miao Yin was basically scammed. Du Wan was laughing from the side. You should have seen Miao Yan's expression. It was so gratifying. Lin and Mo revealed a mysterious smile. "I'm here to return the favor." Du Nanfeng's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" "Roar." A demonic beast's roar could be heard. Du Nanfeng looked at the thick python in front of him. Its huge wings were strong and powerful. When the python flapped it, dust, sand, and stones on the ground flew everywhere. Every feather was extremely sharp as well. They flickered with a faint green light. Clearly, it contained a lethal poison. This demonic beast was an advanced version of the winged python. The aura emitted was enough proof of it being a genuine top-grade Tier 5 demonic beast. Du Nanfeng was ecstatic. He did not expect Lin and Mo to be so capable. The latter really got him a top-grade Tier 5 demonic beast in such a short time. "Owner Lin, I don't know how to thank you. You've really helped me out. If a person could not obtain top-grade medicinal pills, they could take their time to collect them. After all, one could still cultivate without them, just slower. However, demonic beasts were different. They had violent personalities. Even if they were tamed and contracted, it would be difficult to change their bestial nature. If they did not receive their required vitality, they would not be able to suppress their demonic chi. This would cause them to explode and die. The black blood tiger was the most important demonic beast to the Du family. It allowed them to contend with the other three great families. In short, they needed its powerful combat strength. Since they could not find any high-level demonic beasts, the Du family reluctantly gathered Tier 3 or 4 demonic beasts to replace them. Of course, that was not enough for the black blood tiger to develop further. Tier 5 demonic beasts were not easy to find. Moreover, there were other families who were hostile towards them, especially the Miao family. They would definitely interfere and not let the Du family succeed easily. If the black blood tiger really broke through, Du Nanfeng's strength would increase by a lot. There was no way the other families would just sit and watch. Du Nanfeng seemed to have made up his mind. Owner Lin, if you want to learn how to tame beasts, I'm willing to give you the beast taming manual. Even Du Wan was quite shocked to hear this. The Du family was able to establish a foothold in Qingyang City because of their unique beast taming abilities. The beast taming manual was only passed down to the Du family. An ordinary disciple would not be able to learn it. Du Nanfeng continued in a deep voice, Owner Lin is our great benefactor. With this top-grade Tier 5 beast, I think the black blood tiger will be able to have a successful breakthrough. It might not be possible with an ordinary Tier 5 demonic beast. However, this beast was top-grade. In fact, it's almost Tier 6. It should be a sufficient meal for the black blood tiger. As the head of the family, Du Nanfeng's words carried a lot of weight. He meant what he said. If this is the clan head's decision, then we have no objections. This was a pleasant surprise for Lin Imo. He never expected Du Nanfeng to be so generous. Thank you for your good intentions. Lin Imo also handed over the interspatial ring that was on his hand. These are the things that you've asked me to collect previously. They are all stored in this ring. A look of surprise flashed across Du Nanfeng's face as he took the ring. There were medicinal pills, strengthening ingredients, and all sorts of heavenly treasures inside. He did not expect Lin Imo to collect them so quickly. According to our previous agreement, I will heighten the lookout fish's bloodline. To do so, for the next 1.5 months, the lookout fish will have to stay here. It will be in my care. No problem. Lin Imo was not worried that Du Nanfeng would go back on his words or harm the lookout fish. After all, the two of them had already made a deal, and the latter was not a short-sighted person. An ordinary person could only contract one life-bound demonic beast. The black blood tiger had already expended a lot of the Du family's resources, so nurturing the lookout fish was a small matter. After a period of time, the lookout fish would complete its transformation and become even stronger. When that time came, Lin Imo could not wait to see it fight again. The lookout fish would definitely turn the tides of battles. After Lin Imo left, Duan asked in a confused tone, Father, even if you are grateful to Lin Imo, you can just give him some magic tools and elixirs. Why did you offer him the Du family's precious beast taming manual? Du Nanfeng narrowed his eyes and asked in return, Do you think he is lacking in these things? Lin Imo had held auctions every so often, and the items were frequently Tier 5 or 6. Clearly, he had an impressive stash. He probably doesn't even need the manual. It's meaningless to him. Even so, to pass the beast taming manual to an outsider. Before Du Wan could finish his sentence, Du Nanfeng interrupted him. You are still too young. We need to see the bigger picture. I'm doing this for our own good as well. If we build a good relationship with a strong person, the Du family will become even more powerful in the future. Du Wan did not expect his father to think so highly of Lin Imo. Du Nanfeng could see that Du Wan was confused. So, he continued, It has only been a short period of time. Yet, Lin Imo was able to bring us a Tier 5 top-grade demonic beast. From this, I could tell that he's not an ordinary person. However, according to our investigation, he is not even favored by the Lin family. He might be a genius, but that was in the past. Du Nanfeng shook his head. No, you're wrong. He added earnestly, This world is full of geniuses. What makes Linimo different is that he fell to rock bottom, but he managed to get up again. It's admirable. At the same time, people like him are the most terrifying. After Linimo returned from the Du family's estate, he began his closed-door cultivation. Before that, he instructed Wu Jin, "Don't let anyone disturb me." Wu Jin was a little surprised. "Young master, why are you in such a hurry to cultivate?" Miao Yin had suffered a huge loss in our last auction. He won't let things go so easily. Although it was the Du family's trap, he'll definitely think that I was involved and put the blame on me. Linimo added, "Do you think it's easier to deal with a family or just one person?" Wu Jin answered without hesitation, "Of course, it's easier to deal with one person." When he said that, his heart skipped a beat. The Miao family had always been hostile towards them, and now the situation had escalated. Clearly, teaming up with the Du family was the best decision. Linimo nodded his head. He looked into the air with a solemn expression. There had been no news from the Lin family. No doubt, they would not let him off the hook. The next assassination attempt should be coming soon. Hence, he needed to increase his strength urgently. Also, pay more attention to what's happening in the city these few days. Shut the auction house's door tightly. Keep a low profile for the time being. We'll discuss our next steps after I come out of seclusion. Wu Jin nodded. Don't worry. I will handle everything. Hence, Linimo began his cultivation. In the secret chamber, Linimo sat cross-legged and quickly entered a meditative state. He was very composed. Countless amounts of pure energy flowed through his body's 8 extraordinary meridians and various major acupoints. They were like small agile fishes. These meridians were the rivers they relied on to survive. The human body's meridians were extremely complicated. It was like a tree with countless branches. Intersecting and interweaving, they were scattered all over the place. However, in the end, they all ended up in the same place. Then, they would converge into a boundless ocean. If someone was able to look inside, they would discover a small vortex within Linmo's meridians. The cold air within that vortex was overflowing. It was due to the influence of the frost sword technique. Some spots were ridiculously cold, as if it was the land of the extreme north. Countless amounts of spiritual energy were absorbed, and the vortex gradually became larger. The qi around Linmo's body was also affected. There were traces of coldness. He breathed in and out with it a peerless rhythm. That caused the qi to enter and surround his body. Not long after, light blue crystals appeared all over the ground. Even the walls were covered with a faint layer of frost. Soon, the vortex absorbed everything. Nothing could stop Linimo from breaking through the shackles within his body. Suddenly, Linimo opened his eyes. A pale blue light flashed past. In an instant, the ice and snow disappeared. However, his limbs were filled with power. It was as if he could easily condense boundless energy. Linimo had reached the 4th level of the spirit-gathering realm. His speed was simply shocking. With such strength, nobody in Qingyang City could compete with him. The only ones who were stronger than Linimo were the elders and leaders of the 4 great clans. At the same time, he realized that in the spirit-gathering realm, the first 4 realms corresponded to the 4 limbs, thus allowing the 4 limbs to achieve a temporary increase in strength. However, to an ordinary person, this would more or less cause a certain amount of damage. Since Linimo possessed the god-slaying body, it allowed him to survive in such a desperate situation. With his special constitution and the high-grade cultivation technique, he would be able to fight even against a peak level 9 expert. The clan's right-hand man is probably a peak level 9 expert. Perhaps the Miao, Wang, and Huang family's patriarchs are all at this stage. Based on Linmo's memories, the Lin clan's patriarch had already reached this level a few decades ago. It was highly likely that he had already completed his breakthrough. Nobody knew what terrifying power he had achieved. Still, Linimo was not afraid. His cultivation speed was truly monstrous. In the entire continent, no one could surpass him. He believed that with time, he would be able to catch up. Anyway, he started to cultivate the dragon swimming steps. Since he had a foundation from the dust rising steps, cultivating the dragon swimming steps was not difficult. On the contrary, it went incredibly smoothly. A golden dragon phantom appeared on Lin Mo's body, giving off an aura that could reach the heavens. As the phantom gradually solidified, the dragon's eyes were filled with an indescribable majesty. It felt like the dragon was about to come back to life. This meant that Lin Mo's cultivation was a huge success. He was only one step away from perfecting it. Naturally, he did not forget about the wind-cleaving scythe. A huge scythe appeared in the air. It looked extremely heavy but was actually exceptionally light. The blade was sharp. It could probably split the air in half. The sound of sharp blades cutting through the wind could be heard. Most importantly, the wind-cleaving scythe could be adjusted according to the user's wishes. It was really handy. Furthermore, the wind-cleaving scythe had AoE, TN, area of effect, attacks. Lin Mo planned to use the frost sword if he was facing a single enemy. On the other hand, if he was surrounded by enemies, he would use the wind-cleaving scythe. Most of the newly obtained items had been cultivated by Lin Mo. It's a pity that the auction return system isn't omnipotent. I can only use whatever the system gives. If only I could get what I want. Even so, Lin Mo was still satisfied. After all, the items given by the system were all good. Along with the god-slaying body, no matter what he cultivated, his speed would be much faster than an ordinary person. At the Lin family's estate, things were stirring up. What? Another failure? The second elder had received the news from Qingyang City. He stood up from his chair and accidentally knocked over a teacup on the table. How is this possible? The assassins were very powerful. They should be more than enough to deal with Lin Mo. How did they fail? Is an expert secretly helping out that kid? The second elder was puzzled. However, before he could gather his thoughts, the clan leader sent someone for him. Did the clan leader say why he's looking for me? Could it be that Lin Mo's attempted assassinations were exposed? Unfortunately, the servant shook his head. He had no idea. The clan leader only said that he wanted to see you and nothing else. Just as he reached the door, a strong spiritual power rushed over. It even caused him to have a hard time breathing. The second elder's body subconsciously reacted and moved to the side. It was difficult to resist such strong power. Half of his shoulder felt like it was crushed by a giant hand. He grunted and his face became extremely pale. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground. Clan leader, please calm down. What have I done to make you so angry? The clan leader spoke in a deep voice. You still have the nerve to ask. How dare you attempt to assassinate Lin Mo? This caused the second elder's heart to thump. His misdeeds were indeed exposed. If Lin Mo died, there should be no evidence left behind. Hence, even if the matter was exposed, it would not have mattered. At most, he would only face a small punishment. Regrettably, Lin Mo survived, and the clan leader was furious upon hearing what had happened. Things had completely gone awry. The clan leader stared at the second elder. He knew what the latter was thinking and released another strike of spiritual energy as he was unable to contain his anger. Our clan members are not allowed to kill each other. That rule had been long established. You have no regard for me as the clan leader. I'm just thinking for the sake of our clan. Everyone knows that Lin Mo is good for nothing. Enemy clans use him to mock us. He's just a dirt stain. That's why I took such drastic measures. The second elder spoke with sincerity and passion. He was really thinking about the Lin clan. When the clan leader saw his expression, most of the anger in his heart dissipated. Are the assassins members of the Lin clan? The second elder was not so foolish. It would be bad if word got out. Clan leader, don't worry. Those assassins are outsiders. I will never do anything that would tarnish the Lin family's reputation. If that's the case, then I'll let you off. Don't do such foolish things in the future. The clan leader gazed into the air. There was a hint of contemplation on his face. Lin Mo has already recovered his strength. In fact, he's even more powerful now. You absolutely must not send any more assassins. Otherwise, I won't let you off so lightly again. The second elder cried out involuntarily. He has recovered his strength? Upon hearing that, the clan leader narrowed his eyes and his deep gaze landed on the second elder. His tone was rather unclear as he said, You seem to be very surprised to hear this. The second elder hurriedly lowered his head. No, it's not like that. This was the reason why the clan leader had thrown such a huge tantrum. If Linamo was still good for nothing, then he would not mind it. However, things had changed. Since Linamo had recovered his strength, the clan leader was somewhat tempted to bring him back to the family. On the other hand, this was bad news for the second elder. I can no longer turn a blind eye to your little tricks. The interests of the clan are the most important. The second elder's heart sank. Understood. He thought of Linmo's reputation as a genius in the past. At that time, Linamo was in the limelight. Others were considered dull in comparison to his brilliance. This also applied to the second elder's bloodline. If Linamo was around, no one else could make a name for themselves. A dark light flashed across the second elder's eyes as he probed. If Linamo knew that the assassins were sent by me, I'm afraid that he would harbor resentment for the Lin family. When that time comes, he did not say anything further. The second elder was really good at manipulating others. The clan leader pondered for a moment and said indifferently, in any case, the assassins were not members of the Lin family. Linamo does not have any evidence. If he was smart, he would not pick a fight with us. Breaking off or becoming enemies with the Lin family would not be beneficial to him. Those words were true, but how could Linamo just pretend that nothing had happened? He had to pay them back. Remember to put away those thoughts of yours. Linamo is still useful to the clan. If I find out that you've conspired behind my back again, I definitely won't let you off. The second elder hurriedly agreed. Got it. As he walked out of the main gate, he could not hold it in any longer and immediately spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The clan leader had really struck him hard earlier. The second elder sneered like a venomous snake in the dark. He might have agreed to back down, but that did not mean others could not attack. All of a sudden, he remembered something. Recently, the Miao family of Qingyang City had sent someone to gather information. A brilliant idea began forming in his mind. A few days had passed and Linamo finally finished his training. Once Wu Jin heard this news, he immediately rushed over. Linmo's aura had yet to be retracted. The moment Wu Jin saw him, he froze on the spot. It felt like he was facing an endless ocean with humongous waves surging towards him. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. Wu Jin lowered his head abruptly, and the pressure was greatly reduced. Congratulations, young master. You've gotten stronger again. Although he did not know Linmo's current level, it was clear that the latter had become more powerful. Has anything occurred in the past few days? Wu Jin shook his head. Everything is calm. Nothing much has happened. Nothing happening could make a person more vigilant. The Miao and Lin families were probably coming up with a bigger plan. At the thought of this, Linamo immediately said, I want to buy a cauldron. Help me look for 1 inch. Wu Jin had a puzzled look on his face. Cauldron? Why would Linamo need a cauldron? He was not an alchemist, so he had no use for it. This was a really strange request. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but why do you need a cauldron? It turned out that Linamo had previously learned the method of refining demonic beasts' bloodlines from Du Nanfeng. A cauldron was an indispensable tool. Moreover, if he ever wanted to learn the art of pill refining, he would also need it. Wu Jin was very efficient. He gathered a lot of information very quickly. Young master, when it comes to forging weapons, the Wang family is the best among the 4 clans. This was true. For example, Wang Qing had extraordinary eyesight, and he also showed a strong interest in weapons. He could easily tell the pros and cons of a weapon. Additionally, he was the one who bought the scythe at the auction. The 4 families are able to establish themselves in Qingyang City because each of them has their own strengths. Young master, if you want to buy a better cauldron, I think it's best to start from the Wang family. They should have good connections. Linmo's thoughts were similar to Wu Jin's. Those in the market were all of medium quality. The good things were all monopolized by the 4 big families. We shall make some preparations and visit the Wang family. Linmo did not have any conflict with Wang Qing. However, they did not interact either. Wang Qing had only bought items from him. Thus, he did not expect Wang Qing to show such enthusiasm towards his arrival. Father, this is the owner of the auction house that I mentioned to you earlier. His name is Linamo. Wang Zhong was sitting at the head seat. He was about 40 years old. The man looked tall and sturdy. His eyes were somewhat cold, and he had 2 curved eyebrows. He appeared to be mighty even if he was not angry. After sizing up Lin Mo, he said, I didn't expect owner Lin to be so young. It's impressive that you're managing the auction house. Wang Zhong's voice was deafening like a loud bell. Lin Mo also noticed the thick calluses on his thumb. It was probably caused by forging weapons. Clan leader, you flatter me. Wang Zhong ordered someone to serve Lin Mo some tea. May I know the purpose of your visit? Lin Mo did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I've heard that the Wang family is quite skilled in forging magic treasures and weapons. I'm here today to ask for a cauldron. Wang Zhong paused. The fragrance of the tea lingered in the air. No one could see his expression clearly. He slowly fiddled with the teapot's lid and stayed silent for a while. Wang Qing was a direct person who respected the strong very much. Lin Mo was about the same age as him, but he was able to set up an auction house in Qingyang City. Furthermore, he displayed extraordinary power when he killed the assassin. Hence, Wang Qing could not help but admire Lin Mo. He had wanted to befriend him for a long time. Since Wang Zhong did not reply, Wang Qing could not help but say, Father, owner Lin personally came to request for our help. There are quite a number of good cauldrons in our house. Why don't we aid him? Originally, Wang Zhong hesitated. Obviously, he knew about the enmity between Lin Mo and the Miao family. He was unsure if his family should get involved. If he were to sell the cauldron to Lin Mo, the Miao family might think they were allied and get offended. Thus, he needed to think and be careful about this matter. However, he did not expect his own son to instantly compromise his position. At this point, there was nothing else he could say. He could not help but sigh and instructed the servants, bring out a few cauldrons. Wang Qing was a linear person. He did not understand the twists and turns. When Wang Zhong stared at him with an aggrieved expression, he did not even understand it. Owner Lin, see if there are any that you like. A few cauldrons were brought out. They were of different sizes and shapes. Lin Mo walked forward and saw the first cauldron. The entire thing was translucent like white jade. It emitted a lustrous jade-like glow. One could feel the rather gentle aura from within. It was good, but not what Lin Mo wanted. The second cauldron was green. It was like a treasure that grew in the mountains. Various plants were even engraved on it. There was a faint smell of faint medicinal fragrance. If this cauldron was used to refine medicinal pills, it would definitely produce fantastic results. However, Lin Mo was mainly going to refine demonic beasts' bloodlines. Medicinal pills were not a priority, so this cauldron was not suitable either. The third cauldron was burning hot. It even raised the surrounding temperature by quite a bit. At the same time, it gave off a tyrannical aura and seemed to have a rather powerful offensive nature. This was not common for a cauldron. It could even be used as a weapon. Unfortunately, it was still not what Lin Mo needed. After looking through everything, Lin Mo shook his head. There's nothing here that I want. Wang Zhong did not expect Lin Mo to be so picky. If that's the case, my cauldrons might not be suitable for you. Lin Mo was extremely disappointed. Suddenly, Wang Qing said, Father, you have forgotten about that strange cauldron. Wang Zhong's expression slightly changed. On the other hand, Lin Mo's interest was piqued. Strange cauldron? Wang Qing immediately answered, That's right. Owner Lin, we have a very strange cauldron. Wang Zhong had no choice and could only ask someone to bring the cauldron. A huge dark cauldron appeared in front of them. It looked ordinary on the outside and was a little heavy, unlike the cauldrons which were overflowing with light and colors that Lin Mo had seen earlier. This cauldron did not even have any characteristics. From afar, it looked like a big black furnace. Lin Mo subconsciously stretched out his hand. His fingertips trembled slightly as if there was an electric current flowing through them. At the same time, there seemed to be a wave of hot air that was slowly rising from within his body. The god-slaying body was reacting intensely with this cauldron. Then, Lin Mo calmly retracted his hand and suppressed the boiling spiritual energy within his body. There was a voice telling him to obtain that cauldron at all cost. Lin Mo's eyes deepened as he probed, Is this cauldron forged by the Wang family? Wang Zhong shook his head. I obtained it by accident. It was very strange, so I decided to keep it. He continued, I didn't take it out earlier because this cauldron can't be used for refining. Lin Mo thought that it was odd. Can't be used for refining? Why is that? Is this cauldron broken? Wang Zhong had a complicated expression on his face. The moment someone attempts to refine something, this cauldron will erupt. Then, the mysterious power will devour all the energy of the item, turning it into nothing but trash. Medicinal pills or anything else, the results were always the same. A cauldron was supposed to turn trash into treasure, but this thing was doing the exact opposite. Wang Zhong had been studying this mysterious cauldron's power for quite some time, but to no avail. There had to be a hidden secret. Nothing else could explain the peculiar phenomenon. However, after spending countless resources, Wang Zhong still could not figure out the mystery. As time passed, he gradually gave up. Wang Zhong sighed and said, "I've tried all kinds of methods, but nothing worked. Owner Lin, you seem to be very interested in this cauldron." Naturally, Lin Mo could not tell the actual truth. There were very few god-slaying bodies, and even fewer people who knew about them. "I want to study this mysterious cauldron's power." Lin Mo had a serious expression on his face. It did not seem like he was lying. However, Wang Zhong was a sharp person. He knew that things were not so simple. "I think this cauldron is quite compatible with me. Could you sell it to me for 10,000 low-grade spirit stones?" Wang Zhong was a little hesitant. He looked at the cauldron and then at Lin Mo. Although he may not understand the profound meaning behind this cauldron, he did not want to sell it just like that either. On the other hand, Lin Mo's offer was very tempting. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma. "Owner Lin, why would you spend so many spirit stones on such a cauldron? Isn't it a waste?" Wang Zhong probed again to see if he could get more information out of Lin Mo. If Wang Zhong found out that Lin Mo and the cauldron had formed a connection, it would be even harder for the latter to obtain it. "Clan leader Wang, I'm an auctioneer, so I like to collect strange things. That's why I value this cauldron." It was a solid response with no room for argument. "Moreover, you've already researched the cauldron and there were no results, right? Let me give it a try instead." Wang Qing spoke from the side again. It looked like he could not wait to sell the cauldron. "Father, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and sell this strange cauldron to Owner Lin. It's just a waste of space for us." Almost no one would spend such a huge amount of money to buy it. Personally, I wouldn't even pay 1,000 spirit stones. Wang Zhong was speechless. His son was incomparably honest. He was so angry that he rolled his eyes several times. However, after thinking about it, Wang Qing's words made sense. This cauldron would only collect dust if he kept it. Selling it to Lin Mo would be way better. It would even earn him quite a lot of spirit stones. All right. The two parties quickly came to an agreement. Once everything was settled, Lin Mo prepared to leave. "If there's an opportunity next time, I'll visit again. Thank you for your time today." Wang Zhong did not know why, but he felt a little disappointed in his heart as he looked at Lin Mo's departing figure. "Father, you've earned 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Why do you look unhappy?" Upon hearing these words, Wang Zhong immediately felt a burst of anger. He recalled all the times his son had pushed him into a corner. Since Lin Mo was present earlier, he could not say anything. "Did you think you could control my actions?" Wang Qing was totally confused. He scratched his head and said, "Father, I think you've misunderstood me." Wang Zhong sighed. The cauldron had already been sold. There was no point in arguing now. Lin Mo must know how to use that cauldron. I'm sure he wasn't telling the truth, and I don't know how many tricks he has up his sleeve. Originally, I wanted to get more information out of him, but you completely messed up my plan. His son was silly and sweet. Sometimes, Wang Zhong wished that he was a little more like Lin Mo. Wang Qing did not mind. No matter how rare and precious a treasure is, it's useless in the wrong hands. I think that selling the cauldron to Lin Mo was the right decision. These words made Wang Zhong proud. What his son had said was completely reasonable. Finally, you have said something sensible. Still, Lin Mo is quite sly. Don't provoke him. We better not get involved with the matter between him and the Miao family. Wang Zhong was not a busybody, and he knew his son's characteristics very well. That was why he gave Wang Qing a reminder. Lin Mo brought back the gigantic black cauldron that he had obtained from the Wang family and went straight into the secret chamber. It was rather strange. Previously, The cauldron had had an intense reaction with the god-devouring body, but now, there was nothing. It was as if it had just been a misconception. The auction house did not lack anything. There were items, pills, and plants. Nonetheless, they were all low-grade items. Even if they were to be discarded, Lin and Mo would not feel any heartache. He had a bunch of Tier 2 and 3 items. Lin and Mo threw all the Tier 2 medicinal pills into the cauldron. The huge black cauldron began to spin at high speed. Not long after, it stopped in midair. For a fleeting moment, Lin and Mo could feel a strange fluctuation. That feeling was hard to describe. Regardless, it felt somewhat familiar. Perhaps the pill's level was too low, so nothing worthy of note happened. Lin and Mo opened the lid of the cauldron and took a look. There was only black ash inside. This was exactly what Wang Zhong had described. The end result would always be ashes unless the cauldron exploded. At most, the cauldron would produce medicinal liquid. Maybe the medicinal plants were too fragile and could easily be altered. Additionally, it was Lin Mo's first time refining them, so he was rather careless. Thus, such a situation occurred. Next, Lin and Mo threw in a Tier 3 magic treasure. It was a defensive type of jade pendant. The pendant's outer appearance was bright and colorful. There were even exquisite hollowed-out patterns carved on it. The jade pendant was shaped like a butterfly. After taking a look at the cauldron, there was no black ash. Instead, there was a black lump. Even the spiritual energy inside the pendant had been swept clean. Lin and Mo did not give up and continued his experimentation. As mentioned by Wang Zhong, the black ash and lump were inevitable. After devouring all the spiritual energy within the items, only trash was left behind. Lin and Mo was convinced that such a situation occurred because the item's level was too low. There was no way he could study the phenomenon in detail. In order to understand the cauldron's mysterious power, a large number of resources were needed. He might even need to sacrifice Tier 4 items. However, Lin and Mo was unable to find anything. A large amount of black ash and lumps had already been accumulated. Lin Mo's entire body was covered in dust. His gaze turned cold. What exactly was the problem? After absorbing so much spiritual energy, the cauldron should have undergone some changes. Yet, everything was still the same as before. This situation was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many things Lin and Mo put in the cauldron, the end results were the same. Was my senses wrong? Lin and Mo felt discouraged. This cauldron was completely useless. It could only devour spiritual energy. There was no further use. He shook his head in disbelief. It seems like even the god-devouring body could make a mistake. In a final act of desperation, Lin and Mo decided to try using a high-grade item. I should try using a high-grade item. That might be effective. Wang Zhong had also used countless low-grade items. However, after failing so many times, he was reluctant to risk any high-grade item. Even though Tier 2 and 3 items were cheap and common, they still add up to a lot. It was not a small expenditure. Since nothing of value was obtained, Wang Zhong decided to stop while he was ahead. Lin and Mo took out his Tier 5 treasure with a resolute expression. For some reason, he bit his fingertip and a drop of blood dripped into the cauldron. A mysterious air current surged over. It was as if the world was divided into yin and yang. At the same time, an unknown power connected the giant black cauldron and Lin and Mo together. One sentence emerged in his mind. Shimming cauldron. The cauldron began shaking non-stop in midair. The drop of blood spun around inside, but it did not sink. Meanwhile, the Tier 5 magic treasure was being pulled by the mysterious power. It fell continuously. Following that, a spiritual light eroded. Then, it became dimmer and dimmer. Lin and Mo felt like he could completely control the cauldron. It was not hard at all. The god-devouring body had reacted once again. This time, the power was incomparably familiar. Anyway, the spiritual energy gradually dissipated, like a flower that had bloomed then rapidly withered. The entire process only took a few seconds. The spiritual energy that had dissipated was actually fused into the cauldron. Lin and Mo seemed to understand what was going on. So that's how it is. He used the same method again as he threw another treasure into the cauldron. This time, the treasure was not damaged at all. The shimming cauldron would devour any weak energy. Back then, It felt the strong presence of the god-devouring body. Hence, there was a reaction. If a person wanted to actually activate the shimming cauldron, they needed to be even more powerful than it. Otherwise, no matter how many items were thrown into it, the end results would always be black ashes or lumps. Furthermore, the spiritual energy would be completely consumed. Linimo had managed to unintentionally activate its potential earlier. It could be said that he was the rightful owner of the shimming cauldron. Linimo said happily, "This cauldron is tailor-made for me." The shimming cauldron no longer devours an item's spiritual energy. As long as a person that was suitable activated it, the items refined would become stronger instead. Over the past few days, Linimo had been engrossed in his research on the shimming cauldron. 7 or 8 days had passed since the last auction. This meant a third auction was about to begin. When you collect items for auction, make sure you pay attention. See if you can discover anything special. Linimo was worried that Wu Jin might be careless and miss out on some treasures. Hence, he gave a reminder. Wu Jin scratched his head and suddenly remembered something. "Young master, now that you mention it, there is an item." He looked a little conflicted, not knowing whether his action was right or wrong. Nonetheless, he took out a martial arts book and handed it to Linimo. Golden Shield Art. Linimo took a look and thought that it was incomparably exquisite. If an individual could cultivate this technique, they would gain a great amount of power. Just as Linimo was getting excited, the book suddenly disappeared. It was as if a basin of cold water had been poured on his head. Wu Jin laughed bitterly. "That's right. This martial art book is incomplete." Linimo was amazed by Wu Jin's intellect. He had no interest in cultivation, yet he knew the power of this cultivation technique. Even if it was incomplete, this book still possessed the power of a low-grade Tier 5 cultivation technique. The book lacked the first half of its cultivation technique. There was only the second half. Thus, it was difficult for Linimo to even start. Cultivation methods all started from the shallow to the deep. If the second half was missing, one could still learn the basics of a particular technique. Furthermore, if they were capable, they could even extrapolate the second half. There might be some differences, but it would not matter. However, nobody was able to do the opposite. The first half would also contain a mental cultivation method, which was the most important. Without mental cultivation, it would be easy for an individual to go berserk. Basically, the two most important things were missing, which meant this martial art could not be cultivated and could only be used for research. For that reason, the owner decided to auction it off. Linimo shook his head. What a pity. His reaction made Wu Jin feel a little apprehensive. "Young master, did I make a mistake?" He was worried that the martial arts book might not be sold. There's no need to be so anxious. Someone with high attainments in martial arts might be interested in this. Linimo decided to put up this incomplete book for auction. If it was sold, he could obtain something good from the return system. Besides, the worst-case scenario was that he would lose some mere spirit stones. We receive auction items every day. Many of them are of high quality. "Young master, why don't you take a look?" Linimo looked at the items that Wu Jin had presented. He was clearly very satisfied. In total, 4 items would be auctioned tonight. "Young master, don't worry. The number of attendants won't matter. I will definitely make the place lively." Of course, Linimo believed in Wu Jin's ability. He smiled and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." Soon, it was nighttime. Qingyang City was just as lively. After all, there were some transactions that could only be done at night. In fact, one could even argue that it was even more lively than during the day. The sun had just set when the auction house opened its doors. People were pouring in. Many guests were gathered and the place was bustling. As far as I could remember, this auction house was about to close down, but now, it's the opposite. What happened? Yeah, the owner was rude and had offended many people. That's why there were not many patrons. When the locals heard this, they immediately knew these people were from out of town. "I can tell that you have just entered the city." The visitor nodded. "You're right. This auction house was about to be closed. However, a foreigner took over. He has an extraordinary background and possesses many good things. It resulted in the current situation." Qingyang City was strategically located geographically. Many people would have to pass through this place to go to other large cities or engage in trades. Naturally, the population of this city was very high. Travelers would not spend much time in each city, but they would look for whatever opportunities available. Usually, they would only patronize the imperial family's auction house. In Qingyang City, Lin Mo's auction house was one of those that would provide high-quality items at a low price. Obviously, people would choose to visit his auction house over the others. Moreover, Lin Mo's escapade caught many people's interest. I'll have to take a good look. I might have missed the first two auctions, but I managed to attend this one. Who knows, I could get something good. There was still some time before the auction, and the venue was almost full. As usual, the Huang sisters, Du Wan, and Wang Qing were present. Lin Mo scanned the entire area. Strange. Wu Jin could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" "I don't see anyone from the Miao family." Lin Mo recalled the past events with Miao Yin. The latter bought a Tier 4 demonic beast with 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. With his narrow-minded personality, he should have come looking for trouble. There was definitely something fishy going on. The absence of the Miao family made Lin Mo even more suspicious. Obviously, Miao Yin was not someone who would easily let go of his hatred. He was definitely plotting something. After two auctions, Lin Mo had become quite familiar with most of the locals in Qingyang City, such as Du Wan and Wang Qing. He had also visited both of their families. As long as the other party had no ill intentions, Lin Mo would not do anything to offend them. As for the unfamiliar faces, they should be visitors from other places. The number of patrons this time was several times more than the previous auctions. It was very lively. Wu Jin stepped onto the stage, and the volume gradually decreased. The first item is a Tier 5 top-grade breathing pill. Starting price is 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. Tier 5 top-grade pills were rarely seen in Qingyang City. No one expected the first item to be so good. This also meant the subsequent items would be better. The crowd instantly caused an uproar. "I've heard about this auction house in Qingyang City. The owner has a mysterious background, and he owns powerful items. After seeing things with my own eyes, I'm not disappointed at all. This auction house is quite big. The first item is a breathing pill, so the next would be even better. They must have at least a Tier 6 item. The starting price of the breathing pill is only 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. Something like this would never happen in the Royal Auction House. Over there, it would cost at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. It's true that this place provides high-quality items at a low price. That pill could help any cultivator become stronger physically, especially for those below level 4. In fact, one might even be able to have a breakthrough. Many people knew the value of the breathing pill. It was very promising and would be of great use in battles. If used well, it could even be considered a trump card. Wang Qing recalled his father's warning to stay away from Lin Mo, but he was very curious about the latter. They looked about the same age. Was Lin Mo really as powerful as his father claimed? Initially, Wang Qing had some doubts. However, when he saw the breathing pill, his doubts were erased. Looks like what father said is true. When Du Wan heard this, he could not help but ask, "What's true?" These juniors needed the breathing pill to strengthen their bodies. Their strength was still insufficient. If they could obtain the pill, they could reduce the danger when battling in spirit realms and improve their cultivation. Needless to say, the pill was extremely useful. Yet, Lin Mo was willing to auction it off. This meant he had a lot of such pills, or he had already broken through the 4th level. Basically, Lin Mo no longer needed the pill. Still, the breathing pill was not that easy to be refined. Very few people in Qingyang City were capable of such a feat. Wang Qing was truly intrigued. "We're about the same age as him, but why is our cultivation level so different? If he kept going at this speed, it would be impossible for us to catch up." Wang Qing's gaze was filled with admiration. On the other hand, Du Wan was not surprised. He could roughly guess Lin Mo's strength. Du Wan replied, "There's no point in comparing. Don't think too much about it." The others thought of the same thing. They could only guess about Lin Mo's true strength. Anyway, the breathing pill was really pointless for Lin Mo. There was no reason for him to keep it. More importantly, no one knew about Lin Mo's return system. Not only would he be able to earn spirit stones by selling the pill, but he would also be able to obtain something better. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Wang Qing quickly settled down. He might not be able to compete with Lin Mo, but he still had a chance against the other members of the four great clans. So, he immediately shouted, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Duan also wanted to bid. However, his family mainly focused on beast taming. Therefore, this pill was dispensable to him. It would be better for him to sit out this round. The others would definitely need it more. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Others competed with Wang Qing. Unfortunately for them, the Wang family was rich and powerful. There was no contest. In the end, the breathing pill was bought by Wang Qing for 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ding! The host has successfully auctioned a Tier 5 top-grade breathing pill. Successfully triggered 500 times return. Obtained a Tier 5 top-grade medicinal pill, profound breathing pill. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Mo was somewhat disappointed. Previously, the reward would be one grade higher, but this time, it was the same. The profound breathing pill was only a slightly enhanced version. It might be useful for others, but not for Lin Mo. He might as well sell it. If the others knew what Lin Mo was thinking, they would turn red from jealousy. After all, a Tier 5 top-grade pill was very hard to come by. Yet, Lin Mo was actually disdained to obtain it. Fortunately, there was no concept of Versailles, Tian, a symbol of the absolute monarchy system. Otherwise, Lin Mo would definitely be ranked at the top. Lin Mo waved his hand at Wu Jin, telling him there was another item to be auctioned. Wu Jin had no recollection of the extra item and felt that it was strange, but he did not say anything. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we have added another item to the auction. It's a Tier 5 top-grade medicinal pill, profound breathing pill. Starting price is 9,000 low-grade spirit stones. A profound breathing pill. Obviously, it was even better than the breathing pill. Everyone's eyes lit up. They looked determined. This made Wang Qing feel like he had made the wrong decision. If he had known that the profound breathing pill existed, he definitely would not have bought the breathing pill. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 12,000 low-grade spirit stones. Duan and the Huang sisters started bidding. Clearly, they had the same thoughts and wanted the profound breathing pill. The pill was very important to them. On the other hand, Lin Mo was indifferent. After all, his cultivation level was far higher than what the profound breathing pill could offer. Some people realized this and were shocked. The price had soared to 18,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the Huang sisters began to look hesitant. Huang Zhiyun wanted to continue bidding, but she was stopped by Huang Zhiro. She explained, "The price is a little high now. There are still a few more items to be auctioned. Perhaps there will be something better. We can skip this pill." After giving it some thought, Huang Zhiyun agreed. The Huang sisters stopped bidding. Naturally, normal people were no match for Duan. In the end, the medicinal pill was bought by him for 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Since this item was a reward by the system, Lin Mo did not gain anything. Still, he did earn a large number of spirit stones. No doubt, it was a profit. The third item to be auctioned is a Tier 4 low-grade martial art, Shattered Star Fist. Starting price is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although it was only a Tier 4 low-grade martial art, its destructive power was quite rare. As such, it had aroused the interest of some people. On the other hand, Lin Mo did not cultivate this technique because it was too fierce and did not match his style. Lin Mo's main interest was sword arts. There was no need for him to cultivate fist art. It would be too much. He knew his limits. For most cultivators, they were empty-handed. It was very difficult for them to find a suitable magic treasure. Buying a top-grade magic treasure required a large number of spirit stones. So, cultivating a fist technique was the next best option. 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Mo noticed that Duan and Wang Qing were also bidding. However, the Huang sisters who usually bid on martial arts did not. Looks like they don't just bid on any martial arts. According to Lin Mo's observation, the Huang sisters liked to collect various martial arts and cultivation techniques. He did not expect them to actually be picky. Nevertheless, it was not strange. There were tons of martial arts and cultivation techniques in this world. No matter how rich they were, it would be impossible for them to collect everything. Initially, Linamo thought they might be interested in the golden shield art, but now, he was a little apprehensive. As for the others, he had not observed them too much and did not know if they would take a fancy to an incomplete martial arts manual. Linamo had to successfully auction it off before he could receive the system's reward. No one expected an unknown middle-aged man to win the bid for the shattered star fist. Based on his appearance, he seemed to be from a foreign country. Linamo did not recognize him, but the man emitted quite an extraordinary aura. Ding! The host has successfully auctioned a Tier 4 low-grade martial art, Shattered Star Fist. Successfully triggered 1,000 times return. Obtained a Tier 5 top-grade martial art, Shattered Star Dragon Fist. Just from the name alone, it sounded rather amazing. If Linamo was not focusing on sword arts, he would certainly be very interested in cultivating this technique. Regardless, he decided to keep the martial art for now. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. The fourth item up for auction is a Tier 4 middle-grade aconitum inner core pill. Starting price is 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. That's a good item. An aconitum snake is extremely poisonous. Hence, its inner core has a powerful resistance effect. Most poisons can be cured by consuming that pill. My brother was accidentally stung by a black scorpion. He died because there was no suitable medicine to treat his wounds. Such an unfortunate event would not have happened if he had that pill. There were many highly toxic demonic beasts and hazards in the forest. One slight mistake, and it would be fatal. In fact, it was almost inevitable. Having the aconitum inner core pill was like having an extra life. A person would feel much more at ease by having it than not. Everyone knew the value of that pill. Thus, the bids were especially intense. 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Most of the bidders were foreign cultivators, mercenaries, and so on. They had traveled far and wide all year round. These medicinal pills were necessary as they often faced dangers. On the contrary, the locals, especially those who came from powerful families, did not bid. Their clans could provide them with such resources by themselves. Besides, they did not need to risk their lives for resources as they could just purchase them with spirit stones. It was one of the perks of being rich. From this, one could clearly see the difference between an ordinary person and someone who came from a rich family. A regular person stood no chance against a powerful clan. Ironically, for this reason, more people were bidding. The price was soaring, but not at a terrifying speed like the previous few items. After all, normal people would not casually raise the price up to tens of thousands. As a result, the aconitum inner core pill was bought by a foreign expert. At the same time, the system notification sounded in Linmo's mind. Ding! The host has successfully auctioned a Tier 4 middle-grade aconitum inner core pill. Successfully triggered 500 times return. Acquired a Tier 6 low-grade gold-striped snake inner pill. It had been some time, and Linamo felt that he had a general understanding of the auction return system. Generally speaking, the system would reward items of the same nature as those that were auctioned off. For example, if he auctioned off a medical pill, he would get back something of similar nature. Thus, Linamo was not surprised when he obtained the gold-striped snake inner pill. Anyway, the gold-striped snake inner pill was stronger than the aconitum inner core pill. The former also had better effects. There was nothing strange as the two pills were of different grades. Linamo decided to keep the gold-striped snake inner pill for rainy days. The time had come for the auction's climax. Everyone had looks of anticipation on their faces. They were curious about the last item. There were already Tier 4 and 5 items of different varieties. Each of them had their own use and were extremely valuable. I've heard about this auction house. Apparently, it has a lot of good items. At first, I did not believe the rumors, but now, I can say this trip was definitely worth it. That's right. The items are of high quality and the starting price is also the cheapest. The locals overheard this and felt honored. They could not help but interject, "You guys came at the right time." The first 2 rounds had a lot of good things as well. In most cases, the best item is kept for last. The finale should be spectacular. Yeah, I don't think we'll be disappointed. Just as the crowd was busy discussing, Wu Jin finally took out the fifth item. The fifth item to be auctioned is a Tier 5 low-grade incomplete version of the Golden Shield art. Starting price is 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even if it was an incomplete version of a martial art technique, the starting price had never been this low. The patrons thought that they heard wrong and became skeptical. No way, the starting price is only 5,000 low-grade spirit stones? It's even a Tier 5 martial art. The price is almost too good to be true. Some people thought they had come across a great bargain. However, quite a few people felt that something was amiss. Wu Jin continued speaking. The missing part of this technique is the first half. It would be difficult to cultivate for most people. That's why the price is low. Everyone, feel free to make your own decision. There won't be any refunds once an item is sold. Naturally, Wu Jin had to make things clear so the auction house would not suffer future backlashes. Prevention was better than cure. It was not worth going through unnecessary trouble. Everyone's excitement gradually faded. They said with disappointment, "I knew it. There was no way a Tier 5 cultivation technique would be so cheap." The owner of this auction house is not stupid. It may be cheap, but it's not free. A majority of people lost interest. What a pity. Only a brilliant person would be able to cultivate this technique. It wouldn't matter as much if the second half was missing. One can still cultivate it. However, this is the opposite. There's no way to start, and mental cultivation is extremely important. It was true. The most crucial part was missing. Even those who were quite strong dared not take the risk. 1. Everyone was a little disappointed by the final item. A low-grade Tier 5 martial art was indeed precious. Unfortunately, it had the most fatal flaw. There was no use since it could not be cultivated. It's not completely useless. In fact, it's suitable for those from aristocratic families. Only they have a shot at cultivating it. True, but it won't be easy. Upon hearing everyone's words, Linimo became a little worried. What if he failed to sell this cultivation technique? He turned his head and looked at the Huang sisters. Unexpectedly, their gazes were exceptionally fiery. Linimo instantly felt relieved. With them around, this cultivation technique would most likely be sold. It did not matter even if the price was low. Linimo only cared about the reward he would get from the system. 6,500 low-grade spirit stones. 7,000 low-grade spirit stones. A couple of shouts could be heard. Linimo was quite surprised. A few people were actually interested in this cultivation technique. The price did not instantly soar, but it was still increasing steadily. Towards the end, the participants became fewer and fewer. They probably felt like it was not worth wasting so many spirit stones on such a dicey martial art technique. After a while, only Huang Zhiyun and a foreign expert were left calling out the prices. The foreign expert was fat and had a round figure. From afar, he looked like a balloon. His appearance was simple and amiable, but he gave off a murderous aura. He did not look like a person that should be trifled with. In any case, the Huang family had a deep foundation and they were locals. Obviously, they had the advantage. As the price continued to rise, the foreign expert snorted coldly. "Little brat, what are you even doing here? Go home and drink your milk. Even if you get this cultivation technique, it would be useless. With your current level and strength, you won't be able to cultivate it at all. This technique is not suitable for little girls." These words were quite rude. The Huang sisters were shy girls. Their snow-white cheeks were flushed red. They were angry like a light pink plum blooming in the snow. Huang Zhiyun was quick-tempered. She immediately stood up from her chair. "What do you mean by that?" The man glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. Huang Zhiyun was so angry that her body trembled. She almost rushed forward to find someone to argue with, but she was stopped by Huang Zhiro. Could it be that the spirit stones can't compete with us? So she wants to use her lip service? It was really laughable. She spoke gently. She sat there like a demure magnolia, but her words were like a prickly cactus. It could be said that she had hit the nail on the head. The man's face immediately darkened. It was obvious that he had been hit on the spot. Huang Zhiyun seemed to have found her confidence. She made a face. "That's right. Whoever offers the highest price will be able to get it. Even if we don't know how, what can we do? It's not bad for it to be placed at home." The man's face turned pale from the words of the two sisters. He gritted his teeth and said, "That wretched girl is quite sharp-tongued." He clenched his fists tightly, and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something and looked around. After a moment, he revealed a sinister smile. "If that's the case, then don't blame me for destroying the flowers. You're still young and don't know manners. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the elders in your clan." From what he said, he wanted to snatch the incomplete Golden Dipper art. Huang Zhiyun sensed a hint of danger and immediately put on a vigilant expression. The others also had a different expression when they heard that. No way. Is there anyone who would snatch things when they can't buy anything these days? It was not uncommon for people to kill others for treasures. It was the same for the auction house. Some people had auctioned off precious treasures, and on their way back, they encountered incidents where others intercepted and snatched their treasures. However, very few people would openly take action in the auction house. Moreover, this was still Qingyang City, and it was not like the village that Lin Mo had stayed in before. In a small place like that, even if they caused an uproar in the auction house, it would not be a big deal. However, anyone who provoked them here would easily alert the city guards. It would cause a big problem if they were expelled. They might even be forever denied entry into Qingyang City. He dared to offend the Huang clan? Isn't he afraid that the Huang clan will find trouble with him? Moreover, the city guards aren't existences to be trifled with. Most people thought that the man was spouting vicious words. Even Huang Zhiyun thought so. Who do you think you are to teach us a lesson? Do you believe that I'll... Before he could finish his sentence, a surge of immense force came over, carrying with it the power to uproot mountains and rivers. If Huang Zhiro had not been prepared and hurriedly pulled Huang Zhiyun away, she might have already been injured by the force. However, the people around him did not have such luck. With the man as the center, a huge stream of energy swept around like a tsunami, devouring everything that came its way. No one had expected him to suddenly make a move. The stream of energy landed heavily on his body, shifting his internal organs. In an instant, he was thrown more than 10 meters away. Some of the people with decent cultivation took a few steps back and managed to narrowly avoid it. Only then did they manage to stabilize their bodies. "Why are you like this? Aren't you afraid of hurting the innocent?" The man revealed a bloodthirsty smile and glared at the Huang sisters. "So what if I attack? Who can stop me?" The crowd was infuriated by his arrogance. "Do you still regard the law in your eyes?" The facial features on his face began to shift. In the blink of an eye, he had changed into a different expression. The feeling of anger on everyone's faces gradually turned into fear. He let out a strange laugh that made people shudder. "The law? I'm the law." Someone recognized him and screamed, "Isn't that Scorpion on the wanted list?" There was a bandit in the auction this time. No wonder he was so arrogant. After all, bandits rob people. This person's nickname was Scorpion. He was ranked at the top of the wanted list in Qingyang City. He roamed around the surrounding towns and could be said to have committed all kinds of evil. Many people had heard of his great name, and they wanted nothing more than to bring this person to justice. However, this person was extremely cunning and had always been at large. No matter if it was Qingyang City or the mercenaries, they could not do anything to him. Who would have thought that he would suddenly appear here? Although Xiezi was fat, he was clearly not weak. He was at least at the 4th level spirit gathering realm. What bad luck I have to meet a bandit in disguise while participating in the auction. T.S. I heard that Xiezi is very powerful. Even with so many people present, we're still not his match. The crowd discussed animatedly, and fear appeared on their faces. Seeing this scene, Xiezi was very pleased. "Hurry up and hand over the golden shield technique, or else don't blame me for starting a massacre." Of course, he was not acting rashly. His identity was exposed in a moment of hot-headedness. He had already observed previously that there was no expert in this auction house. The people participating in the auction this time were the younger generation of the 4 great clans. It was more than enough to deal with them. If they were elders or clan leaders, Xiezi absolutely would not dare to expose himself. When he obtained the cultivation technique, he would immediately slip away. When the guards in the city arrived, they would be too late to stop him. Just give it to him. Just consider yourself unlucky. Don't lose your life because of an incomplete cultivation technique. That's right. In any case, there's nothing that can't be bought with spirit stones. Why do we have to fight over this golden dipper technique? Everyone began to persuade the Huang sisters. After all, bandits were existences who kill without blinking. Even if Scorpion was vicious, if he escaped, the Huang clan would have a hard time finding him. The Huang sisters were obviously extremely unwilling, but they had no choice but to hand over the golden dipper technique. However, at this moment a deep male voice suddenly sounded. "Who allowed you to be so impudent in my auction house?" This short sentence was filled with an invisible domineering air, as if he was the ruler of the world. It made one's heart tremble when they heard it. When the Huang sisters heard this sentence, it was as if they had found their pillar of support. The hand that they had just stretched out hurriedly withdrew. Xiezi did not expect that someone would dare to provoke him, knowing his identity. His face instantly darkened. "I think you're tired of living." He did not sense the powerful aura from Lin Mo's body earlier. He only thought that his cultivation level was ordinary and did not take it to heart. At this moment, he looked around and did not see Lin Mo. He sneered and said, "You're deliberately mystifying." However, just as he finished speaking, an afterimage had already appeared behind him. There seemed to be a shadow of the golden dragon, chasing the wind and moon. It was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch it. Roar! Everyone could faintly hear the roar of a dragon. Scorpion also felt an unprecedented pressure. The cold air behind him invaded him wave after wave, almost about to engulf his body. His body suddenly stiffened like a rusty machine. Even his movements became much slower. He turned around in disbelief, only to see a pair of unfathomable eyes. The shadow of death enveloped him completely. It was mixed with ice of 1,000 years, freezing him to the point that he was shivering. Every pore on his body was screaming crazily. This was the instinct of all humans when they were in danger. Scorpion was already filled with regret. Faced with such a powerful and terrifying aura, he did not even have the thought of resisting. Run! Run away from this place as soon as possible. He only said one word. The breath he exhaled had ice crystals on it. In the next second, he could not speak as his tongue had already frozen. A light suddenly appeared in the air. In the next second, Scorpion's head rolled down, but there was no blood because all the blood in his body had long been frozen. Only a red mark could be seen in the middle of his neck. The incision was neat. His eyes were filled with fear and panic. No one knew what Scorpion wanted to say in the end. The entire process only lasted for a few breaths. Before everyone could even see how Lin Mo had attacked, he had already returned to his original form calmly. The swimming dragon steps and ice soul sword technique were indeed out of the ordinary. Lin Mo could not help but sigh in his heart. It took a long time for everyone to react. Looking at the scene of Scorpion's corpse, they could not help but sigh. It's really too tragic. His head was separated from his body, and he died without a complete corpse. It's all his fault. He didn't even investigate clearly. Whose territory is this? He actually dared to make a move on the head of the supreme ruler. The person who said this intentionally gave Lin Mo a flattery look. Xiezi had the strength of a 4th-level spirit-gathering realm expert. Not only was Lin Mo able to instantly kill him in one move, no one was able to see clearly how he attacked. This was enough to prove that Lin Mo's cultivation was profound, far surpassing that of a 4th-level spirit-gathering realm expert. Such a kill was something that even a 5th or 6th-level spirit-gathering realm expert would find difficult to achieve. Xiezi had been famous for many years and could be considered an experienced person. It would not be easy to kill him. Look at his corpse. No one knew who shouted this, but everyone realized that Scorpion's corpse was already covered in a light blue crystal. It was as if he had been frozen. Even the surrounding temperature was frighteningly low. This should be caused by a special ability of the Field Master's sword technique. From the looks of it, it should be an extremely powerful ice attribute. Scorpion's expression was extremely lifelike. He did not manage to close his eyes, maintaining the expression he had when he was still alive. The more everyone looked at him, the more shocked they became. Even they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Such an incomparably sharp sword technique was able to kill with a single strike. It did not harm anyone in the surroundings at all. It could be seen just how precise Lin Mo's control over his sword technique was. It could even be said that he had reached the peak of perfection. Such a sword technique would not be able to be learned without many years of effort. It's truly profound. The people around him had different opinions when they heard this. It's not just his sword technique. Have you noticed his movement? That's truly profound and unfathomable. Only then did everyone remember that they had not seen clearly how Lin Mo had rushed over here and back. After hearing what you said, I didn't even see the movement of his sword clearly. He was just like a ghost. It was impressive. What kind of movement technique is that? How come I've never seen it before? The crowd continued to discuss further. Only then did they realize that not a single person was able to see the entire process of Lin Mo's attack. Their hearts were filled with respect for Lin Mo. Although there was a small accident today, it's still considered satisfactory. The auction has ended, and everyone can leave. The next auction will be held in 7 days. We'll be waiting for everyone then. It was a pity that everyone was still in a state of shock and did not notice what Lin Mo said, much less that he had turned around and left. At this moment, the system notification sounded in Lin Mo's mind. Ding! Host has successfully bid for the incomplete Golden Shield art. 2,000 times return has been successfully triggered. Acquired low-grade Tier 7 body tempering martial art, Golden Shield art. Lin Mo was instantly overjoyed. It was the complete version of the Golden Shield art. Its strength was at low-grade Tier 7. It was indeed as he had expected. Only now did Lin Mo realize that there was another use for the auction return system. For example, he did not need to auction off low-level martial arts to return to the system. As long as he had spirit stones, he would be able to obtain the complete version. For example, some parts of the powerful martial arts that were missing due to various factors could be obtained through the system. Incomplete version. He would be able to obtain the complete version sooner or later. However, the problem now was that powerful high-ranked martial arts were difficult to obtain even if they were incomplete versions. He had only received the Golden Dipper technique by accident. Furthermore, the missing parts were extremely important. At the moment, he could not cultivate it. As such, his master had decided to sell it off, allowing Lin Mo to pick up some scraps. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for Lin Mo to receive a remnant copy of a high-level powerful martial art. There were very few copies in circulation on the market, and even if there were, they would have been obtained by someone else long ago. Perhaps those aristocratic clans that specialized in martial arts might have collected a lot of solitary copies. Lin Mo's gaze moved around, and he already had some ideas in his mind. Master, this is the profit from today's auction. Wu Jin's voice pulled Lin Mo back to reality, but he was not interested in the accounts at all. All right, I remember you mentioned before that the Huang clan studies martial arts? Yes, it said that their clan has also collected a lot of martial arts techniques. Even if they can't cultivate it, they will use it for research. The Huang clan is the best at this. I heard that they even restored some isolated copies. It had to be said that although Wu Jin's strength was average, he had a rare talent for gathering information. Lin Mo stroked his chin and said with a knowing expression, "No wonder." Previously, the Huang sisters had spared no effort in auctioning martial arts in the auction hall. Presumably, it was because of this. Moreover, they would definitely be present at every auction. Just as Lin Mo was thinking about what excuse he should use to pay a visit to the Huang clan, he did not expect the Huang sisters to take the initiative to come knocking on his door. Huang Zhiro bowed slightly. Her figure was like a willow branch swaying in the wind. She was like a fairy from the moon, appearing very gentle. Thank you very much, field owner. Lin. If it was not for Lin Mo making a move, perhaps there would not be anyone in the entire hall who could restrain Scorpion. Perhaps the sisters might even get injured because of this. Losing the Golden Dipper technique was not a big deal. In any case, it was only an incomplete copy, so the two sisters would not feel sorry for the spirit stones. Losing the Huang clan's face would be a big deal. After all, it would not sound good if words of what happened got out. The Huang clan, one of bandit. Moreover, it had happened in the city. No matter how powerful Scorpion was, people would laugh at him. Huang Zhiyun's face was full of anger and could not bear it. She looked as if she wanted to whip Scorpion's corpse again. You were a little too ruthless earlier. You could leave Scorpion half alive and slowly torture him. Huang Zhiro looked at her disapprovingly. What are you saying? He has helped us, and you all think that is too much. Huang Zhiyun winked at Lin Mo. She was very playful and cute. It was strange. They were twins, and they looked exactly the same. However, their personalities were vastly different. Looking at the interaction between the two sisters, Lin Mo waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "This is what I should do. If you dare to make a move in my auction house, wouldn't that be a slap to my face?" After all, there was a robber in the auction house, and he had stolen the items auctioned by the guests. If Scorpion really succeeded, it would be bad for the reputation of the auction house. It was likely that no guests would come back in the future. The Huang sisters also knew this logic. However, they still wanted to thank him. Other than being curious about Lin Mo's strength, they also wanted to thank him for the martial arts techniques that they had obtained from him. Even the quality of the incomplete golden shield art was extremely good. Huang Zhiyun was straightforward. I don't know what's the movement technique earlier. I've never seen it before. In fact, Lin Mo's sword technique earlier was shocking. However, the sisters were more focused on the movement technique. Lin Mo's eyes flashed. It's not a good movement technique either. I just happened to come across it during my travels. The sisters naturally knew that what Lin Mo said was not the truth. They had only met by chance, so it was natural for them to be on guard. However, they were even more interested in Lin Mo. After all, every time Lin Mo brought out a martial arts technique, it was extremely rare and unheard of. However, every single one of them was of high quality. The two sisters who loved martial arts were always ready, and the other members of the Huang clan were also curious about Lin Mo. Coincidentally, after this incident, the two sisters had a better impression of Lin Mo. Huang Zhiro immediately said, "I wonder if you're available. Our Huang clan also has many high-quality martial arts techniques. We can share knowledge. It can also be considered as our thanks to you for saving us." The Huang clan had many secret manuals in their collection. It was not something that ordinary people could easily see. Hence, this invitation was extremely rare. Lin Mo was just thinking of a reason and an excuse to visit the Huang clan. In the end, Huang Zhiro threw an olive branch at him. So, he immediately agreed. The two sisters took the incomplete copy of the golden shield art and left in satisfaction. After the people in the auction hall had left, Lin Mo entered the secret room and instructed that no one was allowed to disturb him. Previously, when he had killed Xiezi, he had gained quite a bit of enlightenment. There was a faint flow of true energy within his body. However, there were too many people at that time, so he had no choice but to temporarily suppress it. Now that there was no one around, that true energy had also completely erupted. It was like a spring, striking at the major acupoints in Lin Mo's body one after another. As true energy circulated throughout his body, Lin Mo felt as if there was an endless amount of power. Every pore of his body was filled with spiritual energy. Lin Mo could feel that his strength was about to reach the peak of fourth stage spirit gathering realm. He was only one opportunity away from advancing. However, he was not in a hurry to break through. After all, laying a solid foundation was the most important now. At the same time, he began to cultivate the complete version of the Golden Shield art. Golden characters appeared in midair, and Lin Mo felt as if he had entered a mysterious world. The power of the complete version of the Golden Shield art was truly beyond his imagination. After completing the missing parts, the aura it emitted was indestructible. No external force could stop it. At first glance, those movements were very simple, but upon closer inspection, they contained endless profoundness. This was an extremely powerful body tempering martial art. According to the records in the Golden Dipper technique, the spiritual energy in the major acupoints around Lin Mo's body had all surged into his meridians, continuously nourishing and then returning to his dantian. The spiritual energy flowed on within the meridians of the Tianhui acupoint, the Lingji acupoint, and the Baichi acupoint. He silently recited the mantra, simulating each and every move within the martial art. It was as if there was a person in his mind, displaying all of the moves in the Golden Dipper technique. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as if a giant hammer had appeared out of thin air. It contained the power to split the sky and earth, hammering him 1,000 times. The further he went, the more difficult the movements of the Golden Shield art were. It was simply not something that an ordinary person could achieve. Previously, Lin Mo was able to complete it easily, but later on, it was difficult for him to advance. The expansion of his meridians had stretched his entire body, and the pain was simply unimaginable. Lin Mo did not make a single sound, other than his pale face and sweat pouring down like rain. No one could guess how excruciating the pain he currently enduring was. He did not know how long this intense pain would last. Perhaps it was because he was used to it. Lin Mo felt that the pain that was biting into his bone marrow had lessened. This resulted in him feeling more comfortable learning the subsequent movements. Under the operation of the god-devouring body, the pain became a little more bearable, as if his entire body had been reborn. Golden spots of light surrounded his body, so much so that his entire body was covered in a layer of light. Along with the Golden Shield mantra, in the end, Lin Mo's body shone with a golden light, as if he was a god cast out of pure gold. It made people around him prostrate themselves in worship. Boom! With a loud bang, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of golden light shot out, shattering a rock that was half the height of a person. His body seemed to be filled with an endless amount of power. He did not need to rely on weapons or magic treasures. His 2 hands were the best weapons, and ordinary attacks were unable to cause any damage to his body, as if they came with their own defensive armor. Sensing the changes happening in his body, Lin Mo could not help but sigh. At this rate, if he were to cultivate the Golden Shield art to perfection, he would be able to use his physical body to withstand a full-strength attack from an expert of the same level. How heaven-defying was this? If he were to use a defensive-type magic treasure, almost no one of the same level would be able to harm him. Lin Mo could not help but feel fortunate that he did not give up on this cultivation technique previously. Otherwise, he would have missed it. By the time he came out of seclusion, a few days had already passed. Recalling the agreement he had made with the Huang sisters previously, he immediately called for someone to send a letter to request for a visit. The Huang clan's head, Huang Qing, scrutinized Lin Mo and sensed that he was emitting an unusual aura. He smiled and said, "I've long heard of your name. Seeing you today, you indeed live up to your reputation. I still have to thank you for your help earlier." Huang Zhiyun was straightforward. "You couldn't be contacted these few days. We thought that you wouldn't come. I'm sorry. I had an epiphany earlier, so I went into seclusion to cultivate. It took me a few days. There's no need to be polite, Elder Huang." Seeing that Lin Mo was polite and was neither servile nor humble, Huang Qing had a good impression in his heart and expressed his understanding. Cultivation is naturally the most important. I see that you're young, so your cultivation should be pretty good. It's just that I don't know what realm you've reached. From the sister's earlier description, he knew that Lin Mo was definitely hiding his strength. It was just that he did not know how much he had hidden. Huang Qing was a little curious, so he wanted to test him. Lin Mo was very polite and pretended not to hear the hidden meaning in his words. "What are you saying, Elder Huang? I think your daughter is also young, but her strength isn't inferior to an ordinary man. I think it's because of Elder Huang's guidance." With just one sentence, the 3 of them were satisfied, and their faces expressed joy. At such a young age, he was already experienced in speaking and doing things. Huang Qing's face was filled with admiration, and he could not help but sigh. It could be said that the young people nowadays were better than the older ones. He did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "I heard from Yinner and Rower about your deeds. Your methods of subduing your enemies in the auction house were pretty good. I wonder if you would like to have a spar or two." Lin Mo had also seen the movement technique of the Huang sisters. They were very strange and did not seem like ordinary techniques. Moreover, he wanted to cooperate with the Huang clan, so he naturally would not reject Huang Qing's request. The Huang sisters were also eager to spar. It could be seen that they were looking forward to it. Huang Qing set up a barrier at the side to prevent their battle from affecting the outside world. Let's make it clear. The duration of the spar is the burn of an incense stick. This is purely an exchange match. Don't go too far and don't hurt anyone. Don't worry, father. It's just that Brother Lin mustn't go easy on us. Otherwise, it'll be meaningless. Lin Mo smiled faintly. Huang Zhiyun and Huang Zhiro stood opposite him. Neither of them made the first move, as if they were waiting for an opportunity. A cool breeze blew through the air. The incense slowly burned, and a green leaf was blown into the air. In an instant, the wind rose, and two afterimages flashed past, attacking Lin Mo respectively. The speed was so fast that it was like chasing the wind and the moon. It seemed to have no pattern, but in fact, it contained a faint Tao rhythm. Brother Lin, you have to be careful. The sisters' voices seemed to come from the distant horizon, carrying an ethereal feeling. However, in the next second, a slender figure appeared before their eyes. Fortunately, Lin Mo's reaction was quick enough to dodge it. However, just as he dodged Huang Zhiyun's attack, Huang Zhiro appeared and disappeared without a trace. The two of them could be said to have worked seamlessly together. In the midst of the battle, the Huang sisters had solemn expressions on their faces. Even their lively younger sister had become composed. Their movement was like a mirror, and it was impossible to distinguish the two of them. Their actions were in sync, and even their landing steps were the same. This kind of tacit understanding was an extremely troublesome existence for the enemy in battle. This also meant that Lin Mo was facing a double blow. This was because he could not find any loopholes in the sisters' attacks. The older sister was meticulous and responsible for defense, while the younger sister was a person who abhorred evil and was suitable for offense. Huang Zhiyun leaped, and there were only afterimages in the air. Time's up. The three of them stopped. They were too engrossed in the match that they did not notice that the incense stick had already burned out. There was only a small portion left in the incense burner, and then the flame was completely extinguished. It was a draw, and neither side had decided the victor. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out, and Huang Qing's face revealed a look of admiration. Today, I've really broadened my horizons. There are very few people who can withstand the encirclement and suppression of the two sisters for such a long time. In the match earlier, unless it was someone with Huang Qing's cultivation level, if it was an ordinary person, forget about seeing their movements clearly. They would not even know how they had attacked. The two sisters were also extremely astonished. Although their strength was not the strongest, in terms of movement techniques and speed, no one could compare to them. Lin Mo was able to fight against them, which was enough to showcase his strength. Huang Zhiyun said, "Brother Lin, your strength isn't bad, but we didn't use our full strength." However, what they did not know was that Lin Mo was the same, holding back some of his strength. Therefore, even if the two sisters used their full strength, he still had the confidence to suppress them. After all, he had a favor to ask. Therefore, he did not want to be in the limelight to avoid causing more trouble. However, if he were to lose, it would be unavoidable for the Huang clan to look down on him. This was why he had intentionally created a draw. Even so, Lin Mo was deeply moved. In the previous match, the two sisters had a good understanding of each other. Furthermore, they were telepathically connected. He boldly asked, "I see that your moves are quite unique. I've never seen it before. You two shouldn't be training in martial arts like movement techniques or Qigong, right?" The two sisters looked at each other. They did not expect Lin Mo's eyes to be so sharp, to be able to tell from the short exchange earlier. Huang Zhiro readily admitted, "That's right, Brother Lin has good eyesight. What we're practicing is a kind of formation that can be formed by two people." This formation was extremely special, and it was something that the Huang clan had researched for a long time. It could be said to be a unique secret manual. Only high-level formation masters could complete the formation. The sisters could fight if they were to encounter a 6th-level spirit gathering realm powerhouse. Clearly, Huang Qing was a formation master. His footwork was similar to Lin Mo's swimming dragon steps, which could only be used to increase speed and agility in battle. On the other hand, the formation that the two sisters had grasped was able to attack and defend in battle, just like in the previous battle. Lin Mo had only made a guess. Even he was unable to see through him. Thus, Elder Huang was extremely powerful. After listening to the sister's explanation, Lin Mo praised, "It's indeed exquisite beyond compare. I'm truly impressed. You're flattering me." Brother Lin's strength cannot be underestimated either. Huang Qing had also seen through Lin Mo's strength and could not help but praise him in his heart. However, he did not know that Lin Mo had not used all of his strength and that he was the mastermind behind the mysterious auction house. Instantly, he wanted to befriend him. "Actually, there's another matter that I came to visit today. I heard that the Huang clan has a lot of martial arts manuals. I'd like to ask for some of the more powerful, incomplete martial arts manuals." What? Huang Qing and the sisters were a little confused. It was not like there were no people who came to the Huang clan to ask for martial arts manuals in the past. However, they had rejected most requests. After all, the Huang clan was not doing charity. However, this was the first time someone like Lin Mo had asked for an incomplete cultivation manual. As everyone knew, it was extremely difficult to learn an incomplete cultivation manual. So what if one was powerful? After all, it was not a complete version, and its lethality could not even be compared to those of a lower rank. There were even some that could not be learned at all and could only be used for research or collection purposes. Of course, I won't let the Elder Huang give it for free. I'm willing to use a high-level movement technique to exchange for it. Lin Mo passed the swimming dragon steps to Huang Qing. However, after a few rough glances, Huang Qing knew that this cultivation technique was extremely powerful. His eyes immediately lit up. He could not wait to study it. In the end, he still had to take Lin Mo into consideration, so he endured it. This was also Lin Mo's strongest martial art technique. He was already familiar with this cultivation technique and had cultivated it to perfection, so he did not need it at all. On the other hand, the swimming dragon steps was a top-grade 7th rank martial art technique. It would be extremely attractive to Huang Qing, who was a martial arts fanatic. Are you really willing to exchange this 7th grade martial art for the incomplete manual? Have you thought about it? Once you exchange it, there's no room for you to go back on your words. Huang Qing could not help but ask. After all, the swimming dragon steps was extremely valuable, and it was a 7th grade cultivation technique. No matter how powerful the incomplete manual was, it could not be compared to it. He did not know what Lin Mo was thinking to making this exchange. Could it be that he did not know its value? I'm willing. There are some things that Elder Huang doesn't know. I like to collect incomplete manuals for research or collection. I hope that Elder Huang is willing to part with it. These words were a little strange, but there were some people who had unique fetishes. Hearing Lin Mo's affirmative words, Huang Qing started to hesitate. He was naturally very moved by the swimming dragon steps. However, this transaction was too unfair to Lin Mo, and as the elder of the Huang clan, he could not take advantage of him.